We're back. The time is now.
Welcome to the American Mag Show. Hated or adored, but never ignore. Live every day on NUFC Talk Radio. The Voice.
Bring me a. Hey, Wayne, did you hear me? A schooner? Give me a schooner, mate. Oh, we're live. Hello. Is this thing on? There you go, baby. We are live on NUFC Talk. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, one and all. We are live here in Newcastle upon Tyne, somewhere in an unknown location. What do you mean, Neva? It's going up and down. How about you turn the volume up? That's an advert, man. Fucking hell, man. This is criminal. Everybody, look up on YouTube and see if you hear us now good. Fucking hell, man. Mighty Win is not good. I didn't bring my my soundboard. You know, I'm the worst, man, because I should have brought equipment, and I did, but I forgot the main stuff. You see Boki in the background with his cardigan. Boki is a giant, dude. I'm telling you, he's 8 feet tall. He's like, what's that guy from? People get me now in the chat. What's the giant from Harry Potter? The one with the beard and long hair. What's his name? That Hagrid? Is that his name? Well, that is Boki. Boki is 8 feet tall. Unbelievable. And then we got Peter in the background, of course. And I don't know why that game, it does that, man. I'm telling you. This is not going to be a good stream. I'm telling you already. Don't forget to smash the like button, folks. Help the channel grow. As you know already, hit the join button. Super chat right away so you can have your comment out there in front of everyone else's. More lights. Somebody wants more lights, says Robert English. We're going to get more light for you, mate. Don't worry, because we have to dim the lights down so we can actually watch the match. But don't worry. We're going to get there. And, yeah, we're going to have a good time. Let me know if the audio is good. I'm trying to this mic out. See, the audio is good. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. There you go. I'm telling you, man. We've been here pretty much since last night trying to sort this out. But anyway, we got together. We're good. Win is, are you in England or U.S. is Fabian Hunter? No, we are in England, baby. We are in Newcastle right now. We are in Newcastle upon Tyne. We're in Gosforth, Newcastle. Some tell me it's the land of the posh people in Newcastle. Only posh people in Gosforth, is that right? Maybe so. Maybe so. Let us know what you think in the comment section down below. We are live here, ladies and gents. Newcastle United set to play Wolves away. I'm sure we're going to get the lineups. We're going to get all that stuff sorted. So, ni bother at all. I see the chat scrolling through. Come on, bring in the comments. Bring the comments. It's a bit dark, says Rockstar. Yeah, we're gonna try to get it sorted, mate. Don't worry. And let me see here. Oh yeah, it's definitely dark, man. What the heck is dark as hell? Let me see. What is going on here? We gotta get this sorted immediately. Don't worry. We're gonna take. Oh, there you gone, baby. Now we're good. Because this is Mighty Win's naked camera that system. So now we're good. Now we're good. Let us know if you think that's a lot better now. Maybe a little bit better, but let me see here. Yeah, maybe that would be a little bit better. Let me know if that works better for you. This is history, ladies and gents, says Howard Paul Kelsey. Oh, no, man, we've been here before, man. We've been here before. We've been on this. This is not our first rodeo yet, but we are delighted to be here in Newcastle. And we're gonna have to talk about the lineup. Win is going for a tab because he's been trying to work on his technical difficulties and the fact that he hasn't had a tab all morning. He is knackered. He's having withdrawals at the moment as we speak. So there you go. But cheers, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us. We got Tim coming in, of course. We got Tim coming in. We got Michael coming in. Mighty Win is going for 3 tabs in a row, back to back. He's shaking. No, it's good. It's good. No, don't worry. Yeah, it's not picking it up. No, we're good. And which, by the way, we should have the match on. It's supposed to. This guy. Oh no, actually, the match should be coming up at some point. No worries. You got the lovely Betsy in the background. Tim there. Michael there. Jamie where's Jamie at? Actually, let's give us a call, man. We're gonna put people on blast on live air. Where are they at? Where are they at? We're gonna see here. Let's see what Jamie's got going on. Ooh, unavailable. He's blocked me. Oh my God, what? Let's see what's going on with Jamie. Nah, Jamie's not answering. Will you be at the Villa game? Yeah, I'll be in the Villa game. That's going to be my last game here. I will go to the PSV game, of course, as well. So we're going to get all that sorted. Satish says, good to see you in Newcastle, Chris. Hope you got a proper Fabrizio Romano-esque "here we go" when you land it. Yeah, something along those lines. But we're here, mate. We are here. There's Amrit right now is flying to India, and he's got internet. And he's just watching on the flight. There you go, mate. Hope we have a good one. Harpo says, tabs on Chris. I'll have a pint of your finest barman. There you go. Proper beer there, man. Good stuff. Good stuff. We'll be talking about the game in a minute once Wayne gets up here. Harpo says, what's it like breathing the fresh air of the Northeast? It's good, man. It's good stuff. Good stuff. Much better. There you go. There you go. Lovely. Smash the like button, folks. Smash the like button. We are live right here from Gosforth, Newcastle. Having a good old time, man. Good time. I had some curry last night. Man, it was unbelievable. But, you know, it knackered me. It's much food. What's that little bread that they got that you gotta, you know, clean the plate with? That was amazing, man. That was good stuff. And we got some that took home, and that was lovely. Chris in the tune. Enjoy War Kid. There you go, baby. We are here. We are here to make it happen. Choppy's in the house as well. There you go. Choppy's in the building. Naan bread. Yeah, that's what it's called. Naan bread. Yeah, that's right. That was amazing, by the way. You guys have had that. Yeah. That's that Taste of Asia in Gosforth. That was unbelievable, man. That was some proper food. Mighty Winds was blazing hot. I can't do that stuff, man. I can't eat and then be miserable. What's the point in that? So I had to just. Oh, there's Mighty Wayne coming in. He just had to go talk to his wife. He is not good. There you go. Look at here. Win. Oh, there's the Winster.
Man, how we doing?
Oh, speak.
Morning.
Do you guys hear Win fine? Let me know if you hear him fine. Matter of fact, turn it.
1, 2.
Nah, it's very. I don't think that one's working. You gotta use this one. Here, use this one.
That's working.
No, it's very low.
It just comes from that one.
Yeah. Talk, man.
Yeah. Here we
Talk
go. What have I been saying all season? Mr. Rodriguez poo-pooing me all the time. Easy games. Of course there's easy games in the Premiership. Of course there is. Liverpool at home to Burnley. Second top versus, or third top versus.
I'm talking about the two.
Second bottom.
I'm trying to talk about the food, and this guy is his agenda. That's what he is. He wakes up and lives off of me because he just wants to talk and just, you know, argue for no reason. What would you say? First of all, what are you drinking?
I'm drinking Empire Lager.
No. What are you drinking?
Empire Lager with lime.
Does that start with an F?
No, it's Empire. Because I haven't got any Empire glasses left.
He's drinking.
It's in a Foster's glass.
He's calling that Vegan Foster's.
No, it's stronger than Foster.
And he is pro-Banag.
And so it's £2.50 a pint. Get yourself a long glass with Empire Club. Cheap, yeah.
Hey, man, we're going to tell people where we at, man. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with this guy, man? Now we're going to give him fucking hell,
Get in, man. Give the players a shout.
Hey,
thank you, Tommy. Thank you, Eddie, for getting in here and setting up.
Man. Now we're gonna get kidnapped on mid-air. You got your tab?
I've had my tab. I need another one. But never mind.
Yeah, man. My God. Ian Mackay says, there's Ian. Ask Michael to clip that bedwetter bokeh around the ear. There you go. Oh my God. Yeah, Harpo, he's on the Fosters, mate. He's lying though about Empire.
Betsy,
Lager.
what did you get me? Empire Lager with lime.
The Foster's Lager.
Thank you.
And the twins are rocking. The twins are rocking. Did you give me a scooter or not?
No, drink it out the bottle, man. Be a man.
Get Chris the good stuff, says Harpo. Empire is the club. Exactly, man. Empire is the club. He knows what that means. The Foster, that's what that means. Empire Lager.
No, it's not it's specially made for us.
I need to drink me.
And about 20 other clubs with different names.
I need to give me a Guinness, of course. But I think the twins are.
Twins are on the Guinness, yeah.
On the Guinness. There you go. There you go, mate. Good stuff. Omri is 37,000 feet above us, flying to India right now. And he's drinking water right now. And I'm telling you.
He'll not be drinking water, trust me.
Where's the Greg's rolls, man? Come on.
Where's the what?
The Greg sausage rolls.
Well,
they need to sponsor before we start eating that stuff.
He's tried his first bit of black pudding.
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
Of the counter spawn. He hasn't had the pickled onions yet.
Yeah. We got to do the IRL streams, Chris. We might do something like that, walking through the Toon, trying new food. That would be lovely. Chris, you need to try the New Year Bengal. The new Bengal.
Well, it's not even the new Bengal.
That's where we went.
That's where we actually went last night.
It's called the Taste of Asia now, because after they just
best not.
I can't say, but yeah, they've been rebranded.
It started off as the Bengal, then became the new Bengal, then the new Bengal, then the new Bengal.
Well,
and now it's a Taste of Asia. It had a few fires.
Mighty Wayne says there's a conspiracy theory, but we shall not get into that, of course. But they've been kindly renovated many times. But you're going clubbing tonight, Chris, doing the big market. Listen, I don't do much clubbing, if that's what you mean, like partying at night. I go to my hotel and sleep nicely, eat my leftover Indian food. But during the day, I go everywhere, man. So we're probably going to do some good stuff after this one. We definitely need to go to the Granger Market for the best fish and chips in Newcastle. And you know, Gwen, I wouldn't drink Foster's if it was free, says Mark Wagstaff. Cheers, Mark. Welcome, mate. Rackstar with the super chat there says, pint on me, lads. I'll be at the Villa games. You're still in tune.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll be. That's actually my last sort of day, really. So we can meet up if you want to at.
We'll be at Bally's before the match.
Before the match, Bally's. We do gotta meet this guy. We gotta meet with this journalist before the game, so we have to find out what time. But we'll be at Bally's at some point. It ain't gonna be taking long. We got an executive meeting. And anyway, let's go Wolves to the championship. Well, if they lose tonight, I mean, they're pretty much knackered, to be honest.
Well,
There's any chance they're going to be,
They're
you know.
pretty much knackered already. But
I mean, you know.
never say never.
Sky Sports talking about, you know, they're fighting for to stay in the Premier League. There's any chance they're going to stay in the Premier League. They got, I think, a month ago, the least amount of points in the history of the Premier League. So
yeah, but they've just got 5 in their last 3 games.
They're proper knackered, man. They're proper knackered.
That's the thing. They're coming into, since Rob Edwards went there, they've come into a bit of form.
And yeah, we're gonna be enjoying ourselves. Of course, nice, friendly folk in the northeast salt of the earth. There you go, baby. No, yeah, good stuff. You know, here at the club, they've been treating us good. I'm gonna sign up to be a member of the club now. Can I sign up to be a member of the club?
Certainly can.
How much?
£6 a year.
£6 a year. Fucking hell,
It's for nothing.
What the heck, man? Listen, I'll sign up. I'll be a member of the club. This, you know, but we got good people here, man. Tom is his name?
Tom the steward, yeah.
Oh, he's a proper lad, man. Proper kind of lad. He sorted us out. You know, we're doing
Eddie,
good.
the secretary. Good
That's
guy.
right, man. Good stuff, good stuff. We must be beating Wolves, says Harpo. Easy win. It should be easy win. Easy game in the
no
Premier.
such thing as
Yes,
an
there is,
easy
man.
away game in the Prem.
Toon-
That beast does not exist. It's a unicorn.
No, it's real. The original Toon Nuts is the original New Bengal was the best. Well, to be fair, yesterday was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. That's the first taste of, well, food here in the UK, to be honest. But it's not English food. We know that. But you know, it is what it is. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Good, really good stuff. And his stuff was absolutely blazing. It's not necessary, man, to eat all that stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I just take
He had a tandoori. I had a madras.
which I was actually looking more for curry, but this guy, I keep saying curry, and this guy puts me on some stupid
Madras mixed grill.
which was good, but I wanted the curry, man. That's what I want.
So
I had to order some sauce on the side, but it was good. No, but Betsy got some. Oh man, Betsy got some real good stuff. So we need to order that next time. But now I don't know what we're gonna eat tonight, but we're gonna eat something pretty good. I need some English food, man. I need some proper English food.
you're doing like balloon bread.
Something that your great-grandmother made at home. That's what we need. That's exactly what we need. We don't need, other food is great, but I need some proper English food. That's what I want. Adam says, when you've got nothing to lose and championship is inevitable, players will prime Barcelona against the Magpies. There you go. You can find me in the clubs as I'm Ritz. I'm Rigid. What curry did you get? Well, I had to get just some plain curry on the side.
You had the tandoori mixed grill to start on.
And that bread was unbelievable, man. That's some proper.
Oh, he likes the non-balloon bread, but
No,
doesn't
but that's not balloon bread. That's proper.
he doesn't like Yorkshire pudding balloon bread.
It's not the same though. There you go, baby. Full English breakfast is Peter and NUFC. Yeah, we could have done that. Rockstar win. Can you say that?
What's that?
Yeah, you mind, man.
Yeah, oh, you mind, man.
Our last does know what I go on about. There you go. There you go, man.
Well, there's Queen of Hearts is on our way.
Get a fry up down your throat, says Peter and NUFC.
Oh, he likes a full English.
Oh, yeah.
He was quite enamored with beans. The fact that we had beans on a breakfast.
That was Logan, man. Lee McFarlane, welcome back, Chris and Betsy. Have a great time and hope you're tearing it up around the Toon. We gotta go down. We got the Gray's Monument. You know what I mean? We gotta do. Oh, this is what I was gonna ask you. The Floodmeister says, get yourself a Savaloy dip.
Savaloy dip, yeah. Oh, it's
What's the delicacies, man, that you're supposed to bring up here?
Savaloy, we can get a Savaloy
No, you
dip.
said from downstairs they made some stuff.
No, not on a Sunday. Who's that? Oh my God, Animal Lecter. Wow,
Animal
thank
Lecter,
you.
thank you very much, man. Appreciate you. Get rounded in, Chris, on me. There you go. Get around in, Chris, on me. There you go, man. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm drinking the dog right now. The doggy zoot. And unfortunately, well, listen, animal. At least with 20 pounds, we can definitely get 100 of those Fosters. Because no one buys them.
Eight of these for £20. £2.50 a pint. Get yourself down to Gosford then, mate. Cheapest beer in Gosford.
Mince and dumplings, but dumplings are not English, man.
No, they're not. But you're thinking the English dumplings and Chinese dumplings are completely different.
The word dumpling is Chinese, man.
Dumplings are suet.
Chili rolled calves do best. The Savoy dip, wash doing with a bottle of the chili rolled calves. Had a curry and then beans, Chris. You're gonna be in trouble.
Where's that, the chili?
Kickoff.
Or chili calf, as opposed to the chili arms.
Yeah, introduce them to
because the chili arms do canny food, no?
Introduce them to warm Dickinson's pies.
Oh, they were that you're getting back in the day. Dixon's actually.
That's Gary right there saying that. There you go. So.
Gary, which Gary?
No, just a Gary, not our Gary. That's our Gary as well, but a commenter, Gary Isaac. Oh, Gary is okay actually. I think that's what it is. Gary
all right. No, well, it's Dixon's pies. I used to work at the breweries, and Dixon's bakery was on Pittman Street, just up the road, and that was the highlight of the morning when you were on early shift was getting up there when the first pies were coming off the production line with the liquor still liquid on the top before it had melted, before it had set into the grease, which was tasty enough. But when it was just the liquor and the pork pies, Dickman pork pies, oh, sensational. Still waiting for the lineup. In fact, is anybody checking their phones for the lineups there?
No, we're good enough.
It should be, it should be coming up now.
It's just an hour before. What the heck?
No, Premier League is an hour and a quarter, hour and a half now. Generally, if we, let's have a shufty here. If we do that.
Get off, man. Stop touching stuff. Can't do that, man. We won't be able to see it. This guy, man. Stop touching stuff, man. You knackered the camera yesterday.
Whose computer is this?
It's a cheap-ass computer, but we're not going to say nothing. X.
Chronicle Live.
Well, you ain't got to go there, man. We just got to go X. X is your source, your main source of news now. In the world.
I can't spell X.
There you go. See, that's what's happening. Hey, man, what do you...
Man U 2, City 0.
What do you think about Glasner, man? He is not... He's got a point, though. You know, selling the main guy. By the way, City, this notion that, you know, the rule has changed for everybody, and that's fine. Fair game. No, it's not, because it only benefits the one guys that can actually spend. And the fact that they got Semenyo and they're going to get Gehi, and possibly they can play the second leg of the semifinals and then finals. Come on, man. That's not fair. That's some bollocks.
That's just the way it is.
Nothing going on, but we are at the new. How do you get a French name for it?
That's a good question. Who sent that one in?
I asked that question.
It's Molyneux was when William the Conqueror came over from France.
Oh my God! What?
In 1066, there was a lot of French names that were sort of incorporated into the English language. That could have something to do with it. It may just be a family name.
I didn't bring my my what do you call it? My violin music. Smash the like button, folks. Smash the like button. Help the channel grow, of course. You can super chat and help the channel grow. Most importantly, become a member. Hit the join button for $4.99. You get a lot of shows. You get the player ratings, of course, with Ian Mackay and Michael Gramslow. And you get the Once Upon a Time podcast. You get everything we put on demand.
Look at that. Hey, the mighty win. What's he like, eh? Molyneux is a surname of French origin. The surname has been linked primarily to a large French family that settled in Lancashire. Well, Wolves is not in Lancashire, like. By the 14th century, the Molyneux family had split into three main branches: the Lancashire Lane, the Nottingham Lane, and the Callier Lane.
Steve asking if I've bought a round yet. But you know, Win has not spent a dime as I landed. He's sorted. When I'm here, he's sorted.
Since he landed, I have spent already. And by the way, we only met up at what time? 4 o'clock yesterday, and since then I've spent over £100.
Need chance, man. Stop lying, man. Stop lying.
He thinks taxis are free.
Hey, man, they just want to drive the American Mac around, man. Can't blame them. But no, the lineup should be coming.
He did pay for the meal last night. I cannot tell a lie.
Oh, there you go. It's a big meal, by the way. It was a big meal, and you couldn't. As soon as the check came around, Win was he was just looking somewhere else, looking at his phone. You know what I mean? Hey, Amri, what's wrong with you, man? Chris is shite at pool. Last night we had a game. Shite. No. This guy, he got lucky, first of all, because he got the first 4 went in quickly. And of course, it's an uphill battle after that. But I was knackering him. Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, he's asking about the pool.
We're going to get it sorted.
You've never seen a pool player like it. Honest to God. You think he was winding the car up?
Lee McFarland, where does the good steak?
I've never seen a stance like it.
Where there's a good steak and kidney pie these days? Can't find a good one anyway.
Oh, well,
kidney pie.
I make a lovely steak and kidney pie.
I'm not talking about you, man. But good stuff. I'll tell you what we can do, though. We can go around and see what's going on.
Tim, do you want to be prepared for?
No, you don't, man. I'm trying. What's this guy? Man, we're not Sky Sports, man. We're having a good old conversation. You got nothing prepared, man.
No, but if you've had stuff prepared, it's only fair to get it on.
Man, it's all here, man. So, looking at the Premier League, Arsenal 50 points. They drew against
Forest.
And that's why he thinks that, Forest can win the Champions League now.
Man City got beat against Man United.
Man City, and Man United are 5th, man.
Liverpool, they're 5th now.
Yeah, they were probably 9th, 10th. Aston Villa, still 3rd. You want to talk about them?
Well, they're playing the deal. Let's see.
Liverpool knackered. Man United did good with War Kid, right? Everybody War Kid. I mean, Michael Carrick. We're happy for Jody, right?
I'm never happy for Man United win.
Well, you're a Man U fan, man. We already saw the picture. Karen says, Rockstar's wife here, Chris. You're more than welcome for a Sunday dinner. That's Rockstar's wife right there, Karen. So you're more than welcome for a Sunday dinner. And, but the Sunday winner from Win last year was just criminal, man. The food this big, and it ended up costing us like 200 quid. You know what I mean? So just because you got courses or you put 20 forks on the table don't mean it should cost that much. Come on, man. And Brian says United showed the Premier League how to play City yesterday. Pace, tenacity, clinical passing, splitting the City midfield, defend.
And the big difference was clinical finishing. That was the difference. They finished that dinner, we didn't.
talking.
Yeah. So, got more problems with the mics.
Hello.
Yeah, go on, try again.
1, 2, 3. I think it's sorted.
That's it.
Maybe.
It's back on now.
Is it good?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I do. I'm just gonna put it on here. Because the thing. There you go. Oh. No. Still.
Well, it's all right, man.
No, it's a bus. No, there's a bus.
He'll not have it, lad. He thinks he knows all about this tech, you know, and the old man knows a bit more.
Well, I see what it sounds like.
It was fine.
That's cool. Michael K says, why are you drinking Foster's? You may as well drink pop.
No, I'm drinking Empire Lager, actually. It's in a Foster's glass. Which is especially made for the club. And about 10 other clubs, actually. But it's half a degree or whatever they call it.
Which is more or less
4.9 as opposed to 4.4.
Which again, they just put label Empire Lager on there, but it's Foster, so it's pretty much the same.
Well, if it did that, why would they charge $2.50 for Empire and $3.80 for Foster's?
Hello, is this thing on? There you go. It's all good now, Chris. Sorted. There you go. Come on, the tunes, says Michael.
Away the lads!
It's cool seeing you all set together. IRA in real life says, "War Captain Bruno."
Yeah, War Captain Bruno. He's the best midfielder we've ever had at the town.
Tonali.
Nah.
Tonali will have a word.
Yeah, Tonali's up there, but
Tonali is the best.
For
again, throwing your arms up. That ain't gonna get it. That doesn't make your best
player.
Yeah,
it's not. He's our Cape Crusader. Puts on that magic cape and carries the team.
Joe Linton does the same thing. So, what are you on about?
And I tell you who else has learned the trick?
Who?
Wissa.
Wissa.
Yeah, he's learned the trick.
That's what players that miss chances and don't have enough on the pitch. That's what they do. Start throwing their arms up as opposed to just getting the job done. You see what I'm saying? Wissa, more now these days is known as Missa with an M. That W is upside down now. He's been throwing his arms up right now as of recent games because he's been knackered. And all he got to do now is play, man.
He's been knackered. Yes, he's still knackered. But when he gets better, we will see the results. Just watch us. You know, win today, we're up to 5th. All the bedwetters can crawl back under their rocks.
Got a few in the background.
Yeah, we've got one in the background.
Got a few bedwetters on the background.
How many bedwetters have we got? Just one that I know of.
Hey, don't mess with him, man. You didn't see how big Boki is? He'll smack you silly in a minute, man.
No, he's got his posh Ganzi on.
I'm telling you, as big as Boki is, I wouldn't be messing with him. You got the guy. I forgot. I didn't bring the soundboard, man. That you know, but
that's poor. That's poor.
That's poor. It's really poor from him.
Really poor from him, man.
It's really from him. So, we got the lineup, ladies and gents. We got the lineup, and now we're gonna. So now we start the proper coverage starts as soon as possible. We got the lineup here, and some breaking news. We got Pope at goal, Trippier, Hull, Botman, Joe Linton, Tonali, Gordon, Barnes, Chiao, Voltemar, and Bruno.
There we go. So that's Pope, Trippier,
But this is
Botman, Chow,
There's no rotation in this lineup.
Hall, J7, Tonali, and Bruno. That's as strong as we can get virtually.
Yeah, but why
Gordon,
would you do
Bonds,
that?
and Baltimore.
Why would you do that?
Because it's got to be one.
Why would you got PSV in literally
2 days.
2 days? You
Yeah.
got Aston Villa. That's not going to be an easy game, and then you got there's no rest.
Just get this.
Fucking hell, man, this is unbelievable.
Plenty there.
So you gonna rest against PSV win? You gonna rest against?
Yeah, just go again.
Yeah, okay, man. You're so deluded, man. I swear to God. I thought that was just online, man, but in person you're deluded as well.
Absolutely.
Fucking hell, man. Yeah.
Get all your meat on the grill.
We're gonna have to get a mic to the back as well.
Oh, there's
there's Queen of
Queenie.
Heart. There you go. There's Queen of Heart in the house.
Queenie.
Queenie, how are you?
Who's
girl?
got the ball?
How's it going? There's Tom right there. He's our
There's Tom,
he's
super
our main guy, sorting us out the technical deficiencies. We're gonna, of course, pass the mic around, of course, but feel sorry for Miley, says Graham. Well, actually, he's not playing, so that could be it. That's the one player that he's resting. The substitute now for Newcastle United: Ramsdale, Wissa, Ilanga, Willock, Murphy, Ramsey, Shahar.
Alex Murphy on the bench.
Neve and Miley. Let me tell you something. I'm saying it now. We're probably going to beat Wolves with this lineup, Nibala.
So he's rested Miley. Miley can come back in for trips on Tuesday.
That's one player, man.
We're setting coming for Walter Mortar. That's good. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
That's insane, man. But we got past the conch, so
Yeah.
let's see what Michael there.
All right, yeah.
Michael, how are you, mate?
Yeah, doing well, buddy. Thank you very much.
Happy to meet your idols, mighty win.
Yeah, honestly, mate, it's the best day of my life. I watched the Carabao Cup win, but meeting win in person. Oh, it's a new level.
So what do you think of the lineup then?
To be honest,
We arrest nobody, man.
yeah, it's a little bit of a surprise. I mean, Trippier being in there after, he hasn't exactly looked great since coming on. It is a little bit of a worry, but you do need that rotation in there. It's a worry that there isn't too much rotation. It kind of makes me think that against PSV we're going to play a bit of a weakened team, and we've maybe identified that competition as one where maybe not already through, but 1 point gets us into the playoff round, while in the Premier League you need to win every game at this point, particularly one like this. So it is a worry, but I can't see us making more changes in midweek.
Yeah, but I think that's the issue, because I think the PSV game is a must-win if you want to continue. Because if not, then you got to beat PSG away, and then you really start to. It's not looking great. So I think it's a gamble, but maybe his gamble is win this game tonight in the first half, and then make changes. Maybe that's the.
Yeah, potentially. I think it's one of those. I think we can't overlook Wolves, and I know they're bottom of the table, but I think one of the issues teams have had against them recently is that they are underestimating them, and they're underestimating one player in particular, and that's Matthias Mane, who I believe will be up against Kieran Trippier, which is the one reason why I was thinking maybe Trippier might have started against PSV, but then again, they're going to play more of a counter-attacking style as well, so you've got to throw him in against one of them. Maybe it's a belief that Wolves are a weaker team, so a stronger team, should I say, being Premier League quality. So maybe, just maybe, that's the reason he's featuring. But the rest of the squad, I'm glad there's not a lot of rotation, because I think if you underestimate any Premier League side, they're likely to hit you. I mean, just look at the results this weekend.
Interesting. Steve says we won't win any game away with Voltemata. Well, that's a bit harsh, if I may say so. Voltemata getting a lot of criticism, but man, I don't understand it, man. More criticism than Wissa, which is insane to me.
Yeah, I think it's one of those. I think he's a really good player, but I think it's one of those where he's better with the ball at his feet. When he plays up top, we do tend to just play the ball to his head or to his chest. So it is a bit of a worry. It is one of those where we have to play to his strengths. We're not doing that at the moment. But if we can get him playing a little bit of a deeper role, the way I see it working is a bit like, and don't be wrong, the quality isn't the same as Liverpool's Firmino, Mane and Salah, where the two wingers should be ahead of Voltemada. He gets the ball into them and he plays it out wide, and then someone plays it in behind to the other winger. I think that would work really quite well, but obviously the quality isn't quite there. We're nowhere near on that level, and let's be honest, the wingers aren't exactly in the best of form outside of Harvey Barnes.
Yeah, that's true. Can't wait to see what's happening. Let's pass the mic around to the other lads in the back, because they're talking rubbish back there, talking about the weather, I think. But so we got I'm the sideline reporter, Chris the American Mag. I found some so-called Toon fans, so we shall see. What's up, Peter? Peter's rocking. This could be kind of retro. It kind of retro, but I mean, we that's not a shirt that's going to say, oh, he's been a fan for a long time. So this is just a. Timmy can vouch for it. Timmy got that off eBay, so we don't know yet. But what do you think, man? What do you think about the lineup?
To be fair, right, I think it's a good enough team to win. I was just saying there before, I think a big thing is going to be whether Barnes or Gordon, who's going to play left or right. And I think we do know, I think it's a safe bet to say that Gordon probably will be left and Barnes right. And based off what we've seen, Barnes being so dangerous on the left, and that's where he plays his best stuff. I think it's, if we don't win, you know, Eddie will come in for a lot of stick if he doesn't swap them at least during the match. So that to me will be interesting to see how that plays out. I think, to be fair to Joe Linton, I think he has done better since he came in. I thought he was really good against Man City, to be fair. You know, and obviously we lost the game, but I can see why he's kept him in. Bruno Tonali, obviously, you know, you don't want to drop Bruno. I think Tonali has been off the boil. I think I wouldn't have minded if he had put Ramsey in, to be fair, if he had dropped Tonali and just said, you know what, Ramsey's doing well. Tonali, just sit this one out, just walk from the sidelines. He'll come back in when he's ready. So that's maybe, I would say maybe that's one change where I would say maybe you could have done that.
No, I mean, you know, but I think that Tonali in a lot of ways has been criticized, overly criticized in a lot of ways. He hasn't been the player that we know he can be. But the thing is, though, he is in a position where he has to do, like as we were, I think last game we were talking about, don't expect Tonali in this midfield. I can't remember the lineup. To look good, to look pretty, because he's going to have to do a lot of work keeping the team together. That it's not going to look pretty. You know what I mean? It's going to be a lot of fight, a lot of tackle, and a lot of that. And also that was the game where we played Voltemada and Wissa together. And I said, even as well with that one, don't expect those two to just click and all of a sudden be a great game. And if they don't perform or it doesn't look good, that's it. That it doesn't work. You know what I mean? You got any time. We got Boca here, all the way from Blythe. How's the weather in Blythe, mate?
Misty. I don't know if it's the same in town as well.
Well, you got a lot of fans in the chat waiting to hear you. Oh, he's blushing already, man. He's Winnie the Pooh. He's Winnie the Pooh, baby. Winnie the Pooh. What do you think, mate?
I knew that was coming.
What do you think about the line? Hey, with his classic cardigan on. There you go, mate. What do you think about the game, the lineup?
I think it's a good lineup, to be honest. Against Wolves, we should be winning. So I think with the lineup, it's probably the strongest team he could have put out. Maybe he's apart from Miley at right back, which I kind of get why he's done that. So we've got natural players in every position now. So hopefully it's a good game, and you know, we'll go out there and show what we can do. We'll show a bit of passion. We'll push forward. You know, Pooh Bear wants to win the day, so you know we've got to go for it.
Yeah. I was thinking though. I mean, why couldn't we just? It's not throwing the game if you put Ramsey, like Peter was saying. If you even put Miley in his natural position, and then even Willock. You know, they're not that bad, and we're playing against probably the worst team in the Premier League. So Trippier on the right. Why couldn't we just do that and I guess just try to beat them? And if it's not working, then you put the big guns in the second half. Why couldn't? Because I'm worried now, but with the games to come. You know what I mean? And there's no break whatsoever. You got Brentford somewhere after 5 games, I think 4 games. So
nice. I mean, also just on that, Voltemada. Don't get us wrong, I love him, but he does struggle at times when he's up front on his own. I think away from home, we'll see. Hopefully he does the business today. But I think it is a shame he can't find that formula where both Wisser and Voltermeer can kind of work together and form that partnership and link up together, because I think Voltermeer today, they'll just get into him. I think they're going to press and they'll get tight, and when that happens, the ball doesn't stick and the ball just keeps coming back, and you're having to sort of defend a lot of the time because you're losing possession high up the pitch. And I just hope that doesn't pan out that way today. But he does seem to struggle a bit. I think when maybe he needs to get into the gym, I don't know, he needs to kind of bulk up a bit. But yeah, I think he does need players around him, Voltermeer. So today, when he gets the ball, the midfield players and Gordon and Barnes need to get close to him, so he's got an option, so we can progress the play that way.
There you go. Timmy, what do you think about the lineup, mate?
Cheers, mate. I saw today, I kind of echo what's been said already, really. I want to see Barnes on the left, but it won't be that. I think it'll be Barnes on the right to accommodate Gordon. I mean, I can't really blame with the midfield three, Eddie Howe, in that way, and that, you know, Joe Linton has done better, like you say, recently. Ramsey's done well, so it's harsh on him, but he's a good option off the bench at the moment, I suppose, for this game anyway. I think, yeah, going forward, I think the pace or the lack of pace in behind with Voltermeer on his own, we've said it a million times, well, do you know what I mean? Like, for me, he's a number 10. He's a Bergkamp. And I understand the dilemma where you haven't got somebody off the bench. Then if you play both Wisser and Voltermeer, I get that. It's difficult. But I just think when Voltermeer is on his own, he can just be muscled out of it. So, like you say, we'll see how that pans out. Yeah, I mean, we've got Trippier right back, Rest and Miley. I mean, we'll see, but like you were saying, Borky, I mean, Trippier against one of their wingers, I think, could be a problem with his lack of pace. So we'll see how that goes. But it's kind of what I expected, really, with the team sheet. The main bugbear is the whole Barnes Gordon thing. And for me, right, I wouldn't have been averse to playing either Willock on the right or even Ramsey on the right. And say to Barnes, you're the man on the left, and Gordon can come off the bench if needs be. That's my main gripe, I think.
Do you think because we've got so far up now the Premier League, and so we are in a better position than we have been, Eddie doesn't want to take a chance in this game? So is playing, I mean, basically this is his strong, you could argue with Miley at right back, but apart from that, this is the strongest team he could have put out, and he has got a lot of big coming up the next week. He's sort of thinking, if I get a win here and I get the win, the games we're expected to in the Premier League, that then gives us a chance to go for it in the Cup and not have to worry about the league so much in regards to the games we've got coming up.
See, I get that, right? And if that happens, then that's fair play. But I was saying before, I've got two main bugbears with Eddie Howe, and you know, I'll echo again how much I love him and appreciate him, but one of the bugbears is the whole Gordon Barnes thing, but the second thing is rotation. And what you're saying there, Borky, is that like that's fine if we do it that way and we win today and we do rotate in the future, but it doesn't seem to rotate enough to then compensate for the amount of games that we have coming up. Like, you go back to the Bournemouth game, the FA Cup game, for me, Alex Murphy should have been left back. And Tino, like, he came from long injury. It's like, you say to Tino, look, you've played some games recently, just have a rest. We want to rock cotton wool. But he plays and he gets injured. I know it's unlucky. I get that. You can't control everything. But, yeah, that's one of my gripes, in that I haven't got faith that Eddie Howe will just rotate enough and just take the hit and say, Alex Murphy, he might do well, he might do crap. You know what I mean? Whatever. Like, but you've got to trust your squad. So, I don't know. Like, one thing I'll just say, as well, as Eddie Howe said in the press conference, that I think he was asked about what team he'll put out in one of the games, and I think he said, I'll put a team out that is good enough to win. And it's kind of like, I think it's his way of saying, like, I need to issue in as many quote top players as I can, as opposed to, look, I've got faith in the squad. Yeah. You know, and whatever team I put out, no matter who it is set up to win the game. You know.
St. James's Park, back
I think one major concern I've got about the team is trips in regards to we've rushed back full-backs all season in regards to trying to get them back into the team. And I get that we've had major issues there, and I get why the guy's doing that. But in regards to that, we've seen what happens when new race players back. They get injured again. They pick up little niggling injuries. I just think maybe with trips, he could have took a little bit more time, especially at his age, because over the next few games we are going to really need that lad. If he does get, injured again, again, sort of in the right back position, because Hall's obviously back at left back, which is great, but he's just back from injury. We know Tino's out for a while. We just can't afford trips to get injured again. So there's that little worry there that we're rushing players back again because of the situation we're in with injuries, and that's why I think in this transfer window we do need to go out and look to buy a defender, at least one, to give Eddie a chance for the rest of the season. He's got a lot of games coming up. He's got a lot of tough games coming up in February if you look at the fixture list. And I just think he needs a little bit of support from the club in regards to we've got the money there. Let's buy the players that we need.
Trips has got to get time though now and all. That's the only thing. If you're doing play trips, you're playing Miley again. and I think we're a better team right at the minute. We're a much better team with Miley in it than we are without it. And we've got PSV on Tuesday. So is he keeping Miley for Tuesday? And Trips less of a threat. And I think even with Trips in, that team to me looks good enough. Unless he breaks out. But it wasn't the sort of injury that you're going to break down on, man.
Do you really think that Miley playing right back is more of a threat than Trippier?
Absolutely.
In what sense?
Miley in the team full stop's better than Trippier at the minute.
Yeah, might be better for the team, which is a reason enough to play him. But as far as a threat as a right back, I don't.
You get what with Trippier, you do get the free kicks.
I mean, I don't know what he's doing as a right back. You know what I mean?
I just, Trippier, he takes the corners and free kicks now and again, doesn't he? And obviously he's.
But he's been taken off those duties.
Right. But he hasn't really been in the team much lately, so maybe with him, if he is back in the team now, we get a chance on the edge of the box, he might pipe up and say, "Do you know what, I fancy this," but over the wall.
Over the wall.
Exactly. The wall. That's it.
Can't do any worse than Cher's been doing.
No, exactly. I mean, I'll take your point about Miley because he's just been unbelievable. Miley, a right back, like in everything, whether he's defending, whether he's going forwards, keeping the ball, passing, whatever. So, do you think Miley? Do you think that's what he's doing for the Champions League? You think he'll bring back Miley for right back?
Yeah. Miley and Wisser. Both back for Tuesday, I reckon. And yeah, that one's not plugged in.
Hold on, we'll get this.
Oh, wait a minute there. We'll get these sorted by the time kickoff comes. There's a table up there now. Win today, and we're up to 5th. No danger, man. All the bedwetters get back under your rocks.
So much for the Eddie out, is there? The man next to us saying that not long ago.
For the last time, I said Eddie out because after the Man United game, it looked impossible. We were on 23 points, 11th place, 10 teams. You couldn't expect them all to lose when we beat Burnley. And we did beat Burnley. Hallelujah. And win again. We're up to 5th again. That's the state of the league this year. It's that good. Not that bad, that good. The gap between the top and the bottom, as we saw yesterday, is completely gone. Liverpool drawn at home to Burnley. No easy games in the Prem. Forest holding Arsenal. No easy games in the Prem. Man United beating Man City. Top 3, none of them won. There you go. That's how good the Prem is. Not how bad it is, how good it is. Is that a case for PSR working? There's an argument, I suppose. But you still look at the top three and say, who are they? And it's the teams with money. And then we've got Man City again, talking in the window, going and getting Gee, and they are getting these players at the right price. If we were to go in, and we would be in for Gee, because we've been in for him the last 2 windows, but if we go in for Gee now, we're not going to get him because Man City want him. Dead simple.
I think just to butt in there.
Let's not change the narrative in regards to this. You said, I'm Eddie Howe now. And we've just had another little King's speech there from you saying, no, I changed my mind. No, on that video, I very clearly said to win, take a little bit of time. Don't race you to your decision. Give yourself 24 hours. But you carried on throughout the rest of the show saying, no, I'm Eddie out now. I want Eddie out. I'm sick of him. I'm sick of this. So let's be honest with you guys. Watch the video back. There's clipped proof there, and there's proof all over. Win is Eddie out. I want Eddie out. I'm sick of him. I'm sick of this. Let's be honest with you guys. Watch the video back. There's clipped proof there, and there's proof all over. Win is Eddie out. I'm sick of him. I'm sick of this.
If we are not within 3 points of Champions League after the Christmas fixtures, which was the Burnley game, right? And after the Burnley game on the 30th, we were.
Hang on. For me, Christmas is on the 25th of December. We played Man United on the 26th, and we played Burnley there a few days later. That's not before Christmas, as you've just said again. So you're Eddie out now, as you've said. You've said you're Eddie out. Let's one there.
Christmas fixtures, plural, up to and including Burnley. And after the Burnley game, we were within 3 points of Champions League. That's all we can ask for. We need to be challenging the Champions League. Dead simple. What do you say, Michael?
Is this one sort of working all right? Yeah. Oh, good. I heard it before, but I didn't know if it came through. I think just to go back on the point of top three, I mean, let's be honest, Aston Villa are in there. And I think Aston Villa are one of those teams where you're looking at it and going, they've had a better team than us when they started their journey not long after us. But I think it's also one of those where Aston Villa are just, they've spent a lot better than what we have. They've sold a lot better than what we have. And unfortunately, we've made some mistakes. Does that mean we're in a bad position? No, we're certainly, we're a lot better than what I thought we would be. After a few years, I'll be completely honest, I didn't think we'd make Champions League for 2-3 seasons. So overspending early on maybe a little bit, but I think at the end of the day, I think we've done pretty well. I think it's going to be one of those where...
The mighty flip-flop.
Look at the camera.
I'm tightening to the mic, that's why.
That's right, man. Hey, Wayne, we don't need tech lessons from you, man.
I think it's one of those...
You do.
But yeah, I think it's just one of those. Villa are in a very different position to what we are, and I think it's the reason a lot of people are annoyed is because we've been in the same position as what they were. The only difference was maybe they sold Jack Grealish just beforehand, and let's be honest, we've sold Nout.
That's the best thing when you've done all day. Pass the mic, man, which is good. Smash the like button, folks. Don't forget to subscribe. Thank you for being live. We got 300 people watching at the moment. And Ian Fleming, can someone tell Win we don't play on Tuesday? Oh, he got knocked. Win, we don't play on Tuesday, man. We play Wednesday. Did you not know that? Well, you're a Man U fan anyway, so you let us know when Man U play. It's in our DNA to rush back any player and then go sick again for months, says Brian Penny. Maybe like we're not resting players, or we don't. As far as injuries is concerned, I guess we bring them in too quickly. Maybe that's his point. Shout out to everybody in the chat right now. Appreciate all of you. Trying to sort the mic. Fabian Hunter says, no worries, Chris. Audio is still better than at the average NUFC press comes. So thank you, man. Appreciate that. A lot going on, of course. I had my mic. To be honest, I have to take the L right there because I had a proper mic set up for everybody, and it just Unfortunately, I left it. I forgot it home, which is I just have to take. I'll take it. I'll take it in the chin, but I forgot it. But anyway, we're trying to get sorted here. We are live in Newcastle upon Tyne, baby. We're in posh Gosforth right now. So there you go. Got lads in the back. What are you drinking, mate? All right, fucking hell, 'cause that kind of looked like that crap. Oh my God, man, that is criminal, man. But that's the lineup. The lineup for Newcastle tonight, ladies and gents: Pope, Trippier, Hall, Botman, Joe Linton, Tonali, Gordon, Barnes, Chow, Voltamara, and Bruno Guimaraes. It's as strong as you can possibly get, man. I mean, obviously Miley there, not going up, but it's if we don't win tonight,
we're in trouble.
There's no chance we don't win.
Would you have maybe put Elanga in there? Just one of those games where
I would have.
We were expecting more rotation.
100%. I would have put Elanga in because, he's not great, of course, right now. But it's Wolves. That's what we gotta look at, man. And I'm not trying to underestimate Wolves, but it's Wolves. Yeah. I mean, surely he can play against Wolves. Surely.
So? I think it's one of those where, let's be honest, they're not exactly a team of immense quality. But there are danger players there, and I think just noticing those dangers and sort of playing our style of football, let's be honest, not to sound arrogant here, but we are Newcastle United. We are a Champions League team.
That's right, baby.
We should be playing our way, and teams should be thinking, how do we
hear that,
deal with Newcastle?
We are Newcastle United. We are a bigger team. You hear that?
Just in case anyone here didn't know that.
yeah, right then. So why you want to play, the best possible 11 against Wolves? And Wolves are playing right now with Jose. Hold on. Where's the defense? Oh, Jose Sa is the goalkeeper. Mosquera, Santiago Bueno, Krejci, whatever his name is. Whatever his mom named him, that's what we want to name him. Cha, whatever, on the side. Andre, Joao Gomez, Mane, Hugo Bueno, or who was it? I can't see the last names. Arokodare, and then Wang Hee-chan, who is the proper player. But other than that, come on, Wayne. What are you on about, man?
Wang's got a great record against Newcastle, hasn't
he?
I don't think he does anything against any other team except Newcastle United. But I will say, you look at that Wolves lineup. I didn't hear Mateus Mane there.
Mateus Mane, yeah. I said my name, but yeah, Mateus Mane.
It might be one I just missed. I was sort of thinking there. But I was actually going to say, if he's not playing, then realistically the danger man's gone. But I think it's one of those, they do have Brazil internationals in there. They do have, some decent players. But at the end of the day, you look at the two sides, and Newcastle United should be getting a result against Wolves 99 out of, maybe not 99, but 90 out of 100 times. What? And I don't think that changes with any lineup that we put out.
Compliment. Well, this is so-called friends talking behind my back. You know what I mean? But, I'm surprised, still surprised that Strand Larson is not playing. But here you go, man. Here's your brick. Well, Strand Larson not playing. I said we should go get Strand Larson just to be a backup, just to be a,
How much money would that cost for?
Oh, it's costing 20 now. Probably 2015. Not paying the whatever they wanted, like 40, 50 something. But he wouldn't be. He's not a bad. That's the thing, though. People always go on these highs and lows. Like he didn't just become a bad center forward all of a sudden. You know what I mean? We wanted him for a reason. So it's a backup to the backup. Oh, Tim's got an issue. Hold on, Tim.
I think he's a good player in isolation, but I wonder about his pace. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure if he's what we would need. He's got none. Yeah, exactly. He's got none. He's got no pace. So, he's a good striker, but I think we'd kind of be back to where you're getting the ball forward and the opposition are pushing up. And we've got no out ball in terms of in behind. So, I'd rather go for a profile of player that is more similar to what we had before with Isak. I hate to say it, but we do miss obviously that type of player and that pace in behind, and that link-up playing. All on Wissa. Aye. So Peter's saying it feels like it's all on Wissa. And yeah, I agree. So for me, as soon as Voldemort is the spearhead, we allow the opposition to push forward 10 yards, and that's a problem. Yeah. So, yeah, I'd rather somebody of a different profile. I think our scouting network needs to be better to pick out players who can fit into a system that allows us to kind of have that pace in behind. Bit of a curveball, right? So behind every good man, so they say, there's a even better woman. And this is NUFC Talk TV, and we've got Betsy in the house. So Betsy, I'm putting you on the spot here, but we need to hear from you because you're the executive producer. So what are your thoughts on the season for Newcastle United?
I don't have an answer for that. They can't even see me. That's good. I'm Eddie in. That's all I gotta say. Well, he does good. There's some days I was telling the guys that he lets us down, but at the same time we don't know what management is behind him, and trying to pressure him into putting the players that they want to see. In other words, but he's gotten us this far, definitely. So I'm still ready in, but definitely, like we said last time, we'll wait till Christmas to see how he does the whole year.
That's the mighty win. You're a happy clapper, right? That's the mighty win type style, we'll see next Christmas and next Christmas and next Christmas. By that time, we're not good.
Do you think he lasts after the summer?
Well, they're gonna have
leaving.
They're gonna have to assess. PIF has to assess, but I don't think PIF are in that mode where they're like. I don't even think they question Eddie Howe, to be honest.
Really?
I don't even think they don't think they want to have that sacking a manager type thing, type.
Queenie's got the dark side.
Oh, she's a bedwetter now. Go on, Queenie.
Hey. There you go. Oh, help. Yeah, to be fair, I mean, I've been around the Toon and I did get quite a few opinions from people around the Toon, and they have equally echoed that they're not all happy clappers. They've said they're not happy with Eddie Howe. So I'm not just the only one that walked to the dark side. I am on the Eddie Howe crew, and I'm happy to say I am.
There you go.
Come in on this one. To me, I think everybody here thinks in the summer maybe we do need a change as manager. I don't think there's many people here who would sit here and say would definitely want Eddie here next season, and that's my point. So do you want Eddie here next season now?
Oh, you were saying in the summer?
I'm saying in the summer, I think everybody here agrees that we would need to assess the manager and potentially move on from Eddie. Yeah.
Well, let's see what happens.
But what I'm saying is, why wait till then? We've seen what's happened. Nothing's changed. Nothing's got better. Why don't we just make the call now, put our losses, and go for it?
What you're forgetting is that Eddie, from day one, has been fighting with his hands tied behind his back. In terms of PSO, everybody says, he spent 700 million. Well, that's a lie for a start, he hasn't. But anyway, he's spent 700 million. The competition that we are allegedly trying to catch up with have spent more than that.
What's the competition? The competition is Aston Villa. What's the competition? The competition is Aston Villa.
Right.
Have they spent more than us?
Chelsea, Spurs, all spent more than us.
How much Spurs have spent this summer?
I don't know what they spent this summer, but if you're talking about...
No, but we're talking about now, man. Don't try to go back to Ashley.
No.
But the takeover. We're talking about now.
Sunderland spent more than us net in the summer.
No, man, win. Come on, man. Win. You, not even you, but you don't believe that crap, man.
With that, Sunderland maybe did spend more in the summer, net spend. We're talking about spend. The point I'm making is nothing about money. What I'm talking about is a coach or a manager who hasn't changed his own tactics when we all see the failures in him. We've all seen it. And I quite like this having the mic rather than, having to shout him down.
There you go.
We've all seen that he can't do in-game tactics. That's his major flaw. We've all seen he struggles with rotation, and we've all seen that, he's a bit huffy when it comes to decisions that the club make. So we haven't seen any change in that side of it. So take money out of the consideration, take where we are in the league, take everything out of the consideration. What change has he made as a manager over the last few seasons in regards to himself? What has he developed to get better?
All I'll say is, you're saying he's sticking rigidly with his system. I'm not even arguing that, because yes, he has. He sticks with 4-3-3. He wants high intensity, high press. Why? Because it works. Because results prove it works. So that's what he wants. Now, if you're saying that's not sustainable, probably not sustainable.
But we haven't been doing it
with the squad that we've. Well, no, because in the summer he obviously decided to change and try and get away from that, and that is going to take time. Let's see what happens. You could be.
Yeah,
I do not know whether
year,
Eddie
though,
Howe
man.
has taken us as far as he can. It might well be that he has done, but we'll not know that till we get 38 games played and see where we are and what we've done this season. Because if we get another Champions League qualification and another trophy, I'll be very, very happy with Eddie Howe's tactics. Whatever he does, whether he has favourites.
The mic is like a blunt, man. You got to pass it.
Whether he has, I've got the conch. Whether he has favourites, whether he has poor in-game tactics, whether he has poor substitutions, which I all agree with. Nonetheless, he gets results.
Results. We won't care about Gavin. Fucking 70 years.
No, the thing is, I kind of agree. I mean, I'm going to be labelled the old happy clapper. Peacemaker maybe, but happy clapper tag as well, perhaps. But here's the thing. I do think it's a bit presumptuous to kind of just say here and now, we definitely need a change as manager. I think that's looking ahead too much. I think, like, I'm not going to sit here and say, like, I'm not going to deny that might not happen. That yes, we'll have to wait and see. But I do think you have to kind of see how the season pans out, see where we'll finish. At the end of the day, you look at Eddie Howe's record. Honestly, like, don't get me wrong, I've got all the same bugbears about team selection, about the Gordon thing. You know, it does my head in just as much as anyone else. Barnes should be left wing. Gordon is a prima donna. But yeah, like, if you look at the bigger picture, I just think, like, Eddie Howe's record, has he actually had a bad season? Like, are we at the stage now where our manager has won what you would class as a bad season and we just sack the manager? Like, is he not allowed to have a season where, okay, things go off the boil a little bit, but you go again? It's just, that's my argument. And obviously, it's all hypothetical because we're talking about something that hasn't happened yet. We don't know where we're going to finish. So what is a bad season? I mean, if you finish 14th, 15th, then that is kind of like, okay, we've got a problem here. You know what I mean? I'll admit, you probably have to maybe look to change then. But if it's Europa League, it's not what we want. And it might be in some people's eyes a bad season. But like I said, is that enough to sack Eddie Howe? I just think, like, I can see both sides. You'll have the other side of the argument saying, well, we want to be number one, we want to be the elite club, so you got to be cutthroat. But football being what it is, like, we know there's managers out there that on paper you think, oh, they're the man. You'll bring them in, you click your finger, and it'll be instant success. It doesn't work that way all the time. So again,
when would you sack him?
Well, like I say, if this season, if it ends and it's like 14th, 13th, if it's 10th even, like, if there's no European football, I think the board would be wise to sit down and see who else is out there and compare that to Eddie Howe.
So would you
maybe
wait till
Iviola.
end of season or till like mid of next season, or give him another whole season?
I think they should review things in the summer, but if they get European football, I think Europa League might be enough. To be honest, I know that sounds happy clappy. I know it does.
Any form of Europe's going to be enough, to be honest.
To keep his job. I just think, like you got to allow a manager to have one season where things are a bit rocky. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you're going to sack a manager every time they have a bad season, you're going to just go through a cycle of managers. You know?
You're going to end up like Spurs, aren't you?
Well, one cautionary tale is Spurs, isn't it, with Pochettino? You know, like, they were brilliant under him. And the moment they started doing poorly, they got rid of him and got the big name in, Jose Mourinho. And then they got Conte and obviously Nuno Espirito Santo in between. and they've been on a cycle ever since. And it just hasn't worked.
And even now they've brought Frank in.
And even now they brought Frank in, aye. And like you say, when I think we thought he'd be really good for Spurs, but that's not working out right now. And before you know it, you're on a merry-go-round of managers. So you've got to be cautious, and you've got to make sure that if you're going to make a change, it's definitely the right time and it's for the right manager. And I know Chris is starstruck by Zidane and all that, but I think you've got to make sure that it's the right man for the right club.
Well, I completely agree, to be honest. I think the thing is, I'm looking at the manager market now, and you were looking at it when Chelsea sacked their manager, when Man United sacked their manager, and you were looking at every single manager on that list and going, they're knackered. I don't want them at Newcastle United. So, I mean, Wynne, you've got the microphone now. If Eddie does go, who replaces him in your mind?
Well, the two names that were top of the list when we were 14th and everybody was Eddie out. Well, everybody wasn't. I wasn't.
Including you.
Not me. I said Eddie out when we were 11th. But that's by the by. Everyone was talking about Iriola coming in from Bournemouth. Look what he's done since then. Glasner getting beat off the Markhams yesterday, same as Eddie did. These names that people are going on about, and then you've got the fantasy land, Zinedine Zidane, yeah, he's going to come. And what is he going to do with our squad?
If we wanted to, Xavi Hernandez, Xavi Alonso. I'm saying, if you wanted to, what's the issue?
Because Zinedine Zidane, right? Okay, I was saying, Eddie may have taken us as far as he can go, because what Eddie is great at is developing players, bringing them on. Yeah. But when you've got a squad that's already full of quality players, is he then capable of producing the tactics to get that quality squad to produce results? I don't know that he had, because he's never been in that position.
Well, this season he has been.
Well, no, he hasn't, because we've been riddled with injuries.
Oh, my God, riddled with... You want a squad that never gets hurt. That's not going to happen. Never.
No.
So,
I want a squad where, for example, we start off without a striker, and then we're going to a period of time where we're going to need defenders. I want a squad where we've got... if you're going to get injuries, let's not all be strikers. Let's not all be defenders.
That's utopia, man.
Last season we struggled with midfield when J7 got injured, because we had Wissa to come in and Longstaff. The quality isn't there. I still think we've got the best squad we've ever had.
And do you not think that some of the injuries kind of to do with a lack of rotation at times? And you look at like Tino, for example, he's played, when he came back from injury the first time, he played something like, I think it was 8 games in 4 weeks or something. I know he didn't get injured then, but then he had a rest, and then he did get injured at some point, but then he came back. He's came back now, and then fair enough, he got 20 minutes against some other team in the league, and then he got the full game against Bournemouth, and he got injured then. I'm not saying that's purely down to Eddie Howe, but there's other instances where you've got Asula, where he was carrying the injury. And yes, he came off the bench against Fulham, I think it was, and did well. But that was while he was carrying. And lo and behold, that knock is exaggerated, and it's worse, and he's out for 3 months. Do you know what I mean? And then we're down to the bare bones. So I think his squad management, like I say, I love Eddie Howe, but I think his squad management can be questionable at times, where if a player is injured, you bite the bullet, or if they just come back from injury, you make sure that they are wrapped in cotton wool so that you have the full squad to play with.
So if we do that, and for example, last season, it cost us 1 point in the Premier League. We're not in the Champions League. 1 point. That's how important points are.
But that 1 point might have been made up by 3 points in another game where a player was fit because they were injured in that game, and actually they were fit because, you know what, we took the hit weeks before and months before, but we allowed that player to recover. Do you know, and I know it's like, you know, it's 50-50. It's a difficult one, but I think that is something that we need to improve on. And I think Eddie Howe, just like, for example, in the Bournemouth game, like, just give Alex Murphy a run out at left back.
I don't agree as much with the Alex Murphy side of things, but I will say I think with rotation it does even itself out if you've got the quality in the squad depth. That's what the summer was about, bringing in that squad depth of, you know, Ramsey, Alanga, etc. Let's be honest with them, the world light. But what it does give us is that case of you're looking at the bench and you're not seeing, oh, we're going to have to bring on Alex Murphy, or we're going to have to bring on Sean Eve, or we've got to rely on a 16-year-old Lewis Miley to be ultimately a fantastic player, but he got away with it, but we don't have to do that anymore. We've got that squad depth. Disappointing, but...
We're paying the penalty for not actually improving players that we had on the pitch rather than buying bench players like we did during the summer. So, you know, whenever we've discussed it, it's always been, oh, we've improved the squad. It's never been we've actually improved the first team. Apart from Chow, I can't think of, well, but I know for a fact that we haven't signed a single player in this summer that has actually improved the first team at all. And I had a massive argument with Gary and Win on this about Ramsey. I know. In regards to Ramsey, and I say is one position that this summer where Alanga's been a flop, which, you know, it can happen.
Agreed.
But the one place that we could have massively improved was with GS7. So, you know, rather than saying Ramsey, why didn't we spend the extra 30, 40 million and buy somebody who was actually a replacement for GS7 rather than somebody who was to sit on the bench to replace GS7 when he needed rested? And in regards to that, the thing you get with that is you get not only a new player who's good in position, but you also then get GS7 on the bench, who's an upgrade on the bench completely. Instead, what we've done is Ramsey a massive upgrade on Longstaff? I don't think he is. When you look at it now, I don't think he's a massive upgrade. But we basically bought a 4th, 5th, 6th choice player from Aston Villa to come and sit on our bench instead for £45 million. It's a hell of a strange situation where you're not trying to improve the first team. And I think that's what every top-class manager does is the maybe don't buy as many players, but you buy players that are going to improve what you've got on the pitch.
Yeah, I think it's one of those that just particularly with Ramsey, I think in the end he is the J7 replacement of he comes in and then he can play that left mid or left wing role like J7 did a little bit in that season where we finished Champions League. And I think he will be one of those that does end up improving the squad. He's still a very young well, I say very young, 23, 24, so maybe not that young, but they've still got room to improve and still room to grow. So I think it's long term it will be, but I agree short term it does look like we haven't really improved that much. When we're going to say
couple of things. You know, you said Ramsey's been brought in to replace J7, and I agree with that. And I think Ramsey was brought in to replace J7 because he was a more skillful, ball retaining type of player than what J7 is. Agreed. This is Eddie trying to evolve into a more possession-based team instead of the press. It hasn't worked, but that doesn't necessarily mean it won't work. I'm still giving him time. Would you have said, Bogey, in the summer that Ramsey was a better player than Longstaff?
I don't think there's any doubt, personally.
Well, I would have said anybody was a better player than Longstaff in the summer. But this is the difference, Win. I'm honest. I'll come out and say completely what I think. But I said in the summer that I didn't think Ramsey was a replacement for J7. And I says, why didn't we spend that extra little bit of money and buy a replacement for J7? You know, can you explain why didn't we go for better? That was the one position where we could go completely for better than what we had on the pitch in this window, and we didn't do that. We've signed a player that's not a. Sorry, I've lost concentration for completely there, but that's not a player that's sort of a massive improvement or any improvement on J7. As I say, if we spent a little bit more money, we could have got somebody miles better.
And was Alanga better than Miggy?
Howe wanted Elanga. Howe scouted Elanga for 2 years. So, you know, you've got to see on Elanga. I don't think it's comparing the same thing there, because Elanga was, if you looked at it when we signed him, a better player than Miggy. However, it hasn't proved to be true when he's got here, unfortunately. You know, what was wrote on the tin wasn't what we got. But the one thing we could have done was, if we'd looked outside the Premier League, as I say, we've signed 78% of our players we've signed have got Premier League experience under Howe. If we'd looked outside the Premier League for a central midfielder, we'd have got better value for money. We wouldn't have bought an Aston Villa reject, and would have somebody in the squad now who could be actually replacing J7. And don't get us wrong, J7's a great player, and he'd be an absolutely immense player coming in off the bench. If you've got to protect the lead in the last few minutes, he's the guy you want. You know, but he's not. He is the position in midfield where we could have upgraded.
I feel it's a bit harsh calling Ramsey an Aston Villa reject. We're very disappointed to lose him. But I agree, it's one of those where they looked at the assets they could potentially get rid of. He was up there, unfortunately. I do think he'll end up being the main replacement for J7, but I think at the same time, you're looking at Ramsey and you're looking at almost everyone bought in the summer. And let's be honest, in September we were looking at it going, you know what, that isn't a bad window at all. We've had a decent window despite the fact we've lost, you know, ultimately, I hate to say it, our best player in Alexander Isak. So I think on paper it was a good summer. Obviously we're sitting here 6 months later, and hindsight is an absolutely beautiful thing. But
2020 hindsight.
Exactly. So I mean, if you ask anyone in September, it was a decent window, would you say?
Well, I said it was decent window. I said it. Boogie keeps on pointing out that it was that we'd ended up there with the best. We'd got Ramsdale in for Dubravka.
Yep.
Langa for Miggy. Ramsey for Longstaff.
Yep.
And okay, we've got Walter Morta and Wissa for Wilson and Isak. And that to me is an overall upgrade without any doubt at all. Unfortunately, typical Newcastle, what happens? Wissa gets injured, we haven't got him available because of the Isak saga. We don't get Walter Morta until it's too late, and that's where we ended up. But again, it's Eddie fighting with his hands tied behind his back the whole time. And no, you know, everybody spent 250 million. Yeah, he spent 250 million, but he lost a 130 million pound footballer.
Just
Jamie, welcome.
Just to jump in with a super chat before Jamie gets started. Adrian Pickett, thank you very much for the £5. How are the lads and lasses? This is for Chris's next pint of Foster's. So someone be sure to get that in a little bit of line.
What do you mean before Jamie gets started? Is the expectation I'm going to go off on one? Like?
Absolutely.
Just arrived and I brought the car, so I'm probably going to be the sensible one towards the end of things. First time for everything, innit? What have I been asked? What have I been asked here?
Well, basically Eddie and Eddie. What he's done, is he good enough?
Well, I mean, today's going to be one of them days that probably provokes a reaction, because it's a bit like these two games with Burnley that we've had, where it's a bit, if you know what I mean. Just as I said, no win there, he's leaving, he must have took that literally. But the expectation here has got to be that we batter these. They're in decent form lately, but they're bottom of the league, 7 points all season, and you need a comfortable win. You don't just need a comfortable win, you need a win where you can get people off towards the end, and then keep them fresh, because we've got another massive game in midweek. So I would honestly take 1-0, 2-1 sitting here now, because that's kind of where we're at. But anything other than a win is a bit of a disaster. And it'll not be the first time we've underperformed, especially away from home.
I absolutely agree. And just to jump in there again with another super chat, fancy a change, £10. Thank you very much, my friend. Chris and Betsy, get a drink. Welcome to Newcastle. Hope you brought an umbrella. And to be honest, the amount this is paying for Chris's drink, we'll just hope we can get him back to the hotel, okay?
Are we just a front for your GoFundMe? I know, yeah. Do you want people to pay your name, Miles, next time?
Lovely stuff. We were just talking there, Eddie in, Eddie out. And actually, I mentioned just before there, I thought we had a decent summer. Wynn had the same. I've just seen a few chats in the comments there, basically saying September didn't have a good summer at all, and people thought that at the time. Obviously, I wasn't on the channel then. What did you all think about the summer when it was September? Did you think we'd improved on the players that we lost, or did you think we could have done more?
We did. We did improve, but there's two things. I think, first of all, it all happened too late because of the ESAC business.
Agreed.
And it's all a bit desperate. And what I think we need to learn from this, which I see all the time, Chelsea, each year, their revenue's double ours. Man City's is 3 times ours. We can't compete with those clubs for players. I think we'd all love to think we're an elite club, but getting in the Champions League once, twice, 5 times doesn't do it. Having turnover of 500-600 million pound a year, that's what does it. 100%. And we're getting there, but we'll never really get there without a new ground. So I think the lesson that the club needs to learn, the fans need to learn from there is, which I think you touched on before, you need to go fishing in a different pond. You need to get these players, and maybe some of these guys were that type of player, Alanga, Ramsey, where you pay around £40 million, do what you did with Isaac or what's happening with Livermental, where you turn them into a £100 million player. And unfortunately, that means there's gambles. As it stands, a couple of those gambles aren't paying off, and I think Alanga's the one that stands out, isn't he?
Agreed.
With Jacob Murphy sidelined for a little bit, he's kind of got half a chance, so let's see what happens. But I thought it was an upgrade, but first of all, it was very late on and a little bit chastening in that we had to go for those type of players when we couldn't get the Sescos. Yeah, well, I don't think, with the possible exception of Malik Chow, I don't think anybody was first choice. So there was that, but also the other thing, you were talking about Joe Linton before. There's about 4 or 5 players in that squad that have been brilliant for us that are starting to wane. And we knew with Kieran Trippier, although he's played a bit of a part this year. Absolutely. We're seeing it with Nick Pope, we're seeing it with Joe Linton, Fabian Schär, and Dan Burn to an extent, and all of those guys who've been fantastic servants for the club are potentially coming to the end of their sell-by. So you upgraded the weaker elements of the squad that we saw were obvious, but then you're maybe getting it in other places now.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those. We've got 6 players who are potentially leaving in the summer out of contract. It's going to be a massive, massive summer, and I think that's maybe the reason why we're so hesitant to bring players in now. But surely it kind of feels like you're in the position Newcastle are right now. Surely now is the time to go, right, we're going to back Eddie Howe and we're going to bring in some players. I mean, I've got no idea who it would be, but surely we've got to spend a bit of that kitty.
In January. Oh. I'm being touched.
It's not that kind of stream.
It's a tricky one, January, isn't it? But I think the way things are going at the defence, I don't know, I'm like that because Dan Burn will be back in a couple of weeks, and if he gets a player in, then he's probably not going to use him until about April. But it feels so thin on ground for the amount of games we've got. Mm-hmm. We want to have a go at the FA Cup. We're probably going to have a Champions League playoff. I think you need somebody in, don't you?
100%.
Jamie, I think me and you need to stand up just to show why Chris has got here as his bodyguards.
Okay. Let's see how this looks. Stick them up there.
You know, security sorted, lads. Security sorted.
I won't try and do anything. It's a very, very large crowd. Me and Chris, a bit on the smaller side, unfortunately. But yeah, 100%. I think it's going to be one of those. I'd be interested to see what people think in the chat. Is it something that we need to bring someone in immediately? And if we do, does anyone have any clue? Because I'm looking at that market and I'm thinking every single player that's going to be there wins. Just brought me a pint. Thank you very much, buddy. But it's one of those where, let's be honest, anybody that we bring in is a massive risk in that January window because it's going to cost an absolute fortune. The only one we've seen any actual figures for is Charlie Cresswell, 15 million apparently, but Matt Targett is the one that's let's be honest, coming back. We're gonna see what he can do, but I'd be interested to get someone's thoughts. Matt Targett coming back to Newcastle. Does anyone have any specific thoughts on Target's return and how big of an impact do you think he'll be in the squad?
You can tell how professional we'll be in the team.
Yeah, I had to ramble a little bit there.
In regards to Target, I thought it was a no-brainer bringing him back, but I believe that it's now the time to bring him back to run out. We only had till Friday of this week, and that was the extended timeline, and it hasn't happened. So in my view, we've missed out on something easy there. Surely we're paying half his wage anyway.
Yeah.
It would have cost we're next to nothing to bring him back. I know he would be huffed. At the end of the day, he's looking for a new contract at the end of the season anyway.
Yeah.
So in regards to that, where's the problem in bringing him back? You know, it just makes complete sense in that the place we're struggling is defence. We've got a Premier League proven defender out there. Why haven't we brought him back?
Yeah, it's a worrying one, isn't it? Because I know he's on 100 grand a week. He's doing well at Middlesbrough. Apparently, he doesn't want to return because, let's be honest, it'll be because minutes are a bit of an issue. And just while I cut myself off, I'm just going to go back to another super chat that we've seen there. Benjamin Marvin, thank you very much for the $489. Surely we get 3 points today. Yug Kane Mane makes me nervous. Completely agree with you there, son. Great to see you all gathered in the church basement. Yeah, we've been brought somewhere. I mean, it's quite nice. The drinks are cheap. And hopefully the party's lasting until the end of the night after a good 3 points here tonight. But back into the Matt Target situation, as we were saying, I think it's one of those where 100 grand a week, you're looking at him going, look, we realistically need to get rid. But it's one of those where short term, we don't really have much. We don't have much depth for Lewis Hall. We don't really know where we're going to be in 2 weeks defensively. Dan Burn could come back, or it could decide that his lung just can't handle it. And we're really taking a risk by not bringing anyone in. 25 million there. Do you think that's enough to bring in a centre-back, Bogey?
I don't think it's enough to buy anything these days, is it? We could probably buy a new chef for the kitchen or something. But 25 million, I don't get why they're saying that. Surely enough, we've obviously got money in the summer. The age of our defence at the minute, we need players anyway in the summer. Fair enough, we'll maybe play a little bit extra for them at this point.
Yeah.
But why not just put the little bit more money into from the summer transfer window, and let them get a half-decent defender in, which we're desperate for basically at the minute.
100%.
We need sort of cover. So, bring forward let's be honest, Trips isn't going to be here next season.
True.
Sure, it's looking doubtful in regards to his recovery. Yeah. Lascelles, I don't know why the hell we give him a new contract in the first place, because, if somebody can't play, what the hell's the point in them having them?
Absolutely.
So, Burns is getting older. Burns probably be here next season because, he's a Geordie lad and he is still performing at a level at centre-back.
Yeah.
But in regards to that, we now know we need at least a right-back, centre-back and a left-back in the summer.
Yeah.
So why not just put a little bit of money into it now and buy one of those players at this point and give Eddie a chance for the rest of the season? Yeah. Remember, I'm still in 4 cups. Let's not be down on anything. I know the Man City one's a massive thing, but we're still in all 4 cups. So
True.
Give Eddie the things that the resources he needs to move forward.
Do you think it's going to be one of those where we're currently sitting here and we're going, we need to give Eddie the money? Do you think the reason they're potentially not doing that is because they don't think he'll be here beyond this summer? I know you're very hopeful of that.
To be fair, before a game, I'm not going to call Eddie out because I'm a little bit more critical than I would normally be the day before a game. But in regards to that, there probably is a little bit of truth in that. Maybe as the club are just waiting to see where we go with the transfer with the season. And in regards to that, you never know as well. Tuchel's going to be gone from England probably in the summer. Is the perfect scenario for Newcastle, Howe, and everybody else that England come in for Howe, we get a bit of compensation, he moves on to England, and we get an elite manager in.
Mboki gets his way at the end. Thank you, Tony T, for the super chat. Says, have you had a fight yet to see who's the hardest?
I'd lose that, I'll tell you that.
Well, I'll tell you, Win has been awful nice to me as I've landed here, so he doesn't want any problems with me. He knows I'll touch him up. Where's Win at, by the way? He's been playing hooky ever since we got people here. Now he's one. I know. Man.
Seventh time of the hour.
Taxation, baby. No taxation without representation. That's what the That's what y'all be saying. We got where's Win at? Oh, he's going to. Oh, okay. There you go. We got a few minutes before the game, folks. Smash that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Thank you for all the super chats. Appreciate all your help. Of course, it's been a lovely time. Is Chris only 4'6" tall? No, man. I'm actually about 5'7" or 5'8", something like that. But these guys are giants, man. Yeah. These guys are giants.
Even at 5'10", I feel very, very emasculated and very small. Man. I'm not used to this kind of feeling.
Unbelievable. We got the wonderful Susie behind us. Susie. Hey, we got a lot of people from Blythe now. Boki's from Blythe.
We're taking over.
Michael's from Blythe, or living in Blythe. And Susie. Susie, you Blythe? You represent Blythe? What part of the tune you from? Come on. Get nearer the mic,
in
Chris.
Denial.
Yeah, she doesn't want to claim people from Blythe. Of course, Jamie from Posh Gospel.
Ooh.
There you go. There's Jamie. Another 6'4" giant. Unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable stuff, man.
It's like we've set up for an old school photo. The tall lads at the back and the short ones at the front.
I know. So what are the match predictions then? What do we think?
And I'll kick off and I'll send it round. I think we're going to win 2-0. I think it's going to be pretty comfortable in the end. But I will say it is going to be one of those where I think we start quite slowly and people start complaining because we haven't scored within the first 10 minutes. But who wants to go next? You want to go?
Yeah. With that lineup, I'll take a draw happily because with Wolves, they can take it to us. So more than happy for a draw. Content with a draw.
I think with a draw, even with that, the knives will be out a little bit. I think really we need to win this one if we want to be serious about getting at least top 5 anyway. So what do I think will happen? Maybe a 2-1 win. I can't sit and say, even though I should be really, I can't sit here and say I'm 100% confident. I think with our defensive record lately, I think Wolves will score. So I'll say 2-1. We should have enough. Well, we'll see. Bogey?
I don't think it's going to be as easy as everybody thinks. Wolves have been on a canny little run at home at the minute. They've just started one. But in regards to it, with a better team, we've got better players. I think a comfortable 2-3-0 win could be the case. On the other hand, if we don't score in the first half, it could be an absolute nightmare forward in the second half. So it's a really difficult one, but I think we should win.
It is pouring down in Wolverhampton, ladies and gents. Imagine the only one could have gone is you. Do you want to thank me or what?
Well, I would not go there anyway. That is probably the worst away trip in the Premier League.
Why?
2 reasons. First of all, the way the away end's laid out, it's very long and narrow, and the atmosphere isn't very good. And secondly, it's nothing like you find in Newcastle for the away fans where they can visit all the bars. It's one of those places where they just will not let away fans in. You're about as welcome as a fart in an astronaut suit in the pubs of Wolverhampton. So it's a pretty awful, depressing place. That what you saw there, that rain floating down, at least it'll clean it a little bit. So
68 pubs, only 2 for Newcastle.
You know what? I don't think you even get those 2 as of the last couple of years. So from an away tripper's point of view, I'm very, very pleased that they seem to be heading for the championship.
Oh my!
The only slight concern I've got is that they'll maybe replaced by Middlesbrough, which is worse.
Apologies, so he's been done by a black country lass, so that's why he's a bit upset.
Look at the little one crying.
But neither here nor. So what are predictions? What do you think?
Well, I went public.
Hold on, time out.
I went public.
Thinking too hard, man. It's Wolves.
I went public saying this, right? Saying we could go 5th if we win has the same effect on the Newcastle dressing room as passing a bottle of whiskey around. Every time we're that close to it, we find that absolutely appalling performance. And just looking at that weather there, that's maybe made us worry slightly because we're the better team and the better team. I still think we'll do it, but I don't think it'll be convincing. I think it'll be 1-0, 2-1. And I think to that end, we'll expend more energy than we'd really like to with PSV on Wednesday night.
Wolves fans are going to love you like Jimmy, aren't they? I'd say 2-1 Newcastle. It will be a tough one. I think it could be a pretty lively game with the weather like that. I think Ramsey could be a miss, to be honest. I'm thinking about it. I think Joe Linton, I love him. I think at home, he can get away with more. Whereas away from home, the crowd are on him. You know what he's like. He's like the enforcer. So I think like away from home, he's got to be careful and he's just got to like rein it in a little bit. We'll see. I think, obviously away from home has been a bit of a problem this season for Newcastle. I just hope they can show up this season and show that like that we can do it away at the likes of Wolves. Like we didn't do at West Ham away and Brentford away. We need to show now we're going to do the nitty gritty away from St James's Park. So I'll say 2-1 Newcastle.
Just a second, Chris. Derek's actually pointing out that the weather.
This is your local weatherman, and according to BBC Weather, the wind's only 5 miles an hour.
That's not what we saw.
Precipitation 10%.
The eye test.
We're getting all the sort of.
We're going to let the ladies put their score predictions in.
Way high.
That's it.
I'll let you go first.
I'm going to go 2-0.
2-0? Okay. What do you think we'll score?
Don't know.
What's yours, Betsy?
Go on.
1-1.
1-1. Yeah. Betsy's the realist out of everyone here.
I bought my prediction thing, so maybe I'm not right. But
I think there's a lot of on Wissa.
Yeah.
Voltemada, sorry, because without Wissa, like I said earlier, we need to get players around Voltemada and support them.
If there was ever a game where, you think Voltemada might be able to help us control the game away from home, it has to be Wolves. Doesn't it? Molyneux, let's be honest, you're going to expect to have a bit more of the ball. Hopefully, you can get on the ball a little bit deeper and knock it out to the wide players, and we can actually start causing some problems in those areas, rather than what we've seen in away performances so far.
I think as well, everyone should, in the chat and everything, should make the most to win, because he'll probably be away at half time because he doesn't do a full game nowadays.
He has a mental breakdown if he doesn't have a bite. And by
He's
the
got
way,
to get back here for the post-match, hasn't he? So
what you just heard from Wayne talking about the weather proves his football takes. He's listening to stats, looking at stats, reading stats out, as opposed to just watching what's happening. He's like, it's neat, it's not bad, man, not bad. We are looking at Wolves fans wanting to leave because they're knackered.
Well, the one thing that affects a football match is wind.
And by the way,
it's a leveler or a waterlogged pitch. 10% and 5 mile an hour.
Who did we play? Who have we just played? Man City, right? No, the Bournemouth game. The weather was unbelievably bad.
Oh, it was cold.
So that's why I just want to praise Jamie, because he stayed there. He had a good shot. He's a proper fan. He did the job. He got the job done. Proper. Yeah, exactly, man. You know what I mean? I praise those proper. That's what people need. People like that need to be season ticket holders, like Jamie, just staying in there, fighting for the Toon. Other fans that leave early, they're knackered. I don't think anybody here that going to the match. What's that? What are you laughing, man? Why
did I leave early?
Guilty smile.
To get back for the reaction.
Guilty smile.
You know what I mean.
Guilty.
You can't have a cab in St James's Park at all. I'm just saying you can't have a cigarette in St James's Park. So I reckon that would have been a factor in your decision, that you hadn't had a chance to smoke.
That's exactly what happened.
If only you're getting elected, eh?
Absolutely, because what I normally do is watch the last 5 minutes on the screen in the lower concourse, and then I can run out and get the front of the taxi queue to get back for the reaction. Unfortunately, when we had the free kick outside the area and we blew that, they were on the attack, and it was already on 97 minutes. I thought, well, that's it. So I just headed for the taxi, and they wouldn't let us back in. The bastards.
Yeah, no, yeah, but it's a different thing.
What a poor fan, eh, lads? Come on, if you got a ticket for the match, how many fans would leave early? None. You've got to stay till the end. You know, you're a plastic fan. Don't stay till the end.
And I'll be staying till the end from now on, so you won't see me on the match reaction anymore. There you go.
Well, that's a win-win, isn't it? So, let's be honest. The game's underway. I don't know if the lads are going to take over.
No, listen, we're just reacting. You know, we're just a bunch of knockass together. Whatever that means. I'm just saying stuff. I'm sure that somebody told me that's a compliment, so I'll just...
We'll say anyone expecting Gary's usual brilliance. Unfortunately, you are locked in with me.
Away the lads.
Newcastle playing around the back early doors, pretty much as you would expect. Just getting a feel for the ball, get everyone a touch. Sort of getting it down the left-hand side. Poor touch by Tonali's pretty much gave the ball straight back to Wolves, who have returned it in kind into Voltamada, into Lewis Hall, into the centre mid, and unfortunately cleared away by Wolves. But they can't get a touch on the ball, and it goes straight back to Newcastle in that back line.
Wait, so... Oh, okay. That's Chow. They didn't...
Yeah. We haven't got the kindest picture here, will be said, so you're not going to get the usual from Gary of this is Malik Chow on the ball, this is Trippier, but pretty comfortable here from Newcastle in the back line. If anyone expected Wolves to press us from the off, doesn't really look like it's happening. They might all of a sudden pick up. Obviously, they've got Wangi Chan up top, who is more known for his pressing game than his actual ability on the ball, but again, just comfortable on the ball at the back. Not a lot going on at all, really, Chris, is there?
Oh, I'm just watching. We're all reacting to it live as we speak. It's not your typical match commentary. We're just doing a proper watch along.
I'll try.
Eddie Howe, knock it on the left sideline.
Ball went straight out.
Oh, what does that? All of that mean, by the way? Like, I'm just saying, man. Come on, Tonali. Get in, go. Come on, Voltamada. There we go. Bruno Guimaraes, Voltamada now.
Great bit of
to
play in
J7.
midfield here. Lewis Hall whips the ball in.
Oh! Oh!
Almost got to the back post there to Harvey Barnes, but the Wolves defender knocks it out for a corner. First set piece of the game goes to Newcastle, and we're seeing a little bit of pressure early on from Newcastle, but let's be honest, it's kind of what we expected. Lewis Hall to take the corner for Newcastle United. Players lining up at the back post, as we do see very regularly. Is one going to drop off into the centre, or are they going to move straight forward as we normally see? Whipped in towards the back post, and it's hit a Joe Linton that didn't really know the ball was there, and it's gone out for what looks to be a Wolves goal kick. Yes, a Wolves goal kick. 3 minutes in, Newcastle had most of the ball, looking like the better team.
At the Molyneux. Is this the Middlesbrough manager?
Yes,
that was.
Rob Edwards,
that once was.
Not exactly done a great job since he's came in, but let's be honest, that was the job that nobody wanted.
No. That's true. Jose Sa.
Don't know what's happened to him in the last few years. He used to be a very, very capable goalkeeper. Dropped off and making a lot of mistakes now. Hopefully Newcastle can put him under pressure. Wolves on the ball now, out wide. Lewis Hall got a chance to close him down, but not really all too much happening. Very slow play from Wolves. They're knocking it back. Santi Bueno on the ball, now into Krejci. Oh, nice little flick when the ball's gone forward, but he's offside. Everything that maybe you would have expected. First ball into a dangerous area for Wolves, and the big strike at number 14. He's a little bit offside, but it's very tight. You can get an idea of what Wolves are going to try and do there, because that ball did create space for them on that left-hand side of Newcastle's.
Come on, Sandro.
Let's see, Malik Chow on the ball now for Newcastle into Botman. Very slow and methodical from Newcastle. J7 places a misplaced pass, but Trippier picks that up quite nicely. In fact, that was Malik Chow, sorry. Now the ball's into Trippier's feet. Again, though, slow and steady from
Hey,
Newcastle.
Win,
Not a lot going
what
on.
balls are you pissing, man? What are you on about back there, man? Oh,
Pep
my
ball
God.
for
Pep
Newcastle
Ball just
United.
won everything in football, but never mind.
That's a very
So we
good
got
point.
one player. That's what you're saying? Come on, man. Straightforward, man. That's tough finding around.
It's very, very passing around the back.
Malik
Win
Chow.
screaming for us to take it. Bruno Gimenez, we're going to play it from right to left. Into Joe Linton on the left-hand side. Played in behind Lewis Hall. Great movement here.
Okay,
It's into the back post.
Oh,
and it's
Harvey Barnes.
the Wolves, nobody could get onto it at the back post for Newcastle's side. Wolves have stopped it going out for a set piece. And they're just playing around the back here now, but Newcastle applying a little bit of pressure. Ball's whisked out. Joe Linton wins the header into Trippier. Lost out there to Matthias Mane. He's gone down. Referees gave a free kick to Newcastle there. Trippier got a knock on the angle. Just going to slow things down a little bit there. Bit of a feisty start to the game. But Newcastle looking the better side in the opening stages. Great little play there as well, as we mentioned there. Joe Linton into Lewis Hall. Just couldn't get on the back of the ball there at the back post. It's far too far ahead from Voltemada. The only hope we had was getting it in the back post. It does hit Barnes, so it wouldn't have gone out for a corner. Maybe should have done better there, Barnes.
Well, there's Trippier again on set pieces. That would have been a good opportunity. What if he tried to shoot? But again, we don't know.
I think I'd sell him now if he tried to shoot. Taking short into Tonali, back to Trippier, back to Tonali.
Get it in there,
it's like
man.
a tennis game. In the mixer as the screams go, headed high, and cleared by Wolves. No one there really for Newcastle in and around that yard box. Headed down, and nobody around to knock it into the back of the net. But Newcastle retain possession into J7. Unfortunately, his touch under pressure is poor, and Wolves now come away on the counter with Wang Yi-chan. Into Mane on the left-hand side. He's looking to cut inside, but plays it outside. On the wing now are Wolves. They don't really look too dangerous. They're looking to hold things up, try and find a bit of space, but Barnes and Trippier seem to have it covered as it stands. Played back. Early cross in there. It's in deep.
There you go.
Cleared by Newcastle. Wolves going to try again from the other side. And it is a dreadful cross. We've seen plenty of them as Newcastle fans. And it goes straight out for a goal kick to Newcastle. Nice little headed clearance there from Lewis Hall, but... Nice little ball. Newcastle going to play it out from the back again here. Pep football, as Win mentioned earlier.
Yeah. My lasses hurt her back, so I've got to be...
It's one of those Newcastle just holding on to the ball a little bit. In the third kit, not a lot really going on, just very slow, methodical play. Trying to get into Bruno, trying to create a little bit of space. But it is slow, it's a little bit tedious. I'm not distracted at all by the camera on my face. I'm not used to that. Into Voltemada on the edge of the box, into Sandro Tonali. Oh, and he's lost the ball out of the Wolves player there. Newcastle trying to be too intricate in and around the box. And that is going to probably be a yellow card for Lewis Hall, or he might get... Looks like it's going to be just a warning. But Lewis Hall slid in there. Wasn't the greatest challenge, but it wasn't too bad, to be honest. He's got away with it a little bit. 50-50 sort of ball. Does okay in the end. But it is a Wolves free kick.
Michael, at times you don't mind things like that, though, do you? Because it broke up their pattern of play. They were going to attack forward, and he sort of took one for the team a little bit. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, the fact he wasn't yellow carded for it is great for us, because how many times do you see Newcastle in particular do that? In the first foul, yellow card. Teams do it against us 6 or 7 times, and you're going, where is the yellow card? So very good.
That's what Pete and Tim have been going on about for ages. We've lost we seem to have lost the dark arts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, there's a foul.
Free kick for
All day long.
Newcastle there, following on from the Wolves free kick. Played into the box, straight in Newcastle head. Joe Linton got it to feet, and a quick free kick is taken. Newcastle again going to play it around the back to try and build up that play.
One thing I just want to see today, by the way, is I want to see Tonali, when he's in the final third, test the keeper more.
Yeah,
we hear all about
agree.
Tonali's strong shot, and obviously he's a quality player, but he gets forward a lot, doesn't he, Tonali? But he gets in these positions where he doesn't always test the keeper or have that final pass. And to be fair to Bruno, I think Bruno does have that final pass or that final shot, and I want to see more of that from Tonali. And this is a perfect game to do that in.
Yeah, 100%. I think Sandro Tonali is one of those. He's been breaking the lines a bit more recently, but realistically, the goal output hasn't been what we've been expecting. And to be honest, I think we're seeing here he's kind of playing a bit more of a deeper role, but Wolves are starting to press Newcastle a bit more now. 4 or 5 players in that Wolverhampton press.
See, and by the way, that's the example there, Voltemada, right? The ball goes up to him, you've got 2 centre-backs over him, and it might have been a foul, but, you know, we'll lose the ball because he isn't strong enough to have the kind of dark arts, if you like, or the nous to keep the ball. And that passage there we've just seen there with Voltemada, the ball went up to him, and it's a prime example as to why I think he struggles at times as the focal point up front.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's one of those, if the ball's not going into his feet and coming out pretty much first time, he does struggle to hold it up, and Newcastle do end up turning over possession quite a lot. Wolves have it now on the left-hand side with Bueno. Barnes pressing quite nicely. They're going to switch the play there into the right winger. Nice little ball towards the box, but J7 presses well. And Newcastle retain possession. Tonali heads it out. But Newcastle need to get out. They're sitting a bit too deep. Voltemada not leading that press like we'd like to see. And Wolves are just going to do a bit of what Newcastle have been doing and pass it around to the back a little bit. Retain a bit of possession. They've only had 20% so far in the game.
Just keep it there for people to react.
Man, knackered, man.
Neon wants to co-commentate with Michael at this period in time. So they're all giving away the microphone. But I will do my best to do my best Gary impression and give you the best commentary we can. But Wolves here knocked a long ball forward from Plassenau back to front. Lewis Hold as well, but he loses out in the resultant 50-50. Wolves breaking here, ball in the box, and it's well cleared by Sven Botman, but Wolves can recycle the play into midfield. Newcastle not pressing at all. Lofted ball into the box, little flick, well dealt with by Malik Chow. Lewis Holt to play it out for Newcastle into Bruno Gomares. He's got a bit of space now, Bruno. What can he do? He's holding onto it a bit too long for my liking. Not enough urgency from Newcastle there. But Trippier, of all people on the overlap, with a bit of pace. Whipped in by Harvey Barnes. Oh, what a chance for Newcastle United. And Nick Voltemada has missed the ball completely by the looks of it.
Just want to say, Michael, like, that was quality from Barnes hitting his first time. Like, you don't see enough these days in Premier League in general, really.
Yeah,
he gets the ball back from Trippier. He doesn't take a touch. He knows Voltemada's in the box.
Yeah,
whips it in.
Should do better. It's great from Trippier and Barnes. Voltemada gets a head on the ball, but it is such a flimsy touch that it just goes out and doesn't trouble the keeper at all there.
Michael, just with that, I don't know, with Voltemada, he just doesn't seem to have that couple of seconds of extra pace when he gets into the box. So for a chance like that, hasn't got that little bit of pace that gets him to the ball.
Yeah, I think that's the difference between the Bundesliga.
It's not even a couple of seconds, it's half a second. It's that instinct. That's which Wissa would have had.
I don't think Wissa gets anywhere near that, to be fair. Wissa's movement's certainly better, but he definitely wouldn't have had the height for it to get on.
Just saying.
The Wolves in possession now, playing around the back a bit.
I'd maybe agree with that to an extent, because from what little we've seen, these look terrible at the back. And whenever this ball's going in the box, they look like they could. There's a couple of times they've nearly scored own goals. I wouldn't I might stick a tenner on own goal being the opening goal scorer.
It's not a bad shout at all.
But you want the player who's going to be on the penalty spot waiting for the loose ball to knock it in, and Voldemort doesn't have that instinct, whereas Wissa does.
But first of all, do you think Wissa even wins that position against the defender? Because he clearly got the position, he just didn't connect.
Wissa hasn't been great so far forward all, but I think he is more of an instinctive striker, so potentially as an instinctive striker he would have been there, whereas Voldemort is more of a sort of a tactical player, a link-up and tactical player.
Yeah, completely.
Absolutely, that's what I'm saying. Walter Mora is not a number 9 fox in the box. Wissa is, and that's the difference.
Yeah, one of those neither striker really seems to be able to finish
Kieran Trippier over the wall. Kieran Trippier over the wall.
Now, for those listening, you can tell Newcastle have a free kick in a very dangerous position. Kieran Trippier and Lewis Hall standing over it.
But we're getting 3 super chats.
Looks like Hall's going to whip it. Nope, he lays it off to Trippier. And it's a header. Oh, it's over the bar. And it's another chance where Nick Voldemort probably should have done a little bit better. The ball might be a little bit behind him. Hall, little back heel. Trippier with a great cross. And Voldemort just heads over the ball. Heavily pressed, heavily marked as a player, giving him a cuddle. But
the food's
good
arrived
chance there from Newcastle. And honestly, good play once again from the set piece. Not that long ago, we were sitting here going, what's Martin Mark doing from these set pieces? Honestly, it looks like the most dangerous avenue at the moment. Wolves on the ball here on the left-hand side. Playing it back. Little triangles in the centre. Trippier's demanding more of the rest of the team, but the ball's played in behind him. Mateus Mane whips it back, and it's well done by Nick Pope to smother the ball there. Trippier came out to try and press. Few players didn't seem to communicate that well. Mateus Mane in behind, Botman trying to cover. Mane gets a first-time cross in. Pope smothers before it can get to the striker. Great play. And Nick Pope actually plays one of the best passes I've ever seen him to it into the right-hand side.
Hey, get out of the way! So Wynn got some Fosters here. You got to buy another one of these and throw them both in the trash. Listen.
Newcastle have on the left side, pulled back. Sandro That's a poor touch, and it goes straight out for a goal kick. A little bit of a nudge in the back there at Tonali. Lewis Hull did well to get it down on the left-hand side, get the cross in. Well, he played it to Gordon, should I say, who put in the cross. But a little bit of a nudge in the back at Tonali. You wanted to do a little bit better there.
17 minutes underway, ladies and gents. Newcastle 0, Wolves 0. And it is coming down. What? Oh, thank you.
I would argue Newcastle maybe
pizza.
Had the better of the play so far, but not a lot separating the two teams.
No, that's not. Yeah, it's just a 0-0 balanced game, but it feels like Newcastle's got more of a, What the?
Sorry,
wait.
would you like to repeat that?
What'd you say? What the?
I'm both full of pizza, but Newcastle are on top.
I think Wayne was speaking Geordie then. I couldn't understand anything.
Newcastle just playing around the back, trying to keep possession, trying to force an opening. Force an opening in a very light way, should we say. Into Tonali, into midfield, back to Trippier. We're going to keep playing these little balls back in the line. We saw with Man City against Man United. You keep passing it back, it's not going to do a lot. But there's a good ball in behind there to Anthony Gordon.
Oh, hey,
who beats
look
his
at
man
that proper.
through the legs.
Get it in.
But the cross hits the first man.
Proves that what one, Gus. Fucking. Oh my God, that's a foul.
Wolves now on the break, but there's 6 Newcastle players to one
he's
Wolves
gonna he's gonna call that foul though.
And to be honest, it's Nick Pope that needs to get the ball to his feet.
If he went down, that would have been a foul.
Mosquera was the one breaking forward there. And you're thinking the centre-back's out of position, break forward very quickly for Newcastle. No, we're going to play it back in our own half. Tonali on the ball, passing between the centre-backs. Very slow build-up from Newcastle.
You see how Tonali is in between the centre-backs.
Yeah.
That's a proper number 6, man. So
Bruno
Oh, there we go. He got.
Oh,
Oh,
he
no,
can't.
Voltemar.
What a terrible touch there from Nick Voltemar. Ball in from Bruno Guimaraes. The defender pulls out. Voltemar is behind and onside. If he gets a good touch, he gets away for a shot, but unfortunately, it's terrible.
Oh, no. Ooh.
Newcastle just playing it around that sort of midfield third at the front. Lewis Hall now on the ball. Anthony Gordon out wide. Is he going to whip in that early cross? No, he's going to play a little triangle.
There you go.
1-2 with Bruno, but just snuffed out by the Wolves defender. And they've tried to actually play it out from the back a little bit. It's actually quite good play. In through that midfield three, little one-touch play. They're going to bring it out now on the left-hand side. They played it into the centre. Newcastle defender well, and Sandro Tonali earns a free kick. A little bit of ricochet in the centre of the park there, just on the outside of the box. Tonali gets there first, and the Wolves defender, well, the Wolves striker, should I say, gives him a little bit of a nudge. It was Bueno, actually, so it was a defender, but he's another one. Couple of fouls in there. He's claiming he got the ball. Definitely didn't. 5 fouls for Wolves. Gordon's now breaking down the side. 5 fouls in 20 minutes for Wolves shows the kind of game it's going to be on their side. Get someone or one of the defenders on a yellow card and break at him and stick at him like we should be doing every game, but we never seem to do. But Newcastle have a throw-in now on the
long
the
throw-in.
side.
Man, it is coming down over there, man.
Nice slippery ball, which...
Someone should show them the internet that's not raining there. Just mess around with it.
What you said, Jimmy?
The throw-in has ended up in the palms of
Chris
Jose
just saying it's
Sarr.
coming down over there. I said someone should show them the BBC weather site that says it's not raining.
It's paradise over there. Ball in behind. Oh. Lovely ball in behind there from one of the Wolves midfielders. João Gomes, I believe, into...
They put some balls in.
So how many times have we seen that where I was seeing they're playing a line of 5 at the back with a line of 3 stood about 5 feet in front of them, but they know if they can get us on the break like that, that's how we can see goals.
Yeah. Straight through the middle again, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Who was it that we were playing that they did the same thing? Was it Bournemouth? But they were so easy.
Brighton last year did it very easily, but there's a few teams that have worked us out like that.
Completely. Wolves have the ball in a good position now on the right-hand side if they can keep it in, but shock, they can't. And that's the kind of player that puts you at bottom of the position with nearly record low points. But Wolves clearly devoid of confidence. Few good bits of play recently, growing into the game a little bit more, but you can see the difference in quality between the two sides. And realistically, Newcastle should be putting more and more pressure on this Wolves side after seeing there isn't too much of a threat there. But again, it's passed around the back in this little passage of play. Hall on the ball there into Gordon, about halfway into the Wolves half. Back to Hall. Commentator saying Newcastle know they're in a game here. I don't know what game they're watching, but it isn't the same one that I am. Hall on the ball. Botman into Chow.
100%.
You say, Michael, that when Gordon gets the ball there, you got the ball and you had the full back on him and he passed it back. Could he not have just turned the full back, faced him up and went at him? I know you can't do it every time, I get that. But I just think he could have maybe imposed himself a bit more.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. And he's on the ball now, actually. Might actually be able to go to play, but he plays a little 1-2. And it ends almost catastrophically with a little bit of miscommunication with Trippier and Barnes on the right-hand side. And it's a Wolves goal kick. Completely agree.
Do you not think as a team as well that are at the bottom of the Premier League, we should be having more control of this? We've got control, we've got more possession, but we haven't got like control possession. We're sort of, as soon as we lose the ball, as soon as we get forward, we're losing the ball. It's the same as the whole season. We're sort of not keeping any sort of control of the game, and Wolves are having chances. We've got to be honest.
What chances have Wolves had?
I think they've had chances to get the ball into the final third, but it's...
That last one, he was offside. If he gets the ball, he's offside. That's not a chance.
Apologies for the mouthful of pizza.
Wolves haven't had a chance yet for me.
Newcastle have it on the left-hand side. Andy Gordon into Bruno Guimaraes. Let's see if Newcastle can actually create something here. Little triangle. in Trippier on the right-hand side. Out to Bruno again. He's everywhere in that sort of Wolves third. If something's going to happen, it does look like it's going to be Bruno. Although it's, again, very slow. Oh, in behind, ball in behind, in towards Sandro Tonali, and it's out for a goal. It's one of those Newcastle a lot of possession, but really
I'd say Wolves have had a few half chances. There's been nothing where Nick Pope's had to dig us out. But considering you've eaten more pizza in the last 20 minutes than all 4 Ninja Turtles put together, you might have missed 1 or 2 things.
He also went for a tab as well.
We haven't created anything for for Jose's side to stop either. So which one is it? Oh,
Walter Morta's already missed 2 sitters.
No, oh, here we go with the sitter talk, man.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be saying sitters, but decent chances nonetheless. Wolves having the ball a bit more. Oh, Trippier's winning back in the Wolves' final third. Barnes, bit of pressure on there, and Newcastle have lost the ball.
Bruno, you're getting
ball
out.
in behind for Wolves. Dealt with well by Sven Botman. Newcastle have the ball once again, but Wolves are starting to press.
A hospital ball, and all.
A little bit of a hospital ball into Sandro Tonali, and Wolves have won the ball back. Wolves' possession's gone up from 20 to 35. Not exactly something you would shout about, but it shows Newcastle losing their grip a little bit on the control of the game.
Aye, they can keep it there all day long.
Just playing around the back a little bit more. A little bit more from Wolves. And it's very slow game. To be honest, the commentators have been talking about
No, this is good pressing from Newcastle.
It's one of those where both teams very much in control. A few silly turnovers really on both sides. Newcastle got the ball back, one of those on the right-hand side. Wolves tried to knock it up forward. Joe Linton now into Harvey Barnes.
Well done, Barnes.
Gone back outside, out to Trippier. Plays the ball
Lovely
into Joe
little
Linton. Looked a little offside there for me, but
Now
he's
in.
given on. Wolves get the ball in and get a tackle in, and that's going to be out for a Wolves throw. Not good enough and not direct enough, really, for me in Newcastle's.
Just seeing Ramsey obviously took a blow to the head that the ref played on while he was off the pitch, and it cost us a goal on Tuesday night. But I wonder if that's a factor in him being on the bench. The way this is going, Wolves sitting deep like that, you'd hope they're going to tire, they're going to open up later on the game, and we should have a stronger bench. And that's when you need Ramsey, Alanga or Wissa to come on and make a difference. And I bet there's probably not as much confidence in that trio as there might have been if others were on the bench, if you had a Barnes coming off.
Yeah, absolutely. Wolves breaking down the old left-hand side now. Not really much urgency there at all, really. Running to the inside. No urgency to close them down. Joe Linton there just standing as Wolves, just sort of one of those ways, just passing back. Not really doing anything, and Joe Linton hasn't even tried to press. Wolves passing into the midfield third. Again, very slow, very methodical.
Michael, I think your and Chris's biggest worry is, will there be any pizza left for half-time, or will Win have scoffed the lot?
I think Will have scoffed a lot, and to be fair, there was a comment saying there's pizza all over Bokey's shoulder.
I think so far it's been an okay game from us. We've not been in any trouble, but we also haven't really attacked a massive amount.
The chat doesn't think, man. The chat is like absolute shite, crap, tripe.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's a typical game this where the question is, can we break down a low block? You know, and we've got a lot of the ball.
And
so
there was a decent chance there. Matthias Marnie on the volley, long throw into the box, headed out into Wolves player, headed, I believe, Hwang Yi-chan. He heads it towards Matthias Marnie, and it's straight at Nick Pope. But as Bogey says, if it's either side of Nick Pope there, Newcastle have serious troubles. Almost hits it too well on the volley. But a danger moment for Newcastle, and they really need to wake up.
you can see that Wolves, when they do go forward on the rare occasions, they have got something about them, haven't they? They're up for it.
Yeah.
And
you can see why they've started to pick up points recently.
Aye.
But it's one of those you can also see there isn't that much quality there, and a team hoping to be top 6. We should
no,
be getting something against them.
exactly, and hence us having the ball most of the time like this.
Absolutely.
And we're passing it around in their own half now. And like I say, it's a case of like, can we carve out the chances? And Voldemort should have scored, to be fair, earlier, but and Wynn saying there we should have went straight out wide instead of passing 2-3 times in the middle and then going out wide. By which point Wolves have got men back.
For some reason, we seem to need a middleman when we're playing. Chow on the ball there. Newcastle building up the play, trying to create a mistake or a little bit of space in the Harvey Barnes. Back to Malik Chow.
Put the ball in the box, man.
Sandro Tonali. Win wants me to go route 1. Trippier. Into Botman. The side-to-side hasn't worked for us yet. 30 minutes into the game, but it's into Lewis Hall on the left-hand side. His immediate thought is to go back to Gordon. He's going to run a little bit with the ball into the feet of Voltamada. Into Tonali. Barnes. You're kind of expecting something to happen sometime soon, but I wouldn't have put money on it. Trippier into Barnes. I'm just going to stop saying players' names because we're just passing it around, trying to gradually improve the play, but
Someone take a chance.
Lewis Hall with a shot and it's blocked.
Michael, we played the ball there for loads, but we had control of the ball, but nobody was willing to make that killer pass.
No.
There's not one player there that was willing to take a chance and just think, I might lose the ball here, fair enough, but I'll give her a chance if I get it through.
There's a real lack of creativity there you would expect to see in a number 10. But Wolves on the break here now, number 36 going forward, ball in behind, and it's a terrible ball. And Matthias Mane will be looking and thinking, I should have done a lot better there with a full-back overlapping.
Apologies to Tim, standing next to Win, sitting next to Win, spitting the spits out. Yeah, apologies, mate.
It's
I had meat feast for shoulders before.
moments like this, I think you miss Fabian Schär because you need someone who's going to try and play a killer ball here. And if you look at the moment, you've got is that Hall looking in field and Chow picking it up, and they're just passing it back and forth. Oh, that's a good ball. Foul on Barnes here, so for a free kick.
Another one of those, I completely agree, by the way. Like, you're missing Fabian Schär massively because you look at Botman and Malik Chow, and neither of them are excellent at passing it out from the back, really. But Newcastle have a free kick on the right-hand side.
Do you think it'll be a trips once into the box or a Hall? In-swinger or out-swinger?
I think you've got to go with an in-swinger in that position. I think it's, if you're looking at the position of the ball on the right-hand side, it's almost in line.
It's not raining.
I think this is part of the reason why we've played trips today, Michael. So, we need these to start to count. Any set piece he gets, that's part of the reason why he's playing. So we need him to really deliver on these.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, delivery hasn't been great over the last few days. It looks like it's going to be an out-swinger. Personally would have preferred an in-swinger given the position, but it's in towards the back post, and that's why.
Go on.
Oh, and it's cleared very, very easily. Jose Sarr punches it away. Wolves playing it around the midfield, but it's hospital ball in the midfield. Harvey Barnes picks it up. Oh, and it's the wrong ball. You had a number of players on the left-hand side open, waiting to pick it up, and he tried to play the intricate through ball to Nick Voltamada, and it just didn't work. Sums up Newcastle's game so far, to be honest. Wrong decision, didn't work. But Wolves on the ball again in that midfield third. And again, it'll be probably another minute and a half before anything meaningful happens, because both sides just happy to play it around at the back until something happens.
Michael, I hate to beat the same drum again, but is this game not just crying out for him to try swapping Barnes and Gordon for 5 minutes? See if they can, make a difference, because neither of them have really been in the game a load. If we swap them over for 5 minutes, just see if it gives the defenders something different to think about on each side.
Yeah, I completely agree, to be honest. I think one of the things that we do argue with Eddie Howe, and he is too rigid. I think everyone agrees that's one of his flaws.
Yeah.
I think you're looking at the two fullbacks and going, well, Barnes isn't getting it at the right back enough. Gordon isn't getting to the left back enough. It's almost like they're both scared to take on the man.
The thing is, Michael, right, is in games like this, when you're playing against a low block, it's not even necessarily always about getting on the full back. If you look at last season, look at Barnes' goals against Wolves. Got a corner now, but look at Barnes' goals against Wolves last season at Molineux. He cut inside.
Yeah.
When you're playing a low block, sometimes you need that magic where you're not beating a player, you're not carving a chance out, but you've got a moment of quality. Barnes can give you that on the left-hand side. So like you say, Borky, switch him across just for 10 minutes here and there. In a game like this, Barnes might give you that, like he did last season.
I think that's what Harvey Barnes gives you, isn't it? That wand when he cuts inside and just curls it into the corner. We've seen it against this exact opposition. I don't think he's going to do it here, but the corner for Newcastle, whipped in on the goalkeeper, cleared. Harvey Barnes couldn't really control the ball, and Wolves knock it out for a throw in Newcastle United, which is taken quickly. Lewis Hall into Anthony Gordon. A little bit of a triangle sort of forming on that left-hand side. Bruno into it. Hall makes the run, creates a space for Gordon. Gordon then crosses into Lewis Hall, and it's an effort that is over the bar. Not very handsome, but good little move there from Newcastle. Created the space. Defender marked Lewis Hall very well there. I mean, he couldn't just get a collie into the box. Chris.
Gavin Fuller, for example, saying we should be trying long shots with the weather like this.
No, spot on, absolutely spot on. Like it goes back to the robotic style of football these days, where with Pep Ball, keep the ball, where you play what's in front of you, and it's chucking it down right now, like you say. Yeah. The pitch is wet. Well, it isn't one. In one reality, it's dry, but in another reality, it's chucking it down. And you test the goalkeeper. It's just those sort of instances and kind of like players taking it on a call to do those things that went out of the game a bit these days, I think, where unfortunately you stick rigidly to the plan regardless of what's going on in front of you, and I totally agree. Test the keeper.
I completely agree as well. I think it's something that's happening across the entire Premier League, not just us. It's one of those, every game seems to just be robotic, side to side, and you want your team to be the Mavericks that sort of prove that wrong and change it. But again, short build-up play from Newcastle. He ends up with Anthony Gordon on the left-hand side. He's calling for someone to overlap, but it's not happening. Chachua trying to close him down, but he's up against two players. Does well to get a ball in, but it is straight at Jose Sarr, who just sort of drops the ball and no one closes him.
What you got to think?
It's a really, really poor game.
The way they're playing at the back, they've got 7 points, they're bottom of the league. They've got to hold some kind of ambition of getting out of that, however unlikely it is. Do we think as the game goes on they're going to try and get forward a little bit more and they might open up at the back, or are they just going to be happy with the worst game in the history of the Premier League here today?
I think they're happy with the worst game in the history of the Premier League, to be honest, but it's a bit like, they play a bit like Norwich when we got relegated, no intention of going forward whatsoever, and to be honest, this is a pretty terrible game, isn't it?
Chris, I bet you're glad you travelled all the way to England for this.
A little bit of play on the edge of the box here, Newcastle. Nobody pulls the trigger, but that is a terrible decision by the referee. Gives a foul to Wolves. Nick Voldemar gets more of a touch on the ball than I have on this microphone. And to be honest, it's absolutely dreadful decision. We're going to see the replay here, and I might change my mind, but no, it's a
what was that
tackle
given
from
for?
Nick
That
Voldemar.
absolute joke.
And Wolves get away with one there. Andre, the Brazilian international, losing out. But went to the ground, much like Bruno does, and got away with one there. Wolves knock it long. The big lad loses out the bottom, and Joe Linton picks it up. Lewis Hall on the left-hand side. Beats his man. An immediate little dribble there. So easy for Lewis Hall on that left-hand side. We see it so often. Plays it across to Trippier really nicely. Little bit of a triangle developing here. Barnes on the ball, plays it into Bruno, Trippier, into Tonali.
See, Michael, I think these are the kind of games where you miss a bit of Hatton Ben Arthur.
I was thinking exactly.
Do you know what I mean? Wolves. Do you mean Harvey Barnes? I mean, basically, yes, it's a dour game, but
Wolves are just sitting back. I mean, as the home team, everyone's behind the ball. It's not easy to break down. I mean, we're kind of in the box here, so Barnes has crossed it.
The back post punched away by Jose.
It's a poor cross, but I mean, I think we've just got to keep going. Someone has to obviously step up and produce that moment of magic.
Yeah, absolutely. Harvey Barnes has a chance to do just that, but he passes it back out wide into Malik Chow, who's effectively in the right wing position. He's going to move it back and sort of regain that position in sort of centre half. Newcastle knock it back about 10-15 yards and start again. Trippier plays it in behind for that into Bruno. Bruno in the box now. Knocks it back out to Trippier. Wasn't a great ball, and he's unfortunately not got the space anymore to whip it in. Into Malik Chow. Newcastle restarting again. A poor pass from Chow, but Newcastle retain the ball and have to start again. Tonali's come deep into Lewis Hall.
Michael, just on this, has anybody seen anything from Gordon in this game that makes you think he's an England international at the minute? Has he delivered anything in this game that you think he stands out?
No, he does have a haircut.
Again, I wonder who's watching the same game as me. He's got with two corners. Well, no, he did, the second one wasn't a corner, to be fair.
Don't think that gets him into Tuchel's squad.
And he's beat his man 3 times. What more do you want?
Some productivity, something that actually causes us to get a goal, something, you know. What chances he set up that's going to score us a goal in this game?
He hasn't actually set a chance up. But he's beat his man. He's got the cross in. The cross was cut out, and it's intercepted. So we get a corner.
A lot of the crosses have been quite poor. If his end product would have been better, I probably would have agreed. But Joe Linton's got a chance to whip it in. It's a great ball across the edge of the box. Barnes knocks it back, cleared by Wolves. Another dangerous ball in there. Trippier does well to win it high. Malik Chow gets in there. Newcastle applying a bit of pressure. Joe Linton, who, by the way, did more on the left-hand side there than I think Gordon has done all game, to be honest. Into Lewis Hall. Whips the ball in. Corner for Newcastle.
First time. Get the
It's a good job of classic corners, isn't it? Because this is going to be the opening.
Well, we can certainly pray. We have improved in the last few games, but certainly not the level we were last season.
Oh, here he comes with the stats again. We're classic corners. It's not raining.
Can't tell if we're in Birmingham or Benidorm at the minute. Ball whipped in towards the back post. Got to be a chance. And, it is into the hands of Jose Sarr. Whipped in towards the back post. Dropped down from, I believe it was Sven Botman. Joe Linton had a chance, couldn't get on the ball, and it fell at the hands of Jose Sarr.
Keeper's moaning, he's got Newcastle. That. Joe Linton's just hit me, face that we see people have.
I don't see what was wrong with that, to be honest. It's Malik Chow who gets it, and it's actually knowingly cleared off the line by Santiago Bueno.
It hit the post, and then it came rebounded off him again when it came back off the post, and then it was stopped on the line. Don't get much closer than that. That's the most exciting moment of the game. Spare a thought for anyone. Wolves breaking here.
On the right-hand side. They're getting into the box, crossed in there, and the header from Tulu
and that's a corner.
The defender, and it's the Wolves' first corner of the game. What they're going to be able to do from it, I'm not entirely sure. The attack, like they've defended, could cause some Newcastle some problems because they've been very resolute. But it was one of those situations. That's their best chance to score, and it's hit the lad on the shoulder.
Spare a thought for anyone watching at home who can support either of these teams. This is the main game on Sky Sports in the UK at the moment, and I bet there's guys the length of the country asking their wives if they want a hand with a Sunday dinner.
The train to Birmingham could have been delayed, and it would have been better than this. A little bit of a muffle in the box, and it's ended at the feet of Nick Pope. Mosquera, after a little bit of, let's say, worry in the Newcastle box, maybe not quite enough, Ball came in, cleared by Newcastle. It was on the edge of the box, headed back in. Mosquera just gets a little toe poke on it, and it rolls into Pope's arms like a child playing bowling at a very small speed. But it's on the left-hand side now for Newcastle. Maybe, just maybe, we'll see something a bit more electric. Hall on the left-hand side into Bruno. Played in behind. Maybe we just will. Barnes with a great chance to cross in, but it is a good block on the ball. And Wolves now crossing forward.
I think. Do you want to say that?
But just I think that ball, Bruno played a lovely incisive ball in behind Wolves, and that unlocked them. And that's the quality we need against a team setting up like this.
Yeah, absolutely. You need a bit of creativity. Newcastle haven't seen it yet, but could Wolves? They've got the ball now on the left-hand side into Mateus Mane, who has been the main danger man, although not having the ball too much. A little bit of tricky feet. Tonali's not going to fall for that. And it's played backwards. 1 minute added in added time. Clearly the officials want this half to be over as much as everyone in the ground does. But it's laid off by the big striker. João Gomez could have got a shot away there. Out of the right-hand side. Is he going to get across the way? It's poor from Newcastle. And it's, it is so close. Wolves... Yeah, the Wolves player gets in on the right-hand side, cuts inside, tries to curl a ball into the far left corner. Not bad attempt at all, maybe one of the better attempts of the game. And to be honest, that could have been 1-0 Wolves. Bit of tricky feet. Got away from Lewis Hall, got the shot away. Let's say Nick Pope had it covered, but it isn't the
Hey,
the
man,
end
we're
of the half
just
for
we're playing a
Newcastle
poor
United
game.
would
That's
have
the
won
problem. I think they're better than us.
Well, praying for the commentators curse there,
What game you watching?
Why you spitting on the mic, man? Look at that. Pepperoni.
And that is half time.
We got some peppers
Newcastle
here.
United. Let's be honest. It hasn't exactly been a great first half.
They are playing better than us. Shut up,
Wolves have.
Hey, you're gonna spit your dentures out, man. Don't.
Chris is having a wind up with my.
I'm just winding you up, man. Relax, man. You wanna go and get a
And
tab?
it's
Have a tab?
Very shortly.
Well,
Win
to be
just
fair,
after that.
Mighty Winners had more tabs and Newcastle have had shots. So that tells you how the shots go.
Just after that first half win, are you still Eddie out?
Never been Eddie out.
Yeah, you were.
Get the clip up.
Yeah, to be honest, let us know what your thoughts are from that first half in the chat. Let us know if there's anyone you want to see take over from Beyond Commentary as well. Love to see some names going through there, and you don't just have to listen to my voice. But honestly, decent first half for Wolves. Neither team has really been in any worries. Wolves will be happy. Rob Edwards will be happy. And Newcastle United, well, let's be honest, I'm not happy. The lads and lasses behind me aren't happy. And I can't imagine Eddie Howe is happy because it hasn't been a good game.
I mean, it hasn't been. Like, I think to balance it out, like we've said, Wolves are sitting so deep. They're basically saying, like, Newcastle, you can have the ball, see what you can do. So you're never going to carve out chances left, right and centre, no matter who you're playing in that sort of setup. I think what's crying out is the fact that we haven't tested their goalkeeper, especially in these conditions. So when we're having the pendulum play left and right, passing it around, if we can't carve out a chance, which is fine at times in a game like this, when you're playing low block, at least then pull the trigger from 20 yards, try and make something happen, get a rebound potentially. I think that's what's a bit disappointing in this game so far.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I don't think Jose Sal's made a save, has he?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's one of those, you're going to be looking at it. Someone will get the stats up and let us know in the chat. But it's one of those where, let's be honest, when as away performances go, this is what you expect from a team that's not done as well away from home as they have at home. And to be honest, I think Wolves will be looking at this now and thinking they can get all 3 points. What do you think?
I mean, the way Wolves are set up, I think it looks like they'll take a point if needs be, even though they need wins. Obviously, you look at the league table, but maybe they look at other league games coming up and think, okay, we can go a bit more gun-ho against other teams, but against Newcastle, if we get a point, we'll get a point, but we can't snatch a win on the counter here and there if we get these breaks. But in the meantime, we're going to be completely solid at the back and just sit in there. And like I said, like, this is where you want, ideally, somebody like Harvey Barnes to come inside from the left as opposed to the right and ping something in, top left corner, top right corner like he did last season. But like I think Bruno was the one player there in one moment where he opened up their defence, and then we got in behind momentarily, but they shut us off. So it's not easy. It isn't easy in these games, but I think we need a bit more quality in the final third.
Yeah, I completely agree. Needs to be a lot more creativity from Newcastle.
No. I think with the Wolves, the way Wolves are playing, like you say, we're never going to create a boatload of chances. But I do think we're missing Ramsey, because I liked what I saw from Ramsey.
No Newcastle fan has ever said that. That's the first time we've heard it.
The thing is, though, a lot of this kind of game, a lot of it comes down to the tempo, and obviously it's going to be passive more often than not when you're playing against a low block. But someone like Ramsey, compared to Joe Linton, is just going to up the tempo that little bit extra. Yeah. We are missing, like I said earlier, we're missing a focal point. Like I love Wissa, I love Voltameda, but I really think we need to buy a striker in January. Like I just think there's so much pressure on Wissa when he does come in to score the goals. When he's not firing, we look a bit toothless. I won't be too harsh on the lads because, like I say, it's not easy playing against a low block. They've kept the ball well enough, but they just haven't, I'll agree with Timmy. We haven't tested the keeper enough. It does come down to that ultimately. So, yeah. Yeah.
Do you know what I think this game's call now for is maybe something to change it in the second half and go with the two up front. We're not struggling against Wolves whatsoever. Fair enough, they've had chances, but all teams at home are going to have chances. But this is the type of game where at half time, do you think to yourself, look, at this point, we are creating some chances, but we're not looking like we're going to score. So we'll put on an extra striker and we'll just go for it. And these lot aren't going to cause with too many issues. We'll really, really go for it.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think it's one of those where you're looking at the Bournemouth game, Wissa and Voltamada up top. You're looking at this game and going, surely we need an extra body in that position, because, as you say, these have created very little except from our mistakes. It's only Newcastle mistakes that are creating chances for Wolves. So bring on another striker, bring on an attacker, and put the ball in the back of the fucking net.
I think we all know that we'll see exactly the same game for the first 10, 15 minutes of the second half. And then sometimes he makes the subs on 60 minutes, sometimes it's 70 minutes. I would hope, you do get the odd 65, I would hope there'll be a 60-minute change here and it'll be something that changes it up a bit. Like I said earlier, I think Wolverhampton will tire a little bit. I don't think they'll be able to keep up that level of defending, and holes will appear, or they might even come out and try and win the game, imagine. And that will be our opportunity, and we can force that a little bit by getting those guys on a little bit earlier. So I'm kind of hanging my hat on something happening in the last half hour of the game, but I don't know, I might just play on my phone for the first 10 minutes of the second half.
What are the chat saying, Michael?
To be honest, I've been turned this way, but I think a lot
Michael,
of fans...
well, I'll let you catch up with the chat. You ask Queenie what she thinks about the stuff.
Yeah, 100%.
It's been end to end, so you've had, and there've been opportunities for both sides to score. I mean, I think Wolverhampton coming into their own. They have. Newcastle have had their chances. There's been, you've had opportunities for Newcastle to score. And really, there was that close opportunity for Newcastle to get that goal right at the end of the first half. And if they could have done, that could have been the opener to capitalise. If they can do that in the second half, it would be the real moment to really get into it and turn the game around. But the weather, as you know, we're looking at the weather now, and it looks absolute. Everyone at the end of the first half, everyone looked like they were wet by the end of it. No comment.
And do you think we could maybe show Betsy on to see what she thought of the first half? Betsy, what did you think of the first half?
My wine was really good.
That's all I thought.
You said it was poor though, didn't you? You weren't too keen on what
Yeah.
you saw.
Yes, you're right. It was slow. It was pretty slow. Hey, I was eating my pizza and drinking my wine.
The pizza was fantastic.
I think that's it. We're all enjoying the pizza on
Very good pizza. But yeah, I think we do need to up the tempo second half, and I think that's a good shout from Borky. Like 2 up front, why not? If you're ever going to play 2 up front, it's going to be against Wolves, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's going to be against the lower teams. I wouldn't be surprised if he does that. If he does bring on Wissa. When he's done that, he's brought off Voltamater, but I'd like to think he will consider keeping them both on the pitch for the second half. But it's one of those where it's a slog. It's one of those games. It's a slog. It's not pretty. You need that moment of magic. You need someone who's got that incisiveness just to carve out a chance, burst of pace, maybe a free kick. Obviously, the first goal is massive. I mean, we have to get that first goal because if they get the first goal, their tails will be up. They'll have something to hold on to. Home crowd will get involved then as well. So, it's like I say, it's one of those games. It's a slog, but it's 0-0. Second half to come. If we can just up the tempo a bit, I think we can win this.
We've been in worse positions this season, haven't we? We sometimes can get a result out of these type of games. Sometimes I think that's the problem is these games are so inconsistent in this season. Sometimes we get the win, sometimes we get the loss. I don't see Wolves giving them much of an issue in the second half. As Jamie said, I think that they'll tire. They will, because I mean they've been battered in the first half, haven't they, mate? Let's face it. And maybe the whole thing is in the second half that we move on a little bit and, we progress and we don't worry as much. Do you want me to do a few of the chat while you...
If Wolverhampton somehow get the lead, I think we're all going to panic. And that could very well be it. If Newcastle get the lead, I think we're all going to panic and think that we have a bit of a tendency to throw these things away. But as you said, hopefully these are bad enough that if we can get one, then we can pretty much close the game out.
If we can get one goal, then Wolves have to come out then, won't they? It opens the game up. So just that first goal will be massive. And then we can kind of pick them off when they come and chase the game.
Lads, if we just go with a couple of the super chats, if you want to answer them. So the first one is, we just saw the best and worst of Gordon with the dribbling and misplaced passes. Very frustrating.
Right, Gordon, yeah.
Can't argue with that. I think he's playing ridiculously wide. He's constantly got chalk on his boots. He's standing right on the line. And as such, he doesn't really get into the game. So when he does actually get the ball, it feels like there's a heightened pressure on him to do something. Whereas if he was getting it every couple of minutes, which he used to at his absolute peak a couple of seasons ago, he'd constantly be dropping in, wanting it, running with it. But now on the rare occasions he does get it, maybe it is hit and miss. He wins right, he's earned a couple of corners, he's had a couple of half-decent runs, but because he's produced nothing from 3 or 4 chances, again it looks like another poor performance. Let's see, switching the wings works.
Next one is, Wolves are a poor today, no great threat going forward. We need to get something going through, otherwise we will be the same as them, I guess it means.
I think with Gordon, this isn't his kind of game where you're playing a team sitting deep. He wants space to run behind, doesn't he? Gordon, that's when he's at his best. I think he's done okay at times. I'm not going to just pile in on him. I think he's put a few good crosses in. He's trying to make things happen, but I don't think he's got that technical ability to kind of unlock the door in a game like this. I mean, hopefully he proves us wrong second half, but yeah, I think maybe even like you say, Peter, like someone like Ramsey, who's a bit more nippy on the ball, a bit more technical, could come on and actually unlock the door a bit more, potentially.
I think this is the only thing that we'll all agree on the day. Win. Don't talk when eating. Adequate. This is disgusting. This is a disgrace. Nothing new here. Half-Ost FC We are a bad team playing bad football. We are making Wolves look like a top team. It's every week. Do you agree, Tim?
What was you saying there? So it's
Sorry, Tom. Right, this is a disgrace. Nothing new here. Half that every week we are a team playing bad football. We make Wolves look like a top team. It's every week.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's a disgrace. I think, like I say, whoever it is, whether it's Wolves or anybody else, when a team is organised and sitting in, it isn't going to be easy. It's not going to be a walk in the park, but that's where you want your quality to show. And it's about moving the ball quickly, as well as taking shots maybe from 20 yards, as and when, you know.
Wynn's got a bone to pick. Wynn, you got a bone to pick with somebody. So Wynn's got something to say.
So Bogey is saying that we've had them under the cosh all game. He agreed with you, and then he's just turned around and said, "We're making Wolves look like a good team." After just saying that we've battered them and they're going to get tired in the first half.
Wynn's had too many pints and pizza. Basically, I'm reading the comments off the screen. I'm not saying what I think.
Well, I'll let you off then. I was just listening to when I was downstairs. I'm saying, how many faces has he got? More faces than Big Ben?
Get another bit of pizza, Wynn. This is... Oh, I've read that. Wolves won't care about how they look playing football. Every even point is a premium for them. They look up for a draw. I think that's it. But that's part of the problem is we need to break them down. I don't know what you think. Is it still Win with the mic?
I've got the coach.
We can break them down in the second half.
Absolutely, we can break them down in the second half. No problem at all. As you, sorry, I thought you were saying we're making Wolves look like a good team. We're not. We're making them look like what they are. They're desperate. They're battling. They're putting, block defence as we knew they would do.
Do you reckon it's crying out for Wissa to come on, maybe?
I don't know about crying out for Wissa to come on, but I think Wissa might give us a bit more up front. Fox in the box, but only if we start getting the ball into the box. How many times have we been playing pendulum football round the box instead of getting the ball in? Little triangles, they're great at times, but this game he has crying out for. They've proved it. Put the ball in the box and we create chances.
Just quickly as well, right? If Alanga had been the signing that we thought he would be, he would have been perfect. Absolutely. To come on, off the bench in this game, get in behind, pace in behind when, obviously, I know they're sitting deep, but, you can kind of draw them out. And obviously, the way Alanga's been this season, it's just unfortunate that you're not going to put your mortgage on him changing the game. But, he's got the pace. He needs to come good at some point. 50-odd million, you don't spend that and just get nothing back from that. You're going to have to ask him to produce the goods. At some point, he's going to have to show up. So maybe he could be someone to bring on. Ramsey as well is a good bet, I think.
And we're off.
Yes,
off at Wincanton.
Here, second half. Wolves kicked off. Long ball immediately forward, but it's going to end up straight in the back of Newcastle United. Nick Pope with the ball to start off. Out wide. Will we see something a bit different?
First team balls, that's what we want.
Ball into the midfield and then into the nether regions.
Oh, right in the wedding tackle.
Somebody tell his wife he's not having any children anytime soon. That looked devastating.
Ouch.
Yeah, he's going to be down for a little while. But immediately from Newcastle, the first ball was back into the midfield straight away.
Two veg under the masher.
He's got up very well from that, to be fair. I think I would have milked that a bit more. But Newcastle back on the ball, playing around the back. Are we going to see a bit more urgency in the second half? It doesn't look like it. It's back to Sven Botman straight away.
Give him a ball.
Playing around the back, Newcastle. Trippier into it now. He loves playing. Newcastle have managed to keep
Well
it on the
done,
far side
Gordon.
as we played it down the line. One of those you were sort of expecting Trippier to play it in behind as Toon Army made the run, but unfortunately either didn't think he could make it or just didn't see it. On the other side, now the left side, Joe Linton's lost the ball now into Chachua on the ball, knocking it back, and Wolves play it through 3 players with just 1 pass. But it's well picked out by Andy
Well done,
Gordon.
Gordon again, lad.
Newcastle on the ball now, a bit slow getting forward again, but we are only in 2 minutes of the first half. And Trippier's knocked it out for a throw in. It's not exactly what you want to see. A bit of miscommunication between him and Harvey Barnes. To be honest, you do look at him and Gordon and think that is the better situation there. So I'd be switching them like we mentioned in that first half. Wolves' throw-in immediately leads to a Newcastle United.
Two heavy tackles.
Trips has been busted open. It's like you're watching the old wrestling back in the day. Mick Foley jumping off the cell, bloody as it gets. Trippier is not going to be up for another couple of minutes at least while the medics see him.
I don't know if they're looking at that.
He's got blood on his forehead.
You think?
Gary saying in the chat there that 5 shots, none on target. That's criminal in this weather, saying Gary. So, yeah, man, we're not trying. You got to think outside the box sometimes. We're not necessarily doing that.
Absolutely. Golden, trust me, I want to do exactly the same myself, buddy, particularly with this spell in play, but the professionalism is going to stay for another 42 minutes. But it's looking like one of those. Going to be a pretty boring game. Going to be a set piece that decides it. But Trippier, again, not in a great way.
Oh, wow.
Oh, there's a nasty gash above the eye there. Love to see a bit of a replay of that again, whether it's at VAR or not. Looks like one of the Wolves players elbowed him in the eye.
Well, I'm surprised we haven't seen it again.
There you hear it, greatest right back since Cafu, Louis Miley, warming up there on the right hand side. They are taking another look at it though. And oh, there's no malice. I will say there's no malice in that whatsoever.
Completely accidental.
But the studs of Mateus Mane have gone across the eye of Kieran Trippier. Not a very nice one at all, and he'll be very thankful that it's just caught above the eye and not the eyeball itself.
This game hasn't come to life a lot yet, but it's kind of turning into the 1986 Van Damme classic kickboxer. Trippier there with a gaping wound in the forehead from a roundhouse kick. Was that Mane who took a shot to the pods earlier? Similar to the one that Van Damme delivered to Tiger Tong Pao in the end of the film Kickboxer. Sorry, spoiler alert. As everyone knows, taking a football to the testicles is the worst pain that a human being can experience. I know people out there will be quoting childbirth, but there is nobody, and I say nobody, ever took a football to the testicles, said, I fancy taking another one next year.
Let's just say he's no longer a Wanga.
Very difficult first half for 2 players in particular there. 2 big blows. You'll see how they muster on. Thankfully, Kieran Trippier is up, and Mateus Mane seems to be okay after that. Shocking.
Michael, just to say as well, Wynne has left the building. That's probably him for this half, so we can all put in the chat to our Wynne.
The departures lounge is full. Wynne has left the
Queen's
building.
ordered him. The Queen's ordered him down to the bar to get her a drink.
Newcastle on the ball, playing it around the back. Anthony Gordon almost on the halfway line. He's going to play it back. No, it's not where you want Anthony Gordon.
I should point out that Wynn's actually left his phone there, hasn't he?
And Newcastle played the ball in the middle. It's lost
and
out.
it's unlocked.
On the break now. Andre with a cross. It's a good header, but it's over the bar.
I'm not saying the game's boring, but we could make our own entertainment with that.
Newcastle lose the ball very, very easily. Newcastle not exactly looking like the team we were expecting to come out in that second half. Wolves get a good cross in, headed over the bar. Safe for Newcastle. Wolves not causing any threat, but just no control from Newcastle. Bruno wins a 50-50 in midfield, but there's a little ricochets here and there. No control in this game whatsoever.
It never breaks for us, stuff like that, mate.
But sometimes I feel like you make your own luck as well. I mean, we had control there and we didn't do out.
Rob Edwards looking on. I wonder what he's thinking right now. Is he happy for the 0-0, or will he be looking at this game as one he could get 3 points from? Because Newcastle haven't been the side that we would have maybe expected. Ball's back into play from a Wolves throw, but it's, as expected, a little bit of a mess on the right-hand side. Wolves have ended up with the ball, and there's a good chance here, actually, if they can capitalise on the left-hand side. Newcastle getting bodies back. It's a deep ball, and Botman does well to snuff it out. That was a dangerous ball. One of those where you weren't really sure how it was going to go. The ball was cleared, it was going out, but no one was actually running after it, and it's going to be very flimsy ball out for a throw-in to Wolves. But a good chance there for Wolves. They're starting to create a little bit more chances. I say it was a good block by Sven Botman. It's just Hwang Chan not being able to get a touch on the ball. Let's be honest, when he's one of your better ball players, there's no reason why. Well, you can see why the bottom of the league with Sandra Tonali's doing well in midfield to try and block balls. It's gone out to Nick Pope. Unfortunately, neither team really getting any control of this game, and it's not a great watch, unfortunately.
Michael, do you think this is one of those games that it's going to end up 1-0 to the other team?
Oh,
and at this point, you can't tell which team it's going to be. Is the only unfortunate thing.
Yeah, 100%. It feels like one of those that's going to be decided by a set piece, doesn't it?
I don't know, Borky. I'm thinking about having a tenner on the referee. I've actually just walked that in. I've got a question for you, Win, for the king of the former daytime TV quiz show. In the history of the Premier League, there's only one team has played Premier League football that Newcastle haven't beaten in the division. Can you tell us who that is?
And we'll leave you to think about that a little bit.
Derby
Newcastle
County
on the ball.
It's not Derby. They had a long stay in the Premier League in the 90s and we beat them a few times. I was at the old baseball ground when we beat them once.
Let us know in the comments if you know the answer to that puzzler. But in the meantime, Newcastle on the ball. Halfway line, passing it around the back a little
Bradford
bit.
City.
Andy Gordon on the left.
It's not Bradford City either.
It wasn't Bradford, ladies and gentlemen. Watford is what someone's put in there.
Wrong. No.
Unlucky.
We beat Watford with Dabby's ass winning, didn't we? Bitteridge Road. Aye. We did 1-0.
Newcastle have the ball on the right hand side. Trippier into Bruno Guimaraes. It's just Newcastle can't break them down.
Wigan.
I've got a right answer.
Blackpool.
So yeah, I've been found out. Blackpool's right. So there's actually two teams. I was thinking of another one. When Blackpool win the Prem, the one I'm thinking of was a lot more recent. I'll tell you because King of the Quiz isn't getting it. But I was thinking of Luton Town. One season in the Premier League and we lost away and drew a mad game 4-4 at home. And the reason I bring it up is that the manager of Luton that season is in the Wolves dugout today. So has Rob Edwards got an Indian sign over us? Discourse. Well done to that person. Give him a shout.
Because he wasn't there at home, was he? He wasn't there when they played with home when we beat them.
Second half. Joe Linton on the edge of the box here. Gordon with into Lewis Hall, back to Gordon. Very static, robotic play by Newcastle. Gordon's going to wave it in. It's a dangerous ball, and it hits Voldemort on the wrong side of the head, and it goes back out.
No, we need to do more than that. We've done 3 of them. Not that quality, I would say. That's the first one. First one.
Wolves are just holding on to it in the back, but Newcastle are starting to press a little bit. Joe Linton leading the press, not much behind him, to be honest. Long ball forward, won by Lewis Hall. Into Anthony Gordon. Wasn't fouled by Tachoa, but he's pass out, just found Lewis Hall. And, Hall's down injured now. He's took a bit of a knock. Tried to take on his man. Must have got a little bit of a catch, but the Wolves defender did get the ball as well. Newcastle with the throw.
Get the ball in the box, man.
Wynn screaming for the ball to be in the back of the box. Newcastle on the right-hand side now. Bruno on the ball. Barnes on the ball, sorry. Knocks it back into Chow.
At least you got to think Villa next week will come and try and play a game of football. It's just tippy-tappy football, wasn't it?
Oh, Newcastle. Barnes into Tonali, tried to play it in behind, but straight at Andre. Wolves pretty much 10 men behind the ball. Tonali's fouled Andre in the middle of the box. He's going to pick up a yellow card.
Michael, that's a yellow card. There's been miles worse challenges in this game.
I think there's been worse, but I would say he's stopping an attack.
He should have just put him down. No need for him to go over.
Nah, stopping a counter-attack probably is a yellow card, unfortunately, in my opinion, but it's one of those where Tonali's done maybe the right thing, stop the attack. Wolves with the free kick. They're just wasting a bit of time here trying to decide who takes it.
You can't put it
It's going to go long.
Different type of player, isn't he? Yeah, he can deliver a good cross.
There's the three wise monkeys.
Jason Tyndall wondering what's going on.
That's what won it against Leeds, I think, when he came off the bench. Like, he didn't directly contribute.
Free kicks easily cleared. Wolves have it now in their own half. A little bit of a press from Newcastle, not much of one, but Harvey Barnes is going to try at least.
Go for it.
A little bit more of a press. Ball out from Jose Sarr, just finds Lewis Hall, and there was no one around him, to be honest. Foul to Newcastle.
Michael, we just can't get that first ball through to players. You know, if we win a ball back, we just cannot push the ball straight on to the next player.
No,
it's going aside every time.
I think it's one of those, sitting there and we're looking at it and we're going, what's the problem against the low block? I think you're exactly right there, the fact that we just don't move it quick enough. It's a big issue that we're having, and we've got 30 minutes to figure it out. Trips looks in a bad way, like he's just finished a UFC fight. Jeez. But he is going to take this free kick. Shots on goal there for Newcastle, 0, by the way. Crossed in, and it's a dreadful
That is an absolute joke.
The angry mob behind me are furious, but it's a terrible kick from Jose Sarr. Newcastle back on the ball. Bruno Guimaraes. And it's a poor touch, and it hasn't been given us foul. Tonali with a shot blocked in the box. Newcastle starting to put a bit of pressure on. First time ball should have came in there, but it didn't. Now the ball's in behind. It's cleared. Tonali wins it back. That's a foul. Ref plays on. Voltemada heads it on. Unfortunately, nothing going on there. Offside against Nick Voltemada. Referee probably could have blew back for the free kick with it because it was within, I think it was 10 seconds. So one of those, Newcastle may be a bit unlucky there, but again,
Michael,
not direct enough.
Wall's saying on the back here, these are a poor team. You can see from this game, these are a poor team, but we're not making hay while the sun shines with them. We just can't seem to break them down or have any chance. Hopefully these two lads coming on might change things.
Wissa and Alanga warming up on the side, and they're sitting there thinking, what do I have to do to get on the bench here? Because Newcastle haven't been very good at all. And
of where
to be honest, Wolves will be happy with this.
So
Newcastle certainly won't. But to be honest, an extra point on the away tally looks better than what it is. There's a little bit of a tussle there in midfield.
What would you do, Queenie? Would you keep Voltemada on the pitch?
Come out with it. Andre.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's...
Tachow on the side. Wang Chan into Andre. Wolves not really doing much at all here. On the left-hand side. Okay, sounds good. Take it away.
I mean, at this point in time, it's difficult to know what that's going to look like. I mean, as we watch, it's tricky. I mean, but you know that Howe's going to make that substitution at that magic hour, and I think even Wolverhampton know exactly what that's going to look like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it looks to me as though Alanga's coming on.
I think it'll be another 5 minutes until the subs, unfortunately. But it's very much a game.
So it's Alanga and Wissa. There was sacrifice in midfield.
I think we've got to at this point. There's not a lot.
And keep Waldemar on. Midfield. I think we'll maybe afford to.
I mean, I think I'd just say, Michael, I think for me, of any game of the season, this is crying out for two strikers because we need to cause problems for their defence and actually ask questions of their defence, whether it's just runs from in behind or just occupying their defenders. So, you know, I definitely will put Wissa on, but definitely keep Voldemar on the pitch as well.
Yeah, you got to go two up top when the team's sitting back like this. On the right hand side, crossed in by Bergerman. Joe Linton with a chance. And Joe, as usual, when Joe Linton is coming onto the ball,
did we get a corner out of that?
Part of the body, and it's out for, I believe, a Newcastle.
I thought that was just a bad J7 header.
That's a good cross.
Comes in. In fact, he doesn't touch it at all.
Right, J7 was on target.
It ricocheted him in the defender. Maybe I'm not being as positive about J7 there as it should be, but all the players at the back post from this corner. Realistic, you play it short to Harvey Barnes, and no one's thinking anything. It went towards Harvey Barnes. He was facing the defender. Didn't know the ball was there. Tonali back in. Sven Botman's got a chance, and it's, to be honest, it's headed in very slowly at the back post. Newcastle, easy save for Jose San. There's a bit of fuffle between Botman and Steve Tanchler there. Joe Linton with a great chance there. Doesn't get enough on it. But again, all of Newcastle's chances are coming from crosses. And, well, realistically, we haven't put enough in.
Oh, Strand Lawson coming on.
You know what's going to happen now,
I think this is going to be a game, Michael, that's won by a set piece.
Yeah,
100%. It doesn't look like either team can do much in open play. We just seem to be, I don't know, lethargic. We're lethargic and they're rubbish. So, you know, I just think it's one of those ones that either a team breaks away or it ends up as a boring 0-0 draw.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, on the screen there, it sums up Strand Larsen's season when the accomplishment is a hat-trick against Shrewsbury Town. Wolves have been rubbish, summed up by that stat, but Newcastle haven't been much better, to be honest, in this particular game. Again, it's been mainly a game played in midfield, which it currently is right now. Wolves on the ball. Nice little one-touch play there, actually, from Wolves. It's found its way on the left-hand side. Odds are it goes back, into Andre. Is he going to try and find a pass? Does. It's not a terrible one either. Finds Kadic. And it's back out to the left-hand side. Newcastle have got their shape now. Realistically, it's going to have to be a good cross and to get anything out of this, even with Strand Larsen up top. The Wolves just passing it around the back there. And we complain about Newcastle doing it. If you're Wolves, surely you just want to be a little bit more direct. Hall wins a little 50-50 there, comes out with the ball. He's done really well, and he's fouled in the end by Andre. Get him in the boot. Sorry, João Gomez made that particular foul. But get them in the boot because Hall beats 2 or 3 players, does really well. And that's the 9th foul of the game from Wolves, which, to be honest, after there is a triple substitution coming on for Newcastle.
Michael, on that, who's the player that's trying to get themselves into a place where you can pass it to them? We're playing pen and ball across the box, and there's nobody making movement in front of them.
Yeah, I completely agree. You might have heard Chris there in disbelief because Sandro Tonali is coming off the pitch for Lewis Miley.
Just jumping on that one, Tonali boot about 10 minutes ago, and I said at that point that'll be him getting substituted.
Great point.
Just Michael.
No one here likes that decision. A Voldemort off for Wissa. And then it was a Langer on for Anthony Gordon, who you have to admit has to have done better in a game like this.
I mean, I'm glad he took Gordon off, and then Barnes is now on the left, isn't he? So that's where he should be. I think, like every Newcastle fan, I would have kept Voldemort on and played Wissa with him, especially in this game. So that's disappointing. To be fair, though, I think with Tonali going off, I'm not that fussed in that. I said at the start, or near the start, that he needs to do more in the final third in games like this. And again, Tonali, look, he's a class player. We all know that, but I think lately he hasn't done enough going forward in the final third. And this is a game he hasn't impacted the game in the final third. So let's see what the subs can do going forward.
Yeah, 100%. We've said we need to be more direct. Anthony Langer's maybe the person to deliver that, but unfortunately we haven't seen it yet. Long throw by Wolves, cleared by Joe Linton. Wissa loses out on a 50-50 Mascara, who for some reason just puts his foot behind the ball and sends it into the crowd. It's like a panicked clearance.
That's poor. That's really poor.
Again, though, Jose Sarr hasn't had a save to make yet.
There's your A. There you go, man. I'm busting play for you.
As Wissa comes about 20 yards deeper than he needs to with his first touch. Lewis Hall does really well, though. Pulls forward. He's run about 30-40 yards. Still going, Lewis Hall. He's got two players on him and no help whatsoever, unfortunately, and he's lost out there. But he's going to work to try and win it back. If anything's going to happen for Newcastle, it probably is going to be through Lewis Hall. A long ball up to Strand Larson. He wins the header, but Wolves can't get the second ball.
Go!
Nick Pope plays a pass. Didn't go out, to the shock of everyone. Into Bruno Gomes into midfield now. He's tried the ball on the outside of the foot towards Alanga. He's kept it in Alanga. He's done well. Miley into Bruno.
Cross.
Alanga. Good cross towards the back post, to be honest. No one trying to get on the end of it. A little bit direct. First time ball from Alanga. We need more of that. Tachawa knocks it out for a corner.
Say, Michael, that was a good cross from Alanga there.
Yeah. It's what we need, isn't it?
Yeah.
You'd think with Alanga and Barnes, this is Newcastle's probably most direct front three alongside Wissa. But corner now. Back post again, coming in. Easy header. There's a free kick for what looks like a touch on Jose Sarr. He doesn't look like he was impacted too much. Let's see what happened here. Ball came in. I mean, he's gone over the slightest contact from Joe Linton. Joe Linton's stupid to go into the back of him, but let's be honest. Ballet dancers touch each other with more force than that. Shouldn't be going down in that position, but keepers always get the luxury.
I would love to know what this new set piece coach is doing in training, because we're not seeing anything really. Very little.
Yeah, I agree. It's 20 minutes left. Wolves making a substitution now.
I kind of don't want to say this because it could make things happen, but teams, Wolves, where when you're up against them, you just think, like, who the hell actually plays for these? Like, they've got about 10 Portuguese here, a couple of Brazilians. Who's coming on now? And whoever's coming on now is probably going to ram my words down my throat when he scores a winner.
I completely agree, and it's Arias who's come on, the person that was supposed to originally replace Strand Larson as the main attacking threat if he left. They've got them both together now, and to be honest, they haven't looked much of a threat at all in this game or this entire season. But they're still holding Newcastle to a 0-0 draw. Louis Hall on the ball now on the left-hand side. J7's moved out wide. J7 knocks it back to Botman, and it's just back and forwards, back and forwards. It's really draining, boring stuff from Newcastle. Really not good enough, unfortunately. But if they can get the goal, win the game, I'm not sure anyone will care. J7 on the ball now. Does well to knock it to Louis Hall. Finds Louis Miley. Into Trippier on the right-hand side. Into Bruno. Newcastle have took too long to get the ball forward here. A lot of Wolves' bodies back. Into Lewis Miley. Into the box. It's going to go back out with Trippier. Cross comes in first time. Wolves clear very easily.
Go on.
Kamaras picks it up. Oh, it was almost a perfect ball into Wissa. Newcastle have got it back. Oh, it's unfortunate. Bruno tries just to scoop it out with his feet and find Elanga. It's a great idea. Execution was just slightly off, and it's behind Elanga, who couldn't get on the end of it.
Michael, we are pushing forward a bit better here, but do you now see anything we can bring off the bench to make this game more attacking forward? The decisions Eddie's made there on the 60-odd minute, is there anything now we can do to actually make we get a goal?
I think maybe taking one of the defensive players off, maybe Trippier off, move Miley to right back and bring Ramsey on. Could be one of those. You add another attacking player in there, a bit more movement, which is going to be key. But again, Trippier hasn't had a bad game at all. No. And he's on the ball now, giving the ball into Johan Wissa on the right-hand side. Back to Trippier. Elanga looks offside, but the referee hasn't gave it yet. The line hasn't gave it yet, to be honest. And it doesn't really matter because Wissa's lost the ball anyways. It's a long ball from Wolves. They've decided to play the ball in behind Newcastle. Now they've got the 7 guy on that can't really move. It's a great idea from Rob Edwards there. Newcastle on the ball in the back, at the back. Realistically, not a lot going on. You'd expect a bit more urgency from any side in a game like this, but Newcastle on the ball, Bruno moving forward. There's a bit of urgency into Louis Hall. He's going to whip it in towards the back post. What can Elanga do? And it's headed for a corner. Wolves player down there. And strategically, he's been rolled back onto the pitch, so Newcastle can't take the corner.
Off the pitch, you know.
Do you know, I think there should be a booking for things like that. There should be a booking for things like that if you roll back onto the pitch after getting an injury, just so that they can't play on with the game.
Yeah,
it should be a yellow card.
Yeah, 100%. It's not like the Bradley situation that we saw the other day. Where he genuinely had a big injury, and he was on the pitch the entire time. Bueno there has been rolled onto the pitch by his own player. Try and slow things down there. Bit of time wasting, but hopefully the referee noticed.
Yeah.
Did take a big knock to the heat, to be fair. But corner now for Newcastle.
Nah, he only came on a few minutes.
Yeah. Pop-up quiz. Peter, what are the subs?
Corner now for Newcastle. 6th corner for Newcastle. Whipped in. It looks like a good ball. It's headed not clear by Wolves. It's still in there, but they've got the ball, and it's just terribly cleared, really. And Newcastle have the throw in, which Wissa takes early. You want to see that bit of urgency into Lewis Hall, into Wissa, edge of the box. He puts the cross in. Not a bad ball at all, but it's cleared. Out to Harvey Barnes. What's he going to do? Not a lot by the looks. He knocks it off to Elanga. Bruno with a lovely flick. Barnes across, and Wissa can't get on the end of it. No telling touch there from Newcastle, and it goes out for a throw-in. But great play there from them. We haven't said that a lot today.
Michael, just one quick question. Why isn't Wissa just playing between the 18-yard box? He's out on the wing too much.
If that was Walter Mata, oh my God. That one right there, he would be center forward.
I'm saying Wissa's out on the right wing, the left wing. He's the only striker we've got on the pitch. Why isn't he just playing between the 18-yard box?
Yeah, it's a weird one because he is a bit of a poacher, a bit of a fox in the box, but he's not shown that at all, has he?
The reason for that in that instance was quite simple. Everybody thought we were going back until Bruno slipped that beautiful ball through, looked as though we weren't going anywhere, so they were coming out of the box instead of going into the box. But that fabulous ball from Bruno through changed the whole scenario.
Yeah,
Dead
100%.
simple.
He's that kind of player, isn't he? Wolves on the ball now on the edge of the box, and it's a great chance, but Mane with a poor touch, and Malik Chow, as we've seen so many times this season already, gets in and clears it away. From
Again,
a throw, up to Strand Larson, one touch, passes it in. Trippier gets a slight touch on it, credit to him, which puts Mateus Mane off. He would have been in if it wasn't for that touch, so credit to
done,
Chow.
Chow. Lovely.
Nice bit of play now from Newcastle midfield.
Give it now, man, now!
The referee is blown. The referee is blown for a yellow
I'm
card.
actually
from
quite
Mateus
happy with
Mane.
that.
What probably would have liked to seen play on there. A little bit of an advantage. The people behind me was
For me, he should have passed
for
the
it.
ball. He should have passed the ball to the wing.
Just about to knock that in there. Watch it.
It's pretty difficult sitting behind them when you're trying to speak.
I'm having to watch that to see what's going on. A little bit of a talking to going on there between the players as Newcastle set up for the free kick.
Would you like to see a direct shot from here, Michael, rather than sort of just a fanny on, just a player, just go for it?
What I want to see is one player on the ball, so that we actually had it planned before. We know if we get a free kick there, this is what happens. Instead of having there's only two. I mean, personally, I would rather see Lewis Hall take it, but Trips has done it before. Can he do it again?
It's a right footer, free kick. On the right side?
It's on the right side, so I'll give it the left side.
Oh, so left side, aye. Go on, Hall. Go for this yourself, lad. Just ignore everybody else in the box and have a shot.
Screaming Trippier top bins, but it's probably more likely to hit the bench. Trips.
No, he's too close, isn't he, to their defenders?
Jose Sá set up in the middle of the goal. Trippier. Oh, it was an excellent effort there from Kieran Trippier. We said top bins, it's just the wrong side of the net. He curls it lovely from the outside. To be honest, it's never going in just because of how wide it starts around the goal, but when you're looking at it straight on, it's not a bad effort at all.
I think what you have to say, Michael, is the keeper had it there. If it had been on target, the keeper did have it.
Yeah, absolutely. Didn't have the pace to beat him at all, did it? Particularly when he stood in the middle of that goal. Realistically, he can set himself either way. Probably needed one with a bit of pace there. Wolves have got the ball forward. Into midfield. Newcastle have won it back. Jolin with a first-time pass into Harvey Barnes, but he just hasn't got the pace.
Barnes just hasn't got that extra yard, has he?
The urgency from Newcastle's great there. Miley now on the ball. Into Alanga. Come on, son. Do something. Whips a ball in. It's not a great one. In fact, it's a terrible one.
I like the intent, but
The intent, brilliant. The execution, terrible. Joe Linton almost winning the ball back there from Arias. Wolves hold on to it. And now there's a bit of a press from Newcastle, but Wolves managed to get it out wide on the left-hand side. And it's gone backwards. Summarise the game. Long ball, it's gone forward. They've got a little bit of a numbers advantage here on the right-hand side. Arias has picked it up. It's an early cross in. It's easy for Malik Chow, let's be honest. For a game that's not had a single team keep a clean sheet in the last 10, I think someone's bet on both teams to have a clean sheet at this point because we're all yawning.
This particular fixture is the longest in the history of the longest in the history of the Premiership, where every single game both teams have scored.
That's about to end. The Wolves on the attack here now. Lewis Hall knocks it out for a corner. Yeah, should have had a shout there. Back post. No one anywhere near him would have had time. And the Wolves fans are baffled because they're still in the game at the 80th minute.
I think Wolves will be happier with a point, to be fair. I'm saying Wolves will be happier with the point. No.
It's one of those as well. No changes since that triple substitution. You'd probably like to see Ramsey. I know he hasn't set the world alight, but you want to see him. Bueno with the corner for Wolves. Cleared by... I was going to say, they said Bruno on commentary, but that's Alanga. Try commentating on it, mate. This is
deader than a dead duck in the Dead Sea from Deadland.
Oh, Jefferson says Eddie out.
What a surprise.
FML, Eddie out.
Eddie out, says Jefferson. Shout out, mate. Eddie out. Hey, it's a bit boring tonight, to say the least.
Jeffers, rather than Eddie out, I think we're all one out after this one. Just out of this club, it's been the worst game ever.
Yeah, if anyone's going to get the smash and grab, who do you reckon it's going to be? Also Wolves.
Well, no, now I season Wolves.
I think you've always got that potential Harvey Barnes winner in the back pocket, haven't you?
You've always got the injury team winner to Wolves.
Quick reminder that it was about 5 minutes while Trippier got his face fixed up after that boot to the face, so probably looking at about 7-8 minutes of added time.
Of added punishment.
Jesus Christ, 8 or 10, 9 minutes of added time. We're going to have to sit here and have to endure that as well.
Come on. Good play by Newcastle on this left-hand side. Joe Linton in the Barnes, in the Wissa, and seemingly every time the ball ends up at the feet of Johan Wissa, it's a turnover in possession. And it's foul to Newcastle. The ball got cleared by Wolves. Louis Hall picked it up. And Strand Larsen is the latest in a long list of Wolves players to foul Louis Hall. He's who, to be honest, out of everyone. To be honest.
Strand Larsen.
Back up to the backup. Come on.
I'd rather re-sign Shola than Strand Larsen, I think, at the minute.
Wouldn't have thought so, alright.
Shola only play good against the backup.
Exactly, that's how bad Strand Larsen is. Right, we've got another super chat there. Jefferson once again. Bogey, hope you lads are getting the beers in. To be fair, I've only paid for one and I've had a few, so yeah, definitely happening there. Everyone's been generous. Bruno with a great chance. Oh, it's a good save. A free kick from Newcastle. Bruno on the volley. Well saved by Son. Joe Linton couldn't put the follow-up in the back of the net. Wolves on the break here, and Lewis Hall is fouled again.
And Jeffers were all too professional to be drinking, mate. We're all on a Coca-Cola.
A lovely cola. To be honest, I don't think either of those.
Lads, I know it's not been the greatest of games, but not much is going for even when we do get chances, because there's things like this where a ball could bobble in, or somebody doesn't hit the ball.
No, Matt. You don't think that he could have done better, Joe Linton?
Well, he could have, but I'm saying if he'd bobbled that and it could have just gone in.
Oh my God! Well, he certainly headed it, so he saw it coming.
But I'm saying if we're getting the chances, everything's going too well for us.
Balling behind now for Harvey Barnes. Cross in, and it's cleared very easily by
Oh,
Wolves.
now ball. Come on, now get it into the mixer. Pass the first man, for God's sake.
Wayne doesn't ask for a lot for Christmas, but he does want that. And to be honest, I don't think he's going to get that from Santa this year. Never mind in this game, because it's an absolutely dreadful.
Oh, Bruno. Oh, Bruno is taking it. Excellent.
Bruno to take the corner. Whipped in, and it's headed over the bar, and it's that man
J7 again.
J7. Ball ends up at the head of Joe Linton, and it's gone high, wide, and not very handsome at all.
Threatening me,
Ian, thank you very much for the super chat. This is awful, and I think you've been a bit too nice about the game there. This is definitely the worst I've
Awful.
seen since that
It's not as
0-0
good as that, man.
With that 0-0 with Norwich that I mentioned back in the day. Oh, the top from Wissa's offside, but it's not going to matter anyways.
Where's the pace? Where's Wissa's pace?
It's offside anyway.
Win Wissa's our silver bullet.
In the race of the tortoise, and
Plenty of time for him to be our silver bullet. Plenty of time.
We reckon about 9 minutes of stoppage time, which means there's about 12 minutes left. Newcastle running out of time. Now, was that saying they've improved, or was that just telling us how terrible they've been in the last 22? Jefferson once again, we are a very poor football inside.
Whoa, come on.
And I'll be honest, we are proper terrible against the low block, aren't we? Never seen anything like it in Newcastle.
Michael, why isn't Eddie changing this up to have something happen? Why we're playing exactly the same as we have all game? Why not chuck something on to throw things up?
So now,
the thing now, there's nothing.
Come on, then,
really,
Maestro. What would you do?
Well, that's hold on. I'm my answer for Boki, because there's nothing he can do really now, other than just really like put Barnes up there with Wissa together. He should have just left Voltemata in there and let it work. And if it doesn't work, then you take Voltemata off and do that. But he didn't. He just made man for man substitutions, and we can't beat the worst team in the Premier League history.
Once again, Newcastle across the ball into the box, goes to Johan Wissa, and it's a foul now. Sven Botman commits a foul, yellow carded, probably a good one for
It took
Newcastle.
one for the team, I suppose. Well, it was one man they had. That was all they had up front.
Yeah, 4 against. If he can knock it out to the left-hand side of the Wolves, there probably would have been a little bit of danger. But it's one of those. Realistically, foul was the best Wolves could have hoped for there.
I think what's worrying, Michael, is that we don't look like we're piling the pressure. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't look like we're going to be scoring. It's out of hope, and they're not under pressure. Their keeper isn't making saves, and like I say, I know it's not easy sometimes in these sorts of games, but you want to be able to put more pressure on than this. And like Chris said, you've got to keep Voltemata on the pitch for this and put Wissa on with him. So it's disappointing, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's many things that we could have done better in this game, but I was definitely not unable to be criticised for this one. It's definitely one of those where substitutions, you've got to keep Voltemata on, you've got to have Wissa up there together, because we've created nothing, and Wolves have a good cross in the box here, and it's easy for Newcastle. You're looking at it and going, it only takes one chance for Wolves to win this game. And to be honest, I don't think either side look likely. But if Wolves do, we couldn't argue that much against it.
It looks like we could play for 3 weeks here, Michael, and not score a goal. It's one of them games. And to be fair, this is a real worry, Michael, for the games we've got coming up. You look at the away games in February. If we play like this, we are in deep, deep trouble.
100%, yeah. I completely agree. I think it's one of those where... Ball in. Lewis Hall should have hit it first time.
Man, just take a shot.
Just put it in the net, man! Wolves now on the break. Strand Larson gets the ball in a dangerous counter and just kicks it straight at.
Chances Larson gets a winner in this one. 0.
I was going to say.
Oh, disappointing. People came here the day thinking, these are bottom of the league, we've got a massive chance, we'll boss them about. And what's going on? Why we're playing like this against Wolves?
We're not testing their keeper. That's the thing. I understand. Okay, you grind out a win, but yeah, you don't have to play like amazing football, but test their keeper at least. Lewis Hall there, just get a shot off with your right foot.
Yeah, absolutely. Wolves corner in now. Can they nick it? It's cleared very easily, and it's another corner for Wolves, although there's going to be a bit of a break because 2-3 players are down, including Louis Hall. Thanks for everyone there. By the way, the police helicopter was over afterwards just to make sure the Mighty Win had stayed here today. He hadn't gone missing, so thankfully they're gone.
Put a Langer on the halfway line for this.
Hey, win 91 minutes. You want to leave early or you want to leave 91 minutes, man? You want to leave early or you want
to? Certainly couldn't blame him for that.
Better get gone if you had to be here for the post-match.
Newcastle going to try and close Jose Sarr down here, but it's hit long. Miley wins a header against Strand Larson. Newcastle can bring now. Wissa into Alanga. He hasn't let it touch. He hasn't got a touch on the ball, and the Wolves defender just clears it off Alanga for a throw-in.
He was second favourite for that ball through.
We're not playing to his strengths either. That's a problem as well. I mean, you know, you can call the lad out. I'm saying with the Langer, we're not playing to his strengths either.
No, absolutely.
You know, you can call the lad out.
Hey, I'm happily married, man. I don't want to be in that after party. Win is into everything. Everything.
Everything. We're going to learn more about that off stream.
Michael's going to the after party by the sound of it.
Hey, my wife's watching this. Sorry, son. By the way, free kick to Wolves on the halfway line. I'll be honest, the conversation's been better than the football.
Wolves get a free kick on the halfway line and they pile it into their box. They'll be happy with a point. We get a free kick, we'll pass it backwards.
There's a line of 9 Newcastle players. It's a very high line and would have left players up. And the Wolves player slips and it goes straight to Sven Botman. But because we've got so many players on that back line, there's no one there to pick up the second ball.
Michael, why haven't we got a player? We're in the 94th minute. Why the hell haven't we got a player further forward to pick up that ball?
Because we're knackered. Barnes does win it back though.
Give him it to run
into Alanga.
Come on.
Is he going to run his man?
Do your stuff, son. Do your stuff.
He's done brilliantly by actually that.
Well, look at it.
It's shoulder to shoulder. There's a big appeal for a penalty. I don't think it'll be given. It was Bruno Gomares who went down under the chart.
Well, that was well done by Alanga.
Shoulder to shoulder. Alanga did very well. Newcastle trying to recycle it here. Bruno towards the back post. Alanga's going to pick it up. Cross in and it hits the first man.
That was shocking.
But he does do well to win the ball back, Alanga, to be fair to him. Bruno has it now. He's just smashed in the back by Strand Larson, and that is a yellow card.
There you go. Fill the box.
It was Andre, actually.
Minute and a half to go.
Newcastle needs something here. Last chance saloon, to say the
Last chance saloon for 5 points for Mr. Jamie Smith.
This leaves us in 8th if we don't get the winner here. Are we above the Mackhams or not?
Yeah,
back above.
Yeah, we're above them on goal difference anyway, I think.
Trippier's face, wow, he looks like he's been in a battle. So he whips the ball in here and it's straight at a Wolves player.
Well done, Lewis Hall again. What a game he's had, by the way.
Trippier whips it in again.
Bruno!
Oh, and he's put it wide. Bruno Gomares with an excellent chance. On the half volley, he scuffs it and he hits it wide. Great chance there for Newcastle.
Is it a great chance? I see it again.
It's
bit of a snatch. He had to. It wasn't coming down nicely for him.
No. A player of Bruno's quality has to do better there. He won't be happy. No one will be happy. And as we hit the 90th
and there's a time up.
Not a single person is going to be happy for that.
That's it, folks.
An absolutely terrible game between Wolves and Newcastle. Wolves will be happy. Newcastle won't be. And, well, I hope the train back is more entertaining than that.
I think the match reaction might be a short show because there's not really much to say about that, is there?
I hope everyone's kept up on their sleep, because that was dreadful. But let us know how you feel in the chat. Has that changed your opinion on how in or how out? That's arguably one of the worst results we've had away from home in the season so far. Wolves, the worst team in the league, on their own turf in Newcastle, have gone and not just not created any chances, but we've been absolutely dreadful. 2 shots on target against Wolves, not good enough.
Satish says Chris Nagad. Well, it's been an Jordy Dan saying in the chat, an absolutely waste of time. Effing time, actually, just to clarify. I mean, look, it is a draw, but against the worst team in the Premier League. I mean, come on, man. I want to know what other big teams have done against Wolves. I want to know. They got, well, let me refresh this because they got 8 points. 8! And we played our best 11 we can possibly play.
If you rest 8 or 9 players and you get the 0-0, you're sort of looking at it and going, yeah, it's because we rested players, but fans aren't happy either.
Based on goal difference, we're still above Sunderland, but that's just, we're still at 33 points. So we're pretty much still knackered. And, you know what I mean? It's just criminal, man. So what are you looking at stats for? What are you trying to, you said we play good on stats? Oh, that's amazing then. So that's it. So how about you make a screenshot of that and just email it to all Newcastle fans so all of a sudden we become happy. You know, we're happy now. We see
that's what you should be, yeah.
Yeah. We should be happy with this draw's performance.
Absolutely not.
Answer the question, man. We should be happy with this performance?
No, we shouldn't be happy with that performance.
So say it, a cappella.
A cappella what? We're knackered. We're not knackered at all.
I'm Eddie out now.
What 2 points off 4th place?
It proves that we're wankers.
It proves that we're wankers.
Oh, Timmy, man, what the heck happened tonight, man? It's just our best 11. It's not enough.
No, it's like I said during the game, we don't test the keeper enough. It's too much of this pendulum football left and right. No one's willing to take the shots from 20, 30 yards, especially in the weather as well, where it's wet, slippery. It just kind of sums up the season in one way, that you think you're going places, but I'm just not sure that we've got enough, to be honest, quality-wise. Definitely not enough to finish Champions League place, top 4, maybe top 5.
Yeah,
I mean, there's plenty of games to play in that, but that was a massive opportunity to get 3 points. You know,
it's funny because Jamie said earlier on today that these games, when we need to win, to zoom up the table, we never do. We never ever do. Which you're absolutely right about. I was just hoping you were going to be wrong today, but you weren't.
Well, as usual, we were right and you were wrong. So the must-win games for Newcastle United, we just simply cannot get it. But you know what's crazy, though? What we categorize as a must-win game is usually against a weaker team that will play low block. And we sit here and talk about they're low block and they're not playing football. You know, they just want to sit back but we can't tell them that's what Jamie. I think that's what he's looking at me because he said that he was complaining that Wolves were sitting back. Well, what are we supposed? We can't tell them how to play. We tell them, hey Wolves, attack us so we can counterattack you and beat you. They got to play how they want to play, how they need to play. We need to figure out a way to break the low block. And that's what big teams need to do. That's what they do. They have to. Everybody plays low block against Man City. They figure out a way to break that. Why can't we, with our best players against the worst team that are single digit in points in the Premier League right now?
So the likes of Arsenal, who are running away with the league at the minute, they know how to do it. Yeah, Liverpool, third in the league, they know how to do it. They had exactly the same problem against Burnley and Forest yesterday that we've had with Wolves today.
Forest is not Wolves.
Win, quick question. Out of all the managers of them top 6, who's got the most Premier League experience over Eddie Howe? So in regards to knowing how to win a game in the Premier League and knowing how to get results over the line, which manager above from the top 6 has Eddie Howe played less games than in the Premier League? So how are they more experienced than him?
Pep and Arteta.
No, Arteta hasn't. Definitely not. You think I'm talking about Bournemouth as well?
All right. Well, you're talking where he's got to sell his best players to Arsenal.
No.
To Arteta.
But the point is, he's had he's gone because he's a host. But the point is, he's had all these seasons to develop his management style. In that game, what change did he make at any point that made you think, oh, that's changed the game, that's give her a chance? There was not a single thing he did in that game that changed the game from the trajectory of where it was going.
I'm not going to argue with you.
Well, then go for your tab.
No, before I go over my tab, because what I'll say is, you can only work with the materials you've got to work with.
Well, he didn't use all the materials. Hold on.
Yeah, he bought were they his first choices? No.
Yeah, but why buy? First of all, why buy them then? Why would I buy?
Well, what? So you stick with nobody?
Yeah, if they're any good, yeah.
So you stick with nobody.
If they're no good, yeah. Why would I spend money on something that's not worth it?
So we'll start the season without a forward.
No, you go get a forward. But the thing is also, Voltemata is enough. Wissa is enough, but we're not. They're not performing for some reason. And also, he should have just, you know what, we need to win this game. Leave the two strikers there to figure it out. Yeah. If they don't, then you make an adjustment. But if you make that, I'm not gonna let you speak now. I'm Joseph Stalin now. I'm Joseph Stalin. You know what I mean? If it doesn't work, then you make an adjustment. Ain't that right, Tim?
Yeah, no, exactly. I think I just can't believe. Well, I can because it's so predictable. But everybody would say in that game, keep Voltemata on the pitch and have Wissett alongside him because Wolves were camped in their own half most of the time. So you want to occupy their defenders and give them something different to think about. And I just, look, again, I like Eddie Howe. Obviously, how can you not for what he's done for us? But I'm pulling my hair out. I don't understand why he, as a manager, wouldn't want to see them two on the pitch at the same time in a game like that where you are really struggling to create things. And that can give you something different. So, you can't help but not criticise that decision, you know?
As I say, Tim, during that game, what decision has he made that has changed that game forward? We're kept on the same trajectory. We're seeing the same thing over and over again. What thing did he do that you thought to yourself, oh yeah, that's going to change the game forward? There was nothing. He did like for like after like for like.
Like for like.
Just before you go there, Chris.
Yeah.
We've got a super chat. Jory Dan. How hanging by a thread, in my opinion. PIF want results.
I've got the scissors.
Hands up. Who's how out now?
Well,
two.
Well, I say how out, but I don't think nothing's going to change by the end of the season. So at the end of the season, I will make my decision. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure it's leaning towards that way. Jamie, you're 8 feet tall. So how did the game look from up there?
It looked pretty terrible wherever you're sitting, didn't it? I mean, I think you can't drag any positives. I guess we didn't lose. Is that a positive that you can take out of it? But yeah,
man, don't do that.
But I think he's thinking too much about the next game and the next game, and we've got to get something against PSV because that keeps the Champions League alive. Don't really want to be going to Paris needing a result. So that's a big game. But I wonder, is there a little bit of that's the decision making between not playing Wissa and Voltemata, not having a third option with Asula being injured. But I would maybe disagree to an extent with those two, keeping those two on, because the main problem was someone giving them a chance to score. And we had maybe 2 or 3 headers where they could have done a little bit better, but there's only really Bruno, I think someone said earlier, who will look to put that ball into the box or that ball over the top for them. And it's just kind of lacking in an impetus, lacking in sort of energy, it feels like. And I think there's a lot of it is thinking, oh, well, we got PSV on Wednesday and Aston Villa next weekend. The fact is, if you beat these and lose to Villa, that's more points than drawing them both. So they should have went for it a lot more there, I think. it is difficult when you've got a team that's just sitting there like a wall and trying not to play football and fouling you and going down easily whenever you tackle them. But yeah, I feel like it was just so flat. Another flat afternoon, like most of these away games have been.
The problem is that low block is never going away if you want to be a proper club. Yeah, proper clubs have to play against those. You know what I mean? As a matter of fact, nowadays, if a club is attacking you nonstop, they probably don't respect you, or they probably don't think you're, as good as or better than them, which is crazy, But it is what it is. So at some point, you're gonna have to figure it out. Why is it taking us this long? I don't know. And again, now you didn't get it. You got 1 point, but you play your best players already. So what are you gonna do against PSV? That's a must. It kind of is a must win. And then what are you gonna do with Aston Villa? Then what are you gonna name? I think we play. Who do we play?
Tottenham.
Let me ask a proper fan. Fucking hell, there's a knacker.
I was going to answer that question in regards to that. What do you do? PSG. I don't think. PSG. But
No, that's in the Champions League. But I mean, it is, isn't it? Either way, yeah.
I don't think Eddie knows what he's going to do, Chris. So I don't see how any of us have a chance whatsoever.
Yeah. Let me read a super chat here from Sensible Moniker that says Eddie just can't handle or manage 2 games per week, including managing rotation. So a UCL manager, therefore he goes in the summer, says Sensible Manic. Thank you, mate. Appreciate you. Now, the thing is, I don't think PIF are a type of. I don't think PIF are really. In my opinion, I don't feel as if they are really bothered as far as sacking Eddie or not. Maybe if the fans get crazy, but I don't see that at them. Like I don't see them really worried about that because there will be times where we fall into what just happened. Like we win this game that way. I think we won 2-3 games in a row, maybe, whatever it was, and then all of a sudden it feels better, and then you might have a bad performance, and it just like that. So I don't feel that, but you will never know. We'll make that assessment at the end of the season. And I said I was Eddie Howe simply because I don't think he can change, but that was at the end of the season, so pretty much that. Peter, with your this top came in, what year? What, 2013?
12, 13.
Yeah, we can categorize you as a proper fan right now, but we don't know. You might have gotten that from eBay, so we're not going to say that. But what do you think? What do you think about the performance tonight?
I think you've covered it all, really, but not enough creativity. That's what it boils down to. I mean, I don't think Eddie Howe will be in danger until we're cut off from the European chase. We're still in touch, aren't we, in the league? So I don't think he'll have to worry about his job this season, unless we are cut adrift and we get sort of February, March time, and it's obvious we're just not going to get any European football. But no, I mean I can't deny that the creativity wasn't there, and I don't know what's going on with Wissa. I really liked him at Brentford, and he did start well as well. I thought he was going to be that missing sort of component that we needed, because he is kind of more similar to Isak than compared to Volomeda, which kind of I would have thought would have helped us replicate what we'd done last season. In terms of that outball as well, over the top or in behind, but the last, I would say, 3 games, he just hasn't clicked for Wissa, and it's a slog. We did say, mind, a couple of months ago, we did say this was going to be a bit of a slog of a season. We had that feeling, didn't we? The way things panned out at the end of the summer, and the way things started as well this season. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't pretty today. If we do win next week, it'll all be forgotten about. I mean, that is for sure. But yeah, not great.
What do you want to say? What do you want?
Yeah, get the mic to somebody sensible, man.
What are you saying, man?
Get it away from me, that old sin. No, listen.
What's wrong with Wissa? Answer the question, man. You're within touching distance now, so you might want to be careful.
Yeah. Well. Oh, that'll be the day. Fuck off. Oop. Hey, 70 odd years old, and I'll still put him on the floor. That's not a problem. But that's right. That was an uncensored where it was Jason Fuller saying who's the hardest. We know who the hardest is. But that's by the by. Listen, was it good today? No, it wasn't good. But we still totally dominated the game. Totally dominated the game. You know, we had the best chances. Again, we didn't put them away, and this has been the problem from day one this season. Sooner or later, it's going to click. And bedwetters are saying it won't click. I'm confident that it will click. We're still there or thereabouts for the Champions League, not a problem. You know, we've got a classic situation, haven't we, next week with Villa, who are, you know, hey, let's see what Villa do now at 5:30, or whenever they kick off. No, 4 o'clock, it's a Sunday, isn't it? So let's see what happens to them. You know, I've said till I'm blue in the face, there's no easy games in the Prem. And that wasn't easy, especially when, as we suspected, they would, you know, go 10 at the back and break, and all that chance more or less came from breaks, apart from set pieces, the long throw-in, they had a chance with. But largely we're dominated. So, I mean, I'm not totally I'm very disappointed with the result, that we didn't at least, you know, I mean, I went 4-1 because I thought it would be a bit more open. And I thought if we scored, they would have to come out then, and then that would create an open game, which didn't happen because they managed to hang on and hang on and hang on and hang on. That's what teams do. That's what teams do. It's what Forest did against Arsenal yesterday. It's what Burnley did against Liverpool yesterday. Man U took their chances against City. We didn't. It's what it is. It's a tough old league, and we simply haven't got the full squad. For everybody's whinging on about Eddie not rotating and that. Seriously, who could you rotate today that would have made a lot of difference there? The only player who looks like creating a spark for us right now, every single game, and it's Gamara's. Good old Bruno. What's the super chats there?
Come here, man. We're falling asleep with that King speech, man. Okay, now. Thank you, Jordy, for saying we are dropping more points than Snoop Dogg drops like to bloody drop it like it's hot. There you go. Thank you very much for being a member for 17 months. Become a member now. Hit the join button. Help the channel grow. Help the channel maintain itself. Appreciate you very much. Jefferson, super chat, blah, blah, blah. Excuses. Eddie out tonight, please. Dark Side of the Moon says, dominated what? Yeah, exactly. You're boring people to death with dominating, man. Thank you very much for the super chats, all of you out there. The thing is just, I just don't, like, at some point you have to win your must game wins, man. Because or else what's the point? You know what I mean? This is not about Eddie out, Eddie in. Forget all that. That's easy. That's an easy conversation, really. The thing is, why? Because these players are going to be here no matter what the coach is next season. You're going to add players here and there, but some players might leave. But it's going to be almost the same thing. Walter Mata Wissa ain't going nowhere. Ilanga, to be fair, they're talking about sell Ilanga. That's easier said than done. You're not going to sell the signing that just came in. So are you going to get your money back to be able to say, yeah, get him out of it? No, you're not. So, I mean, what I mean, you know, what's the what are we gonna do about that, man? You're drinking, you know, you're supposed to be a Jordy, but we don't know. We gotta make sure. But you're drinking a Coke, so a Jordy drinking Coke is criminal. But go on, defend yourself.
Just sometimes you gotta look after yourself. My body's, it's Diet Coke. My body's a temple. There's a bit of Christmas way to get off here, you know. Sorry, what was the real question?
Why can't we win? One must win games.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a mystery, isn't it? We just can't break down. I don't think anyone can see me because some drunk's holding his phone up to the camera.
Yeah, we're trying to look at Jamie, man. Jamie's
he's had 2 halves of Foster's and everything's gone to pot. Yeah, well, I said before the game, didn't I? Every time it comes to the crunch, this sort of bottle it. I think my exact words were the words "you could go fifth today" in the Newcastle changing room have the same effect as passing a bottle of whiskey round, and it's proven that again today. You're very correct there in what you say. People saying, Eddie out and things. If we do make that change at the end of the season, we're not going to be able to buy a super team. You're still going to have to make these players work. If there's another manager that can do that, fair play with a couple of additions to his own. We'll see where we are at the end of the season. But I think this season's a little bit of reality bites, that the way the Premier League's set up, we just cannot get into that top six for any period of time because someone like City just goes out and buys however many tens of millions of pounds worth of players and, crucially, puts them on 300 grand a week that we can't pay. So bridging that gap's going to be difficult, but should be beating Wolverhampton. Should be doing something there, and it's been a problem for a couple of years that we can't deal with these low blocks. It's frustrating to watch, but again, as you said, they're entitled to play like that. They don't have to play for the spectacle. I do actually think if they're bottom of the league with 8 points, they ain't going to stay up by playing every game like that, so they should have went for it more. But we should have had the tools to deal with it.
But Jamie, should we not have known how they were going to play in this game and been ready for it? So sort of, it is really, really frustrating. And I know we've said it all season that he hasn't done it. But again, he's had a chance in this game to change it so we win it. We could all see where it was going. And he could have added the extra striker. Or if not even doing that, just change the formation. Sorry, I've had too much beer. He could change the formation. But it's a struggle. It's a real struggle with him at the minute to sort of see where he's going with in-game management, because there's just nothing there changing the game at all.
Yeah, I wonder if he was over-relying on Wolves coming out a little bit for the last half hour and they were happy just to sit there. I wonder if they've just accepted that they're going down and they're just going to try and not get beat whenever they can. But maybe Howe thought they'll come out a little bit. That'll give us a chance to use the flanks to play through them. And we did have probably more chances in the last final third of the game than we did before that. But even if it was just to throw the dice, putting a Ramsey on, maybe should have done something a bit more from the bench.
You might want to be careful here.
Hey, man, get off of there, man. What you on about? Hey, you. What are you doing, man? No, we got it. I got it from here. I'm looking at the chat. Stop trying to hide, man. Come on and face the music. Because this is the you said play with your best 11. Look at what happened. So are you trying to say now, let me actually ask you this question, Win. Are you saying that if we would have rotated as I wanted, that we would have been knackered? No, that nobody can hear you. Nobody can hear you from now on. Nobody can hear you. Come here. It's not plugged in. Look, that mic is not plugged in. That's crazy. The
mic's not plugged in, and neither is he.
Hey, wait, because we hear a little frog there, man.
Right. So, if we had a rotated like Chris wanted, this is the same Chris who said, no, man, put all your meat on the grill, You play your best players. This is the same Chris that said if we had a rotated.
No, but against Wolves.
2020
again, hey, you, Mighty Wanga. Hey,
2020
against Wolves, we can rotate, man. Because it's Wolves. And also looking at you got PSV, Aston Villa, PSG. What else we got next? Liverpool. Why not, God? And you got Brentford. Brentford is the easier one of them all.
Can I ask Win a question? Win, we've done that against Wolves, that performance. We've got a lot of away fixtures in February against tough teams. How do we perform against them? What can he do? That was our best team out there the day, as you said. What can he do to improve on that?
When do we perform at our best?
When do what?
When do we perform at our best?
I haven't seen players at our best since probably...
When we're playing games that we're not expecting
Everton away,
to
maybe,
do anything in.
I'm just saying, man.
Historically, not just lately. Of course, it's not a good thing, no.
So what's it? So you always agree, but you don't want to point out out what the issue is.
I am pointing out absolutely what the history is.
The history?
When we go into
a
games
history teacher, man?
that
What's
we
wrong
aren't
with you?
expected to win, that's when we produce performances.
Oh, win is knackered right now, man.
And the games, go back to last season when everybody was whinging, or the season before specifically, when everybody was whinging about not getting home results against Brentford, Bournemouth, Brighton, Leeds, all of that lot. They are the games that we don't historically perform in. Fulham, last season.
Yeah, but that can't be an excuse. That can't be an excuse, man. That's not a.
I'm not saying that it shouldn't be an excuse. I agree with you, but it's what we are.
Nah.
It can't be an excuse as a sentence. Having a but at the end means it is an excuse.
That's right. Come on, man.
Well, there isn't an excuse.
If you look at these games coming up, so we've got Liverpool away, Man City away, Spurs away, which you don't know what you're going to get. PSG away. So the thing is, you can lose those games and there's no shame and there should be no hysterical reaction as long as you give a decent account of yourself. The reason there will be is because we've left so many points out there up to this point. Like, if you go to Anfield, play well, lose 2-1, you say, fair enough, they've given their all. That team's worth double what ours is. I think the points that we've dropped today at Brentford, at West Ham, all Sunderland, all these shitholes, that's kind of the thing that they're carrying on the back. I don't think the Champions League places is really on in the league because this kind of performance comes out every few games. It might be better getting a Europa League spot because you've got a chance to win that. I know you think we've got a chance to win the Champions League, but we've all seen you've been drinking.
When I say of course we've got a chance. As long as we're in it, we've got a chance.
So
do I realistically think we're going to win it? No, I don't.
So, for example, here DX saying that now Villa, where does it say? Villa is must-win games, must-win game. I think one of the other ones.
was that in, man?
Listen. So, what confidence? If you can't beat Wolves, why is Villa a must-win game?
It's at home, isn't it?
That's it.
It's at home, and they'll come for a game, and it'll be more suited our style of play. There'll be no low block from them.
All right, Michael, what you got to say about the game, mate?
I mean, I think I said it all on comms. It was pretty terrible, wasn't it? But I think it's one of those where low block, once again, has been the undoing of Newcastle United until you have someone who is a proper number 10 and someone who can actually create something for a change, then realistically you're not going to win games like this. It's a real problem for Newcastle United. We've had it for years, and I personally see no chance at all of that improving. I don't know about you, Chris.
Well, I mean, it just, I mean, I don't know. We're on and off. We play one good game, one bad game, two good games, or poor games, and then we get the results and people are happy. But that's the problem when you just look at the results and you don't look at how we actually perform. That's the issue. But I mean, we got, the next game is PSV and Villa. I mean, the PSV game to be in the Champions League, that's a must-win. If you don't win that one or really win, then you got to be PSG, and then how is that going to work out away? And then you got Villa at home, of course. That the fact that it's home might be a positive, but I just wouldn't put it solely on that that we're gonna win this game. So I don't know. You want to say?
Yeah. I think it's one of those. You look at this game now, and I think the more that goes on, you wonder when we start prioritising the Premier League. Let's be honest, we haven't done that all season. But after this draw today, I'm looking at the Aston Villa game and the Cup, and I'm thinking, is it worth going through in the FA Cup long term when realistically we're just going to get Man City or whatever it is in the next round and end up going out of it? We haven't got the depth to do anything in that competition long term when Premier League and Champions League are the ones that are going to bring in any cash. Like, let's be honest. You finish bottom of the Champions League, you get more than what you do by winning the League Cup and the FA Cup. So Long term for Newcastle United, we're in a season of transition for the playing style, as you can tell, because it's absolutely dreadful. But I think it's one of those where, for me, you're looking at Aston Villa and going, that's where we want to be. And to do that, I think we've got to prioritise one competition or another. And you can't be prioritising Carabao or FA Cup at this time. But let us know in the chat what you think. It's one of those where, let's be honest, Newcastle haven't exactly been the best season, and I don't see that changing.
Super chat there. Thank you very much, Tony. Says, is next week the biggest week of the season? Well, I mean, one way of looking at it.
I think, Tony, I know you normally disagree with me, but I think it is that, Tony, isn't it? Yeah, Tony, I think next month's the biggest thing for us now. I mean, we've come through this month and we've kind of got the results that we should have got. But in regards to performances, I think there's been some major issues. So I think next month, in regards to, the games that we've got, that's our season definer. We haven't been great away from home, and we're playing all big teams next month. We've got away teams that really we're going to struggle against, if I'm honest, especially on that performance today. If we go in against the likes of, I hate to say it, but Man City in the Carabao Cup, or Aston Villa in the FA Cup, or Liverpool in the Premier League, they're just going to destroy us if we play like that. They are going to take the chances where we're giving the ball away, and it's really, really upsetting because. This month what we should have done was filled with boots, got ourselves into a position where next month we could have afforded in the Premier League, because of the teams we were playing, to drop a few points. But that's not the case now. We've got to go into every game thinking, this is a must-win for us if we want this to be a successful season. And we haven't set ourselves up for that so far this month.
Yeah. Certainly haven't. Wayne's trying to excuse everything we saw today, but we're not going to let him excuse that rubbish. Thank you, everybody that's watching right now. Smash the like button. We'll be on as long as we can, of course, but smash that like button. Help the channel grow. Become a member. Very important to do that. Enjoy exclusive content for as little as $4.99. Help the channel grow and help us. It's simply a pint. A pint. Buy us a pint once a month. That's not bad, is it? Buy us a pint. And help the. Oh my God! There's a 5 minutes, and Wayne is drinking that Dross beer again, man. I swear to God, that beer is just come on, man. Tony T. But if we fail to win our next 2 games, thank you for the super chat. Is that it? Cheers, man. Cheers, Tony. So Wayne, if we don't win against PSV, and say we lose against PSV and lose against Aston Villa. You still you'll be fine with that. That's fine if you get relegated with you.
No, I wouldn't be fine with that at all. But do I think that'll happen? No, I don't. Not at all. PSV, despite, let's face it, they went to Napoli and won 7-0. So they can't be that bad a team. But having said that, USG, who we've already beaten, comfortably, by the way, comfortably. They went to PSV in their own shack and beat them there 3-1. So I might have those scores wrong, but it's something like that anyway.
Someone take over.
Well, so Chris, right? So you're saying to win, lose the next 2 games. What's the crack? What would happen? So what would you do, right? What would Tam do if we lost the next 2 games?
Well, the thing is, look, for me, it's really simple. There's no rocket science. I don't think Eddie Howe, based on how he acts and how he like we saw it again today, he doesn't really. He's not an outside the box type manager to say, look, we're going to lose anyway. Like even to a fault, Kevin Keegan, to a fault, he was like, we're going to do this and we're going to 5-4 is the same as winning 1-0 or whatever, type of mentality. If go out there and put 2 center forwards and see if it works, or attack, try to do something. as opposed to just doing the same old, like for like, which is not really going to change. It's not really a tactical change. You're just basically doing the same thing, more energy to it, and depending, that's going to change something. So for me, it's the same thing. I don't think Eddie Howe will change. I think he's that type of manager. So to me, at the end of the season, I think that's it. He needs to go. Proper send off, great stuff. You know, do a little testimonial. Winner will be the referee. You know, but all of that, perfect. But nothing really is changing. I'm not going to say Eddie Howe now. We lose against Wolves, for example. I'm not going to say Eddie Howe whinging about it because I don't think nothing changes. And it's even worse to try to do something now as opposed to at the end of the season. So he's trying to follow me now. Here we go. There we go.
So Eddie Howe out at the end of the season, and that's definitely, there's no ifs, buts about it. Eddie Howe out at the end of the season.
Because there's no clear
He
change.
can't do any more.
There's no clear change.
Right.
Unless he dramatically
Let's
changes.
just assume we'll get, I don't know, semi-finals of the Champions League, and we'll still
Knee chance.
finish in the Champions League
Knee
qualifying
chance.
positions. Are you still Eddie Howe?
Knee chance. We're not going to get. You were on about us winning the Champions League, man. Come on, man. You don't
By the
believe
way,
in that
thank you,
crap,
Peter
man.
Mansfield, 169, who just became a member. Thank you
Cheers.
very much.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you, mate. Peter Merrifield, thank you for becoming a member, man. Appreciate you very much indeed. And thank you for helping us ignore what Wayne just said. Cheers, man. Yeah, go away, man. We're not. Look at that. There's a game, Aston Villa, Everton going on right now. Just kick off for that game. PSG Ultras damage Arsenal Stadium. So let's go to some comments here and see what people are saying. Foxy, this season is no surprise. The summer business was hyped up too much, way too much. Our players hyped up way too much. Our performances have been suspect even since end of last season. I don't know if trying to have a cryptic message there from Foxy. Take a second to hit the like button, says Lynn Simpson. Appreciate you very much. Please do that. Here we go again, says, buy a bloody creative midfielder. We've been missing one for years. Our shooting form outside the box and through balls is woeful. But the shooting part has nothing to do with new signings. Nothing. Because you can't tell me that our players, none of them can shoot from outside the box or would even want to. There's got to be something telling them, maybe not verbatim, do not shoot, but maybe something, stick to the plan, stick to the game plan to, pass the ball around. It feels like we try to walk the goal in as opposed to just doing. At some point, you just got to let players be free. Let them be free.
Just a quick one on that, Chris. I know the likes of winning that picked up on the point that we didn't have Wissa at the start of the season. In regards to that Voldemort, fair enough, I kind of agree, isn't a natural box number 9. He's more of a number 10, if you like. But when Wissa came back, the whole story was he's the silver bullet. He's the one that's going to change this team around. He's the Isaac replacement. Have we seen that in the last few games? Definitely not. If anything, we're even worse at holding the bloody ball up front. There's nothing holding that. As soon as the ball gets forward, there's nothing holding that ball up.
One thing before you answer that, Big Worm, thank you for becoming a member, mate. Appreciate you. Cheers, buddy. Thank you very much. Big Worm, becoming a member, NTTV Plus. Hit the join button and enjoy exclusive content. Stop clicking, man. Oh, there you go. Yeah, you were right about that. You did one good thing you did today. So go on. Answer his question.
What I'm saying is, wait till we see Wissa fully fit and Walter Morda fully fit. And then let's see what we get.
You can't tell me. Tim, let me ask you. I'm going to ask Tim because he's the sensible one here, not Peter. Let me ask you. Out of 20 minutes left in the game, 20 minutes, you're telling me that Wissa and Walter Morda are not fit to play 20 minutes together. I'm not asking you, man. I'm asking with Tim.
I understand the whole dilemma where you haven't gotten a backup with Asula being injured. I honestly get that, but I think in that game in isolation, when a win would be massive for us, then I can't help but say that yes, we absolutely need to have both those strikers on the pitch at the same time. And by the way, with Asula being injured, the reason why he is injured is because he came on, I think, against Fulham, and yes, he did help us win that game, but he was carrying a knock, and lo and behold, it gets worse in that game, and he's out for 3 months. So this is where it goes back to squad management and not playing players who are injured, essentially. It sounds harsh, but yeah, I think it is a valid criticism.
I totally agree that I would have kept Waldemar on and put Wisser on. I totally agree with that. Right? So Eddie hasn't done what me, with all my vast years of managerial experience, would have done. Surprise, surprise. But he's also got to keep in mind the games we've got coming up. And the fact is, as Peter said earlier on, the fact that it might have been even Tim, the fact that we haven't had a third striker available, to rotate the three of them in any way whatsoever.
Are we really getting into this where, like, you know, if a piano falls sky, you know, like, what are we what are we on about, man? If you slip on a
what are you on about?
If we slip on a banana peel, if we slip on a banana peel, away, man. Like, what are you on about, man? It's 20 minutes. Put the twat in and let them play together, man. It's not that big of a deal. Like, they get hurt. I mean, it could, just like he could get hurt walking off the pitch, man.
But like, the thing is, all right, is why wouldn't you then, only one of them's going to play, aren't they, against PSV? Yeah. So would you not have Wisser on against PSV from the start and Voldemar on the bench? Yeah. Therefore, Voldemar is getting his supposed rest against PSV, and you keep him, I know you said you keep him on anyway, but to the point of not having that third striker to juggle and making it more difficult. With this game, I think it doesn't really hold any water in that Voldemar would be in the bench against PSV and then come on second half if needed.
I think the thing is, right, it boils down to the get it? It's good, like, isn't it? I mean, all I want to know is has the treasure been found in Skeleton Canyon in Arizona? That's all I want to know. But no, so like I think with Wisser, like surely Eddie Howe must know that at some point the dilemma of like playing two up front or just playing them both, whatever the formation is going to come to a head at some point. So like I just feel like that he must have that in mind at some point. Like is he really going to go hit the rest of his managerial sort of career at Newcastle without playing them two together in the first team? Like I'm not defending Eddie Howe in saying that. I'm just putting that out there as a question. Like, yeah, like at what point does he draw the line and say, like, we need to have these two work in tandem? You know, did he not have that in mind when he signed them both? And it like if you're never going to have that in mind, then even long term that's not going to work, because neither player is going to be happy playing 1 week and then not playing the next week. Do you know what I mean? So like, I think at some point he's going to have to think about that. And like, no, I mean, I totally agree. Like, this was the perfect game to play, second half at least, to play them both.
Win, man, go to bed. Can someone 86 and what's in 86?
Oh, well, ask him what's a 69. They'll tell you. 86. I don't know what the 86 is. 86 actually chuck it. Meaning like get rid of it. 80. Oh, get rid of you. Yeah, 86. We're working on it, man. But we got the Elder Association of Newcastle at us. Yes, it means get rid of you, which we're working on. But they're asking where we're at. We're at the Gosford Empire in Newcastle, of course. You can tell. Now you can tell them, because we're gonna be gone by the time they get here. I'm playing with you. And Mighty Win is an owner, according to him. They're just scamming him out of his money. Nothing under his name. Nothing under his name, but he says he's the owner. Anyway, I mean, look.
All the members are owners.
Yeah, that's what you say. Look, man. At the end of the day, it is what it is. We couldn't get the win, and now we're in a situation where now here's the thing: we didn't get the points. We got 1 point. which Win is gonna go parade after this in the city center.
And what's Win going to
But-
say? Win's going to
but-
say any away point in the Premier
Oh,
League.
here we go, man.
What Win's going to say is, I'm Eddie out now.
Win's going to say any away point in the Premier League is a
Oh
good
my
away.
God, the same draw. But listen, now you got 1 point barely. So basically, you didn't get any points, and you didn't rest your players. So now we're proper
Knackered.
for PSV and Aston Villa. So there you go. I mean, I'm just saying, man.
And let's see what happens against them.
Which, by the way, PSV are not a great side either. So I mean, to be fair, they're not. Go on, Michael. PSV is not a great side.
No, but they have had some decent results. But I think it's one of those home. True, exactly. We draw with Mansfield at this point. In fact, we draw with Exeter, who shipped 10 past from City. But I think it's one of those where I think we'll look at it. We're going to look at the games coming up. They probably do suit us a bit more than this. We know we can't break down that low block. The games are like with the likes of Tottenham coming up. We can beat those. Tottenham away isn't a difficult fixture at all. Hopefully they keep Thomas Frank in, but
Did Joe Upjob work against Bournemouth?
in my opinion, yeah. I think we scored 3 goals against Bournemouth. I know they're not the best defence, but I think you look at it, that's the best connection we've had between a player and the central striker in most games this season. I think it worked. I was shocked to hear Eddie say otherwise. I don't know if any use.
Sorry, guys, I put on the talking about
I think under the circumstances, it's not going to be perfect. I mean, we all of a sudden. Did you? You can't hear it? Hello. Why not go? Oh, there we go.
Is that?
Yeah,
That's
it's
it. Yeah, but
Are we back now?
Is it going up
Let
and
us know
down?
in the chat if it's back. Let us know if you can hear us.
Is it going up and down? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it is now. It is. Yeah, it is. You see right there when your mic is going up and down. Yeah.
Nice one, aye.
Yeah. You're gonna be the next mighty Win.
Exactly. Aye. Sound has dropped. Nice
You
one,
just
big
knocked
worm.
the cameraman. Fucking hell, man. What the? Come on, man. There you go. There you go. Win. Give it up, man. Give it up.
I do agree about Tonali, though. I think Tonali's he's not having the impact that you would want him to have. You know, Bruno's stepping up. Yeah.
Go on, mate.
Yeah, but Tonali isn't. We were waxing lyrical about him earlier in the season, and now, I'm not saying he's playing dreadful or anything, but like he's playing the simple balls. He's not. When was the last time you can think of like a killer pass that he made to send someone through on goal, or a quality cross that created an opportunity? So I did say before the game, I said maybe play Ramsey instead of Tonali. So I just wonder if, in hindsight, that would have worked out better with someone like Ramsey who's got more energy, get about the pitch a bit better, and is in good form at the minute.
Oh my God, man! Look, hey, when you gotta hold on to Win, man, because he's had too many pints. When he sees a target, man, he just But what, man? Oh, yeah, that's fine. We're not watching. The game's over, man. Yeah. By the way, I know what happened. The laptop went off. But ultimately, here's the thing. We got to beat PSV. They're not a great side, but they probably would be some sort of wolves for the Champions League. I mean, they're not like draws in their league, obviously. They're going to be one of the teams that are up there in the Netherlands, which, by the way, the Amsterdam airport is one of the worst airports in the history of airports because they got two rats hopping around. No, seriously. Unbelievable, man. And but, again, we be wolves. So what makes you think, Wayne, that we're going to be PSV?
Because we're better than PSV.
Hang on. Can I finish that?
Better than Wolves, better than PSV.
So what happened? It's about getting results, man.
Football happens. That's exactly what football does. It happens.
So, it's not played on paper football, but could you see the signs today that we could be PSV or we'll go in the right direction?
It wasn't great today, you're right. But we were completely on top. We created not enough chances, to be fair, and that was for a lot of reasons, one of which is that, I mean, for example, I said at the time when we got that free kick just inside the halfway line from their point of view, why the hell didn't we sling that into the box instead of passing it back? And
I completely agree. We did have control of the game today. Wolves weren't great. We were the dominant team. Is that not more of a worry than anything else? That we couldn't fill with boots again. We couldn't get a chance to put away again. We didn't score again. Yes, we were on top in that game, and I completely understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. We were the better team, but we didn't look like we were going to win the game, and we're not always going to be in that position moving forward with the away games we've got going forward. We're not going to be in the position where we're the better team and we're the ones that can win. Sorry, we're the ones that can dominate the game. If a team scores against where we're at the minute, what's the chances of us coming back into that game? I would say very little from what I've seen so far.
Away? Yeah, right, we haven't done it away. We've done it we have done it away now, man. We've won 2 on the road, coming from behind. Oh, no, well, that was both at home, sorry. Bournemouth and Leeds. But
where does it give you?
well, they were the first games this season that we've come back from, and they were 2 of the last 3 games. But what I would say, because of the teams that we are going to play in the next 6 games, how many of them are going to play against us with a low block 10 at the back, like Wolves did today? How many are going to do that?
Well, not many, but they're going to have a lot more possession than we had the day. We're going to be the ones on the back foot. We're probably going to be the ones with 35% less possession than them teams. We had massive possession the day. We had the best chance in regards to the way we were playing and moving forward. Where did it go that we thought we could, win that game? And the fact that we couldn't do it against Wolves, how can we do it against a big team?
For that very reason, that we'll have space, we struggle, as we've seen all season and last season, when we haven't got space to work in their third. When we're playing against a team, and by the way, historically, again, statistically, if you look at the stats, we win more games from less possession.
Let's not talk about stats. Let's look at the game, Lydia.
I'm talking about winning games. We win more games from less possession than we do from more possession.
Yeah, but I want you to wake up and assume that, realize that a proper team will have to be in control, will have to be in charge. If you're a poor team like Wolf, you're never going to have the possession. So if you're happy with that, then clearly we're not. It means that we're not a team that can compete in the high levels in the Premier League or any league.
Define high levels.
Go on. Queenie has one something to say.
Neither side today had possession. That if we were the dominant side, we didn't look like we had it. We had opportunities in that game, but there was not. It didn't equalise like we looked like we had it. That was a game that we had opportunities for it, but it didn't. We didn't put it in. There was moments of where it could go in, and it had nothing. I mean, we could say, oh, it was down to weather. You know, that's rubbish in every way. But hell no.
Finish in weather.
Yeah. A lot of people watching right now. Smash the like button. We got about 10 minutes left or so to talk about what's coming up ahead of us. Now we got PSV, Aston Villa, PSG, Liverpool, Man City. Fucking hell, we're proper knackered. And we got
Chris,
Brentford. We got Brentford in the middle.
Chris, I'll just quickly say, right, there's a comment here from VIP, the Romero organisation, which sounds quality. So we said, not so subtly, in exclamation marks, we need dribblers. So, like, yeah, we got
win.
Win dribble. Win dribblers and win dribblers.
Dribblers.
Dribbling.
Yeah. So, like, yes. Like, the thing is, for me, you could say we've got Gordon, we've got Barnes, but Gordon, for me, he slows down the game too much. So he gets the ball. Remember when he came from Everton, or when he was playing for Everton? Yeah. He would get the ball. He wouldn't even think twice. He would just head down, straight down the wing. Yeah. And like, I get you got to perfect your game. Sometimes you got to like nurture your game a little bit as you develop, as you get a bit older. But he's lost that. For me, Gordon now he's not really a dribbler, is he?
Well, you could argue, and you can say it's a thing or a bad thing, that what Eddie did with Gordon, taking him from Everton, when he was, if you like, the headless chicken that you're on about, just, you know, always going forward, and he would beat a couple of men and do nothing with it, that Eddie turned him from that into an England international. Because he's taught him that it's no good just putting your head down, using your pace, and beating a man if there's going to be nothing at the end of it because you're stretching or...
It was out for Keith Gillespie.
Or whatever.
Worked for Gillespie. I know what you mean, yeah.
Eddie Howe's this manager that develops players, and you know, every player that he gets into the club can develop and moves them forward. How's he done that with Gordon? Gordon seems to have gone backwards.
Was Gordon in England international when he joined us?
Hang on. What performances that you've watched with your eyes? Has Gordon developed since he got here? Has he become a better player? Has his output become better? You use stats all the time. What's his goal percentage been? What's his output been in regards to goal XG or whatever the hell X's he others talk about?
My client plays the fifth. He will not. You don't want to answer that.
Gordon's he was used sparingly in his first season when we bought him, and that was when Eddie was obviously working with him and making Champions League games. Plenty of time on the training pitch to work with him and turn him into the player in 22-23. At that stage, at the end of 23, he got picked for England under 21s. He was in the under 19s the year before. He'd never had a break. He'd never had a break in football of any description for 3 years. And do I think that showed in his performances the following season? Yes, I do.
Hold on. This is me playing the shortest, the smallest violin for you. What Is that a walrus? Is that a walrus? Is that a walrus mating call? Why?
I'm telling you.
Until we're not.
He was. Oh, hold on. The Browns taking hold of Chris now.
No, I'm saying.
We're knackered.
Why knackered, man? Stop running around, man. It is what it is. You know what I mean? But look, we still got a lot of time. And hopefully, we can sort things out. But at the end of the day, for me, it seems like Eddie Howe does the same thing. And I don't think that's being proactive. I don't think what's going to happen next season if the same thing happens. We're going to be in the same predicament. We're going to be in the same situation where we win a lot of games, we win some games, we go on through this bad spell, and then we win a few games, and all of a sudden we're back, and then we just keep on. It's the same thing now. So there's nothing new.
And if the same situation means winning the trophy and qualifying for Europe, I'll settle for that every day of the week.
You know what? I'll agree with you if we win a trophy this season.
Can I pinch
That can happen. Can that happen?
Of course it can. No.
So what trophy are we going to win?
Could be any one of the three.
No, one. Give me one.
We're not going to win the Premier League.
So that's two left. So Champions League.
We're not going to win the Carabao.
We played Man City last week. I don't know if you were. Well, you left early, didn't you? No, that wasn't the game. But we played against Man City last week. So I don't know if you knew, but you gotta get on Google to see the results, man.
Your problem is.
First, one thing we're going to not do is we're not going to. This is raining in here right now. You spitting all over here, man.
It's not raining.
You're spitting all over. So put some, come on, man. Why you spraying me down, man? Look, Man City 2 goals. Are we going to score 3 goals against Man City away?
We don't need to.
So we need 2 goals, though, at least, right?
No, we need 2.
So who's going to score? How are we going to score the 2 away at the Etihad? Have we ever even beaten Man City before their takeover?
Can I ask a quick question on this one? Fair enough. Against Man City, we stand a chance. We played Wolves today. We were best team. How we didn't manage to score against them? How the hell we're going to manage to score against Man City?
Because Man City will not be playing with 10 men at the back.
Well, first of all, they just got Mark Gay and Semenyo in, so I think we're
is he in here?
Mark Gay is coming, bro. Trust me, it's done. A lot of people playing the violin in the chat for you. Win is priceless.
Have faith, man. Keep the faith.
What positive says Jack Osiris? Let's look at some of the chats here. Can we sell win to Arsenal, says Toon Assassin. There you go. Still waiting for the head-to-head stat between Gordon and Barnes starting games.
Come here. Because strangely, if Win had been at Arsenal, Win would have been Arteta out. And Win would have been saying, with the money he spent, never won a trophy, never, done anything that he should have done, inherited a cup-winning team, spent £1 billion. If Win had been at Arsenal, he would have been Arteta out. And who would he have wanted to take over? Eddie Howe.
Wow, Eddie Howe.
What? Eddie Howe. Eddie Howe.
3 years ago.
I wouldn't have took him.
No, 3 years ago. No. What are you on about?
If I was an Arsenal fan.
3 years ago.
Someone who would take them to that
Look.
next level. 3 years. I hadn't done that.
Yeah, you're not good about that. JJ says, glad you're all starting to get it. Been saying all this for months and months. You get it now. Aside from the almighty delusional windbag. So, that was from JJ. I think that's JJ right there. A lot of people coming on and having their opinion, of course. Zero consistency. Zero consistency.
Have a bad result.
But these are Geordies. These are from Newcastle. They're not American. Yeah. They're not. You know what I mean? So
that's got no truck with me. When we have a bad result, they pile on and pile on and pile on, and then even whoever doesn't matter.
Geordies.
And then when we suddenly, we beat PSV, we beat Villa. We beat, who's next? Liverpool. And then they all crawl back in their holes.
So we're going to beat them, you're saying? Come on.
Why
man.
not?
Well, look, man, we couldn't beat Wolves, man. I'm telling you, Wolves.
What I would say is if they are going to look to get Champions League, I mean, I agree with Timmy. Like, I wouldn't bet on that this season at the minute, but that is the aim, and they're still in touching distance. So, for me, it's like I haven't been convinced that away from home we've got enough. This is my kind of issue. I think at home I fancy us against anyone at home, but away from home, you know, we got that creativity to break teams down. I mean, you know, we'll keep going back to like the Brighton match and the sort of West Ham game, Brentford games when they were the awful away games, when they didn't have the bottle or the metal. Never mind the creativity, but I think they are playing for Eddie Howe. For me, I think they're playing for him. I don't think they're like you know, you see some teams when players they're not playing for the manager and it's evident. But I don't think that's the case here. I just think I'm not sure if we've got the creativity away from home to unlock the door. It's a different case at home. I think, you know, the crowd get behind us and I think some teams kind of fancy it as well. They fancy, you know, having that kind of seesaw type match. So that's going to be the key thing, isn't it? That's going to decide whether we finish up there or not. Because today was a good chance to kind of show me, look, away from home we can do it, and you know, we didn't quite have it enough.
The crazy part about it is I would probably slightly disagree that at home we are. Well, I don't think you said we're great, but you know that we can get it. But possibly we can get points at home.
Scoring,
but at home it hasn't been great this season. However, let's put that aside and just talk about the fact that we sit here and say that away we can't win away. To me, that's just it's insane to think about. Like, just put that there and actually think about it. We can't win away. How's that even a thing? I think the only team that I've heard of talk about away, the word away, is Newcastle. As if that's something, you know, that is winning away is you're playing in altitude or something. It's insane.
Striker, the neatest science one.
It's insane.
Summer, January.
What are you on about, man?
Hard to win away. Look at all the stats throughout 100 years of football history. Teams win more games at home than they win away. 'Twas ever thus. Get used to it. It happens.
You're talking about a team that cannot win away. We won one game away. Is that right?
Everton. Yeah.
What are you on about, man? Who else do we beat away?
Everton, and we just won another one, didn't we?
Our form is, but our form at home should be our sanctuary.
The last two, by the way. You count Burnley? So the last 3 games, 2 wins and a draw.
Our form at home should be our sanctuary, but genuinely, it's not that great. And away, today should have been. We had the opportunity to go to do things, and it should have been. There were moments that should have happened for us, but it just didn't. Where is that moment for us to just go do it and just go and take those? Yeah.
So hang on. Last 3 away games, 2 wins and a draw. That's how bad our away form is right now.
It was there for the taking though today, wasn't it?
Come on, man. Last thought so we can finish.
No, but the thing I blame for the home form over anything else, I think you can call out Eddie, you can call out the players, but it's those fans who leave a little bit early, you know, and don't support the team till the end of the game, you know. If you're a fan and you've managed to get a ticket for, you know, a game, or you're a season ticket holder and you leave early, you're not only letting the team down, you're letting every single Newcastle fan down. Not only the ones on the ground, but the ones internationally, the ones across the country. So, you know, I think they're the real people to blame.
Wow. And by the way, you're talking about every Newcastle. No, listen. You're talking about
from now on.
Every you've said every Newcastle resident is a Toon fan. Yesterday we find 2 that couldn't be bothered about Newcastle. They were born and bred here. So what you got to say about that?
And what did you say when asked him about his family?
Yeah, of course they're Toon fans. You would assume that. But what about them? But you're talking about everybody, no matter what.
I can't help it if he's an Indian.
Oh, no. Oh, my God. You're not good, man. Last thoughts, Michael. What do you think?
Look, it wasn't good enough. On to the Champions League, win that. We've got a good chance of making the final 8, but it guarantees we make the playoff. Let's be honest, the season's been a bit of a write-off. We're still in 4 competitions. Just get the money in at the end of the season. Decent Premier League finish, get back into Europe, do okay in the Champions League, write it off, and go again next year.
There you go, baby. The Twins, last thoughts?
Go again next year with or without Eddie?
Without.
That's right. What do you mean? Without?
Because they didn't hear what Win said.
Win said Eddie out. So, well, he'll say it again. Peter, what's your last thoughts on the game, bud?
Just not enough. Sorry. Not enough cutting edge. Bottom line in it. Aye, it would have been nice to see Wissa and, like we said, Baltimore together. It's a shame that didn't happen. The creativity wasn't there. I think Tonali dropped off a bit. You know, I don't want to be a happy clapper. I'm not gonna, you know, I could say at least we didn't lose.
Fucking hell.
I could go down that avenue, but I do. What I would say though is obviously, if you win the next league game, this is forgotten about. You know, that is fact. So, but yeah, not great.
Peter,
what did Robert Stack think about it? That's what I want to know.
Okay.
So like, I think the problem is that it puts more pressure on the rest of the league games. You know, yes, we can win the next game in the league and stuff, and yeah, you're back to kind of in the hunt for top 4, but the pressure's on more than what it would have been if we won this game. One thing I want to ask before we leave today is, Michael, you were saying Eddie Howe, basically, you're not sure about now. You say maybe Eddie Howe out, right? And at the end of the season, who would you have in mind to take over in the summer? Chris?
One more thing from Michael.
Just
Bogey's saying anyone. What a surprise.
Bogey said anyone. I think the name that most people were probably looking at was Glasner. I think that's changed now, to be honest. Let's be honest, that's been a pretty terrible one. But I think, to be honest, I'd just look at getting in someone who has a different philosophy. One of those, like, I hate to say Maresca because I know it's not going to happen, but someone of that philosophy of, I want to play attacking football. Xavi is the one that's been mentioned quite frequently. I don't think he's done enough, realistically. Had a great spell at Barcelona, hasn't really done it at a team where he's had to prove something. So you're right, I mentioned earlier that the manager market isn't out there, but something's got to, you've got to have something a little bit different, so it's got to give.
There you go. Interesting. So on that note, ladies and gents, thank you very much for joining us. It's been a success, to say the least, this show. Thank you to the one and only, to the greatest, to the. He's away. Well, I wasn't talking about you, by the way. I don't know. I wasn't talking about you, by the way. I'm talking about, shout out to the Gosford Empire here, the club that we're in. You know, amazing hospitality. Amazing stuff. You know, they set us up with a whole room here. It's unbelievable. We could even have. We got our own bar. We got it going on, mate.
Good pints as well.
Good proper pints, exactly. They got a variety of stuff, great stuff. Got for the Empire. Even they for illiterate people, they even got the Fosters for you. If you're drinking that, you can. There you go. Gospel Empire here in Newcastle upon Tyne. Good stuff. Shout out to the Taste of Asia, by the way. Was it the what used to be the new what?
The new Bengal.
Yeah, which we're not gonna.
It was the new Bengal before it was the new Bengal before it was the Bengal.
And which we're not gonna talk about. Why they changed so many names, but let's just say. They've had a few rebuilds. But anyway, thank you very much, all of you, for joining us. Thank you for all the super chats. It's been amazing. Thank you for your hospitality, of course, here in Newcastle. Geordies are amazing. So thank you very much, except the gatekeepers. But we're trying to get rid of them here. But you know what I mean? It's been amazing, amazing, amazing. So the next match is going to be, of course, regular on the channel. Live match commentary with Gary and Michael Gramslow. And the instant reaction with Gary, with Boki. And we'll throw the link out there so people can go in and have your say. And, of course, the build-up with the Twins right there in front of you. Good stuff as usual. So for the PSV game and Aston Villa game, and me and Win I'll be in the game all the way through extra time and everything else. You can win at the 70th minute, walking out, trying to go get a tab. So there you go. Everybody, appreciate you very much indeed. We'll see you on the next one. Away the lads.
Away the lads.
Lasses and bands.
There you go. Let it off.